Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
How is Sesshomaru? Ray could tell that Inuyasha felt anxious when asking this question. Leaning against a large tree, Ray turned and carefully looked at Sesshomaru's younger brother before speaking slowly. "He's fine." Hearing this, Inuyasha seemed to relax, his shoulders dropping slightly, but he still had one more question, his eyes searching Ray's face. "Then, who are you?" "You can think of me as Sesshomaru's second personality." There was logic to Ray's statement. First, after arriving in this world, he appeared within Sesshomaru's consciousness space. Starting from when Sesshomaru demonized and confronted Inuyasha, who had just obtained Tessega, Ray began sharing a symbiotic experience with him. He possessed all of Sesshomaru's memories, and the experiences of these past few months were no different. Moreover, Ray could clearly sense Sesshomaru's emotions and thoughts. This was completely consistent with what he had learned about dissociative identity disorder back on Earth. The primary personality creates secondary personalities to cope. The secondary personalities are aware of the primary, while the primary has memory gaps. Different personalities take turns managing the body. In half a month when he leaves, Sesshomaru's consciousness will return to take control again. The only difference is that by then, Sesshomaru will recall most of what Ray had done during this period. As for whether Sesshomaru would remember the Straw Hat Pirates, Ray wasn't sure. The excessive conformity to the disorder's traits made Ray briefly doubt whether he was actually a secondary personality or a separate demonic entity. If that were truly the case, it would be fascinating. But the possibility was basically zero. After all, he had crossed over from Earth to the world of One Piece, born there rather than emerging from Sesshomaru's psyche. Hearing Ray's words, Inuyasha's mind became chaotic. He stammered as he continued questioning Ray. Then, you're also Sesshomaru." "For these next 2 weeks I am him." Ray responded calmly. The system had clearly informed him that for these 3 months he was Sesshomaru. He wasn't lying. While the two brothers were talking, Kagome, Sango, Miroku, Shippo, and Kurara arrived beside them. Hearing the content of their conversation, Inuyasha's companions were extremely surprised. "How should we deal with this?" Miroku muttered, rubbing his chin. "Does Inuyasha suddenly have 2 older brothers?" Shippo asked, eyes wide. "This current Sesshomaru seems much more pleasant," Sango noted. "Yes," Kagome agreed. "Just a few days ago, he specifically came to save Inuyasha when he lost control after demonizing." The group's discussion made Inuyasha extremely uncomfortable to the point where his hair stood on end. "I don't need him to save me." "Good boy," Kagome patted the embarrassed Inuyasha's head, patiently comforting him like a puppy. Without continuing the conversation, Ray stood up and walked towards Zoro and the others. "Sanji, take Luffy and the others to rest in Inuyasha's village for 5 days. Oh, and remember to keep an eye on Zoro." Sanji was overjoyed. "Great arrangement. Kagome-san, Sango-swan will be troubling you for the next few days." Transforming into a seductive noodle, Sanji floated toward Kagome and Sango with hearts in his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Ray sighed helplessly. "Forget it, Usopp, you lead the team instead." At that moment, Robin arrived with an angry Nami in tow. "Ray, aren't you coming?" The Straw Hat Pirates waited for Ray's response with bated breath. Even Kagome and the others watched with nervous anticipation. Inuyasha was no exception. His eyes were wide open with dread. The thought of Sesshomaru living in the same village as him was something he couldn't accept. Just imagining the two brothers eating together made him shudder violently. Even if this was Ray, he still looked exactly like Sesshomaru. No, not just looked the same, it was literally the same body. "Don't come, absolutely must not come," Inuyasha muttered quietly like a mantra, but with Ray's acute hearing, no matter how softly he spoke, it was audible to him. Ray ignored Robin and turned to Kagome. "I have matters to attend to. During this period, I'll trouble you all to look after Luffy and the others." Kagome's lips parted slightly, her heart surging with turbulent emotions. "Sesshomaru is asking me for a favor. He's truly not the same person anymore. It seems there's a chance for Inuyasha to get along with him properly." hissed Tilda. What a scene that would be, hee hee. What, is it not acceptable? Ray pressed when Kagome didn't respond immediately. Of course it's acceptable, Oni-san, you can rest assured and leave them to us. Kagome puffed out her chest and responded with righteous confidence. Beside her, Inuyasha froze. He stiffly turned his head toward Kagome. You. What did you call him? Ah, did I say something? Never mind. Seeing Inuyasha's awkward expression, Ray felt two different emotions. From his own perspective, he enjoyed messing with Inuyasha. From Sesshomaru's perspective, being called Big Brother by Kagome gave him goosebumps all over. But the feeling of teasing his younger brother didn't seem too bad either. After telling the Straw Hat Pirates to rest, Ray left Chaochu behind and flew alone toward the distant mountain forests. Someone was still waiting for him there. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and the others followed Inuyasha's group toward Keed's village. After 2.5 months of primitive forest life, they were eager to return to civilization. Along the way, the group hunted some wild game. Sanji insisted on treating everyone to a feast. Inuyasha and the others were delighted. They loved Sanji's cooking and actively helped with the hunting. The dog boy killed one wild boar but thought it wasn't enough, so he took out the boar's entire family for good measure. Miroku circled around Nami and Robin. Seeing that Sango was currently distracted by Sanji's flirting, he realized his opportunity had come. His hereditary right hand slowly reached toward Robin and Nami's ass, only to be met by a sharp bite on his rear. Ah, what are you doing, you stinky dog? Chaochu snorted twice. I won't allow you to lay hands on them, you human pervert leader. Hearing this before Miroku could speak, Sanji turned to look at Chaochu. Chaochu, are you insulting me? No, Chaochu is praising you, Zoro immediately explained with a smirk. But in my eyes, you're not worthy of being the pervert leader, just a lecherous pufferfish. Mosshead, you're asking for a fight. Bring it on. Soon the two were rolling in the dirt, wrestling. After arriving at the village, Robin and Nami took Chaochu aside while everyone else was busy preparing the meal. Chaochu, what exactly is the relationship between Ray and that little girl? Nami asked, her eyes narrowing. You have a blood connection with Ray, even if he doesn't say anything, you should know roughly, right? Robin added, crossing her arms. Chaochu looked at the two women with a human-like conflicted expression on his canine face. I can't say, I'll get beaten if I talk. Come on, just tell us, does Ray like young girls? As Chaochu kept refusing, Nami kept pestering and coaxing him. Just then, a white figure arrived beside the group, accompanied by a dragon-blooded two-headed ox demon, a little girl, and a small yakai. Ray had returned briefly to drop them off. Sesshomaru-sama, I'm still a bit afraid of human villages, Rin whispered, clinging to his sleeve. Ray gazed tenderly at Rin and gently patted her head. There's no need to be afraid when I'm here. Nami and Robin twitched at the corners of their mouths upon seeing this scene. This is definitely not father-daughter affection, oh my god. Nami felt her heart shatter and Robin was equally heartbroken. Their theory was confirmed in the worst way, but they weren't the only ones witnessing this. Inuyasha, who was carrying a stack of firewood, froze in place. The logs clattered to the ground one by one. Goosebumps crawled all over his body. AHMY eyes. Ha 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 ha, Tilda, Inuyasha pointed and laughed hysterically, tears streaming down his face. Sesshomaru acting like a doting parent, I'm dying. Ray turned, his expression darkening instantly. What are you doing, want to hit me? Don't think I'm afraid of you, Tetsusa, ouch. Ray moved faster than sight, delivering a swift, merciless punch to his brother's head before flying off again into the forest. Sometime later, Ray brought Rin, Jaken, and Aeon to join the banquet hosted by Luffy. Of course, he still took a jug of wine and headed toward a distant tree, maintaining his distance. Rin wanted to follow him, but after Ray comforted her with a few gentle words, he had Nami take her to join the festivities. Jaken was also pulled along by Shippo, Chaochu, and Chopper, the four little yakai gathering together and making a ruckus. If anyone felt particularly awkward at this banquet, it was naturally Ray and Inuyasha. Inuyasha had it worse. He had never eaten a meal with Sesshomaru before. Even when living in the great dog demon's residence, he had rarely seen his older brother. After all, when Inuyasha was born, Sesshomaru was already 200 years old, a seasoned warrior who spent every day fighting other yakai. Coupled with his disdain for half-demons, he had practically been a ghost to Inuyasha. And now, although Rei deliberately distanced himself, his powerful, familiar demonic energy constantly lingered at the tip of Inuyasha's nose. It would be strange if he wasn't uncomfortable. Even if he's Sesshomaru's second personality, I still hate being in the same space as him, Inuyasha grumbled, scratching his head aggressively. This is so uncomfortable. The meat in his mouth tasted like ash. Seeing him fidget, Rei snorted coldly and looked away, sipping his wine and admiring the moon. As for improving his relationship with Inuyasha, Rei had decided to do it, but actually acting on it was another matter entirely. Even asking him to proactively build relationships with Luffy and the others was something Rei struggled with. It went against his nature. Let alone with Inuyasha. With Sesshomaru's memories and the emotional experiences of these past few months, his feelings toward Inuyasha were a tangled mess of pride, disdain, and buried protectiveness. Combined with his own inherently stoic nature, Rei simply couldn't bring himself to initiate a conversation. Forget it, let nature take its course, Rei decided. Since I can't force it, I won't. As long as his strength continued to improve, whether he obtained the hidden rewards or not didn't matter. But what Rei might not have realized was that by simply bringing Rin and the others to Keed's village, the relationship had already begun to shift. Deep down, both brothers actually cared. It's just that with two colossal tsundeers, expecting them to express it openly would be a miracle. Under Luffy's guidance, Rin quickly blended in with the Straw Hat crew, her eyes crinkling into happy crescents, utterly adorable. Rei observed the scene, his lips twitching into a faint, unseen smile. Just then, Kagome arrived beside Rei. She smoothed her short skirt and sat on a tree root about a meter away. Inuyasha, who had been playing a bluffing game with Usopp, noticed this instantly. He leaped over to a tree outside the village in a flash. How could he possibly feel at ease leaving Kagome alone with Sesshomaru? Even if it was a second personality, it was still Sesshomaru. Above them, a full moon hung heavy in the night sky. Bathed in its pale light, the elder brother, younger brother, and future sister-in-law found themselves in a brief, tense stalemate. Sesshomaru, Rei, Inuyasha broke the silence, his voice tight. Why did you come to this village? Rei didn't respond, his calm face doesn't show any emotion. That condescending attitude is exactly like Sesshomaru's. I don't believe you're a second personality. Inuyasha scoffed, crossing his arms and turning his back to Rei to express his displeasure. However, Rei clearly noticed Inuyasha glancing at him from the corner of his eye. HMPH, I'm just not used to talking with you, Rei replied indifferently. Inuyasha's arms dropped, his eye twitching. Not used to it, really. Is that it? HMPH, naturally I don't want to bother with you either. That's your true thought, isn't it? I knew it. No matter what personality Sesshomaru develops, he'd never think highly of a half-demon like me. Listening to Inuyasha's tough words tinged with disappointment, Rei shook his head. Instead of continuing the verbal spar, he turned his gaze to Kagome. Why would you settle for a mere half-demon? Before Kagome could respond, Inuyasha exploded. None of your damn business. What happens between me and Kagome is none of your concern. Kagome grew anxious. She had come to talk with Rei hoping to bridge the gap between the brothers. She knew Inuyasha too well. This dog was lonely, craving affection, yet too stubborn to admit it. Sesshomaru was his only living blood relative. But hearing Rei's words, Kagome felt like she was meeting a disapproving in-law for the first time. After calming down slightly, she detected the underlying meaning in Rei's words. Oh my god, this Sesshomaru is actually starting to care about Inuyasha on his own. Turning around, Kagome ignored the snarling dog beside her and politely responded to Rei. Because he treats me well. Rei showed no particular reaction to this, simply replying, good. Grrr tilde. Inuyasha could only emit threatening growls in his embarrassment. Stay out of my business with Kagome. In his 200 years of life, Inuyasha had never felt so awkward, but Rei looked up at the moon, ignoring Inuyasha as if talking to himself. Father. It seems Inuyasha doesn't acknowledge me as his brother. Ahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh shattering iron claw. Sit, Kagome commanded, thud. Inuyasha slammed face first into the dirt, effectively ending the confrontation. Ray looked down at him coolly. Really now, I am your elder brother, you should learn to show some respect. Some time later, Inuyasha sat on Kagome's left like a chastised puppy, though his gaze kept drifting to the right. On Kagome's right was Ray, still leaning against the tree, drinking and admiring the moon. Inuyasha, Ray said suddenly, remember to protect Kagome properly 5 days from now. Since you've fallen for a human, don't bring shame upon me. If you can't even protect your own woman, then get out of the dog demon clan. For some reason, Ray felt compelled to say this. Aside from his own fondness for their story, Sesshomaru's consciousness, which had secretly accepted Inuyasha after the demon transformation incident, was influencing him. Inuyasha looked disdainful. Mind your own business. I can definitely protect Kagome. Meanwhile, Kagome caught the warning. Ray-san, are you saying there will be danger in a few days? Ray nodded, then stood up and headed toward the village. Rin Jaken, it's time to go. Jaken was currently having great fun, his face covered with numerous paper tags, the penalty for losing games with the straw hats. Rin had 2 small braids done by Nami and Robin. Both were in high spirits, so being called away made them disappointed. Rin, Sesshomaru-sama, can't we play a little longer? Jaken, yeah. Thump, a moment later, a bumpy-headed Jaken led Aeon while bringing Rin along, following Ray out of the village. Seeing Ray leaving, Luffy waved a meat bone. Ray, aren't you staying to rest with us? Ray slowly responded, I'll come find you in 5 days. The Straw Hat crew respected Ray and didn't insist. Why do I always feel like Ray is somewhat reluctant to leave? Usopp wondered. Whenever he's in a bad mood, he goes for long walks, Luffy noted. Chaochu says we'll be leaving this place in about half a month. Ray must be reluctant to part with his 3 attendants, Chopper added. Upon hearing this, Nami and Robin immediately understood the real reason. Both women felt a stifling pressure in their chests. He's abandoning us to have some alone time with her. Although Rin is really cute, I still can't accept that Ray likes young girls. Chaochu noticed their confusion and whispered, that's because Sesshomaru cares deeply about Rin. Our master has inherited Sesshomaru's feelings, understand. Oh right, Chaochu continued, master also asked me to tell you something, rest well these 5 days. In 5 days, there's another fight waiting for us. Hearing this, Luffy, Zoro and Sanji all got excited. Usopp, Nami and Chopper expressed they didn't want to fight anymore. Robin remained indifferent. How strong are the enemies? This was Nami's main concern. Chaochu shook his head. Their overall strength seems equivalent to 2 to 3 Marine admirals. What's oh my god, I'm not fighting. I absolutely refuse to fight. Nami, Usopp and Chopper huddled together, trembling with fear. Sesshomaru-sama, why do Luffy and the others call you Ray? After returning to the mountains and setting up camp, Rin finally voiced the question that had been puzzling her. Ray looked at the curious young girl before him and sighed inwardly. He didn't want to deceive her, so he shared the same information he had told Inuyasha. He was a second personality currently in control. Jaken listened quietly nearby, his expression thoughtful. After some time, Ray concluded with these words. In 15 days, the original Sesshomaru will return and I will depart. Rin didn't react strongly to the truth. To her, whether it was Ray or Sesshomaru, they were both the same person she had first encountered, the silver-haired savior who had brought her back from the dead. Jaken, however, felt differently. As a vassal who had followed Sesshomaru for nearly a century, he had long sensed something amiss. But out of respect, he refrained from probing further. It feels like the same person, yet not quite the same, Jaken murmured to himself. He bowed deeply. May I continue to address you as Sesshomaru-sama? You may. Ray said no more. He leaned against a tree and closed his eyes silently. To Jaken, the one before him was the master he served, regardless of whose will was dominant. To Rin, he was simply her Sesshomaru-sama, yet both felt a tinge of reluctance, because in half a month this comparatively gentler presence would be gone. 3 days later, Ray took Rin and Jaken for a walk near a human village at the foot of the mountain. Rin, go buy something you like. When they left Keed's village, Sango and Miroku had given Rin some pocket money. Ray had no objection. In his view, even if Rin stayed with him, she shouldn't completely cut ties with human society. Occasional interaction was crucial for her mental well-being. This was also why he had introduced her to Luffy. Spending time with someone so straightforward and joyful would undoubtedly speed up her psychological recovery. Incidentally, it would leave the returning Sesshomaru with a more optimistic, positive Rin. Sometimes I feel as if I'm inadvertently healing him, Ray mused, then shook his head. He considered it small compensation for all the awkward situations he was currently putting Sesshomaru through. Jaken accompanied Rin to the village entrance. Yes, Sesshomaru-sama. 20 minutes later, Ray brought Rin to the mountain path leading into the village. Just then, a figure appeared in their sight. A woman with raven-black hair dressed in the traditional white robe and red skirt of a priestess, carrying a longbow. At the same time, Ray caught the distinct scent of grave soil and clay. Kikyo. Kikyo also noticed the Sesshomaru standing before her. Even though it was their first meeting, she surmised this silver-haired demon was Inuyasha's elder brother. She had to pass him to reach the village. She approached slowly, her gaze cool and detached. A great demon like you, what business brings you to this small village? Ray glanced at the woman who was Inuyasha's most cherished memory, a beauty with an icy demeanor and sorrowful eyes. He had always felt a sense of regret regarding her story, a tragic, beautiful tale of misfortune, but he would not intervene. The current Kikyo was a wandering spirit whose time had stopped. She carried her own mission. Ray did not respond to her directly. Instead, he spoke to Rin. Go to the village and buy whatever you'd like to eat. I'll wait for you in the forest behind, don't be afraid. Rin obediently nodded and walked toward the village. Kikyo observed this interaction and revealed a rare, captivating smile. You're quite different from how Inuyasha described you. Shall I take that little girl for a stroll? Ray paused then nodded, as you wish. Then I'll trouble you with that. No problem. 2 hours later, as dusk fell, Kikyo returned to the forest, protecting Rin as she brought her back to Ray. Ray nodded in gratitude. He didn't even realize when he had started voluntarily expressing thanks. Perhaps it was simply because this matter concerned Rin. As he prepared to leave, Ray passed by Kikyo. He stopped for a moment. You will face great hardship ahead. Hardship? Kikyo's voice was calm, almost weary. I've long grown accustomed to it. To Ray, the encounter was merely a brief passing moment. In his eyes, Kikyo's future outcome represented the best possible destiny for her. Though regrettable, it would be magnificent. No intervention was necessary. This was best for her, for Kagome, and for Inuyasha. Soul splits, resentment rises, seal breaks, love and hate become distant. Meeting again is but a dream, yet the Kikyo flower remains fragrant. Over the next 2 days, Ray wandered through the demon realm with Rin and Jaken. They admired mountains and waters, caught fish, and had barbecues. Occasionally, they hunted wild beasts for Rin to trade for money. From time to time, Ray would give Jaken a couple of affectionate punches, letting him feel his lord's warmth. Now they had arrived at a small stream near Keed's village. Suddenly, Ray detected a familiar scent. Rin, Jaken, stay here and don't move. Ray slowly approached the source. Before long, the world seemed to freeze over. Ice crystals formed on the grass as a female figure with pale blue long hair appeared. Sesshomaru, she said, her voice cool as the ice around her. Long time no see. Torin, have you come to die? Don't be hasty. I've come to deliver a challenge letter. The location is written here. My leader and I await your arrival, son of Inu Teisho. After Torin left, the frozen ground thawed. Ray knew the Panther Cat tribe had come for revenge. Centuries ago, Inu Teisho had defeated their leader. 50 years ago, they returned for revenge, sparking a war where Sesshomaru fought alone because Inuyasha had been sealed by Kikyo. That betrayal had fueled Sesshomaru's hatred for his brother for decades. Now they were back, aiming to use the sacred jewel fragments to resurrect their leader, Panther King. This war was inevitable. After all, he was now Sesshomaru, near the dry well in Keed's village. Inuyasha and Kagome had just returned from the modern era. Miroku and Sango were waiting by the well, looking anxious. Just over 10 minutes ago, a group of cat demons had invaded the village. Their target was clearly Kagome and the jewel fragments. Fortunately, the Straw Hat Pirates, fresh from their hellish training, had held them off, allowing Miroku and Sango to rendezvous with the returning pair. Inuyasha, Kagome, there are cat yokai. Before Sango could finish, the atmosphere shifted violently. 2 powerful waves of demonic energy descended. A burly man crackling with lightning and a young girl wreathed in flames landed before them. The lightning-wielding man, Shuren Autumn Tempest, grinned. "We are the Panther Cat tribe, don't lump us in with ordinary cat yokai." The fire-wielding girl, Karen Summer Tempest, pointed a flaming finger. "That girl in the skimpy outfit must be Kagome, hand over the sacred jewel of 4 souls." Inuyasha immediately drew Tessega, stepping in front of Kagome. "If you dare lay a hand on Kagome, be prepared to be cut down." 20 minutes later, Ray arrived with Rin and Jaken, finding Inuyasha standing amidst the wreckage of a skirmish. After a quick glance at the scene, Ray let out a sigh. "Ah, my embarrassing little brother." Inuyasha's face flushed red with frustration. During the earlier battle, he had been outsmarted. Both Kagome and the sacred jewel fragments had been taken right from under his nose. "I will definitely rescue Kagome," he barked, gripping Tessega. Without waiting for a response, he turned to follow the scent trail left by the fleeing enemies. Ray merely said calmly, "Be careful. Wait for me to catch up." Hearing this, Inuyasha froze in place. He had expected Ray to mock him for failing to protect Kagome. He had expected Ray to scold him for being unworthy of the Dog Demon clan. But what did Ray say? "To be careful? Yeah, I can handle it alone," Inuyasha muttered, though his voice lacked its usual bite. He dashed off into the forest. Of course, Sango, Miroku, Karara, and Shippo quickly followed. Ray paid them no further mind and instead headed toward the village with Rin to ensure her safety before joining the fray. Meanwhile, in the village of the Ancient Tree, the Straw Hat Pirates were engaged in a chaotic battle with the Panther Cat tribe's underlings. Though they all had cat-like faces on human bodies and were mere cannon fodder, their strength was comparable to that of Marine lieutenant and commanders. The stronger minor leaders even reached the level of Marine captains. For the Straw Hat Pirates, this wasn't an easy skirmish. It was like fighting elite soldiers from Marine headquarters. Gear 2nd. Jet Gatling. Luffy unleashed a furious barrage of steam-wreathed fists, sending over a dozen Panther Cat yokai flying, their bodies battered and broken. Zoro and Sanji were similarly engaged, cutting swaths through the enemy ranks. But they weren't the ones with the highest kill count. Mille Fleur Fracture. Within Robin's line of sight, as long as she could see them, she broke them. Necks snapped, spines cracked. For those too strong to break directly, she sprouted arms coated in armament haki to strike precise blows to vital points. Nami and Usopp were also experts at area attack. Under the protection of Chopper and Chaochu, the duo took out entire groups with single moves. Usopp was particularly smug. "Chaochu, is this what they call admiral-level strength? I, Captain Usopp, can wipe them all out alone." He loaded his massive slingshot. "Take this, special attack Yokai Star Stink Bug Meteor Shower." He launched a barrage of pellets filled with overwhelmingly foul, plant-based stink bug essence specifically designed to target a yokai's sensitive nose. To humans, it was just stinky. To yokai, it was chemical warfare. However, after the attack launched, only a few Panther Cat yokai fell. Meanwhile, Chaochu and Chopper were already on the ground, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, twitching uncontrollably. "Oh no, I forgot their Mocenter too," Usopp panicked. Just as the stink bug star was about to strike the main group of cat yokai ahead, a fragrant whirlwind swept through, dispersing Usopp's attack effortlessly. A woman appeared. She wore a floral dress surrounded by dancing petals with a cute face that belied her power. This was Shunrin Spring Tempest. She glanced at the battlefield, slightly surprised. "It's been a while since I've returned to the Western lands. Have humans become this fierce?" Moreover, there was even a dog demon cooperating with them. But she hadn't come to fight, she was there to deliver orders. Big Sister's command. "Retreat." Upon hearing the instruction, the soldiers of the Panther Cat tribe instantly fell back, withdrawing from the village with disciplined speed. Just as Shunrin turned to leave, several attacks converged on her, attacks even she had to take seriously. Gear 2nd Red Hawk. 3-sword style 1080-pound Phoenix. Thunder Lance. Mille Fleur's Gigantesco Dragon Claw. 4 attacks assaulted Shunrin from the front, back, left, and right simultaneously. HMPH. "Mere humans, even if you have some strength, you dare challenge me." Just as the attacks were about to land, Shunrin unleashed her demonic power. A violent whirlwind of illusions and petals danced outward from her body, blocking the 4 attacks and inflicting shallow cuts on Luffy and Robin. Seeing how easily the enemy had neutralized their combined assault, everyone immediately understood why Chaochu had estimated the enemy's strength as equivalent to 2 to 3 vice admirals. This woman was likely just one of the commanders, yet her strength already surpassed the overlords of the Monster Mountain range. If she wasn't quite admiral level, the gap wasn't large, and there were 3 more commanders plus a leader. Just as Luffy prepared to continue the attack. "Big sister won't play with you today," Shunrin giggled. "Since you seem to be friends of that priestess, if you want to save her, come to our city." With that, she transformed into a flurry of petals and vanished. A few minutes later, Ray arrived at the village. After entrusting Rin to Granny Keed's care, he set off with the Straw Hat Pirates and Jaken. They rode on the demonized giant Chaochu, heading toward the Panther Cat tribe's castle. Panther Cat Castle? The fortress was hidden behind a barrier that took the form of a mountain range. Shurin and Karen arrived at the barrier's entrance, carrying the unconscious Kagome. Just as they were about to enter, 3 figures appeared on the cliff above. A trio dressed in animal hides with wolf tails. "Kuga, as expected, they're the ones who kidnapped Big Sister Kagome," Jinta shouted. Seeing Yakai abduct Kagome, Kuga, the young leader of the wolf demon tribe and one of Kagome's suitors, flew into a rage. "Give Kagome back to me." Coincidentally, Inuyasha arrived at that moment. "Give Kagome back, you disgusting cat Yakai." Unfortunately, the 2 rivals fought independently, bickering constantly and predictably failed in their rescue attempt as the commanders slipped inside. "You're such a disappointment, Mutt." "Kagome should be protected by me," Kuga sneered. "Skinny wolf, don't talk big without understanding the situation. I will definitely save Kagome, you're the one who shouldn't hold me back." In the end, Inuyasha used the red Tessega to shatter the Panther Cat tribe's barrier, creating an opening into the castle grounds. An hour later, the sky had darkened, the most suitable time for Yakai to fight. Luffy and the others arrived at the outer district of the Panther Cat city alongside Ray. Dense pairs of green eyes stared at them from the shadows in all directions, causing Nami, Chopper, and Usopp to tremble. "There are just too many of them," Usopp whispered. Robin made a quick estimate. "Close to 5,000 cat demons." Ray nodded, then he posed a question to the monster trio and Usopp. "How many enemies are stronger than Luffy?" This was a test of their observation haki. Ray remembered how Rayleigh could sense every beast on an island. This city spanned about 2 kilometers in radius, they should be able to do it. In the end, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all reached the same conclusion. 2 ally. Inuyasha and you, 1 unfamiliar ally, unknown but extremely fast, 4 enemies. One of them is terrifyingly strong with an aura slightly weaker than you. Correct, Ray confirmed. Usopp couldn't answer fully. He could sense locations but couldn't yet gauge aura strength accurately. The others were still too inexperienced. "The enemy leaders, the commanders, will be handled by me, Inuyasha, and the others," Ray ordered. "Your job is to hold off these cat demons. Night battles are a great opportunity to train your observation haki." Everyone nodded, although Luffy pouted slightly. He wanted to spar with the commanders too. Ray shook his head. "You're the captain. Protect them." Luffy nodded, his expression serious. Though he usually didn't say it outright during battles, his priority was always his comrades' safety. After the incidents with Ray and Chaochu, Luffy had matured. He took his position at the front of the formation, ready for war. The bright moon rose higher, shortening the shadows of the combatants. However, its comforting light was constantly strangled by roiling dark clouds, leaving Panther Cat City plunged into a chaotic gloom. Most people would have been gripped by terror in such an environment, surrounded by thousands of glowing green eyes. Luffy and the others had no time for fear. "They're endless. Absolutely endless," Zoro grunted, slicing through 3 cat demons with a single stroke. "Damn it, exploding star, fire dragon star, white tiger star." Usopp fired rapidly, explosions illuminating the darkness in brief, violent flashes. "Guard point, fur enhancement, blade frenzy." Chopper spun like a top, sending spines flying. For the first time in his life, Zoro felt a deep, abiding hatred for cats. Glancing at the small cracks on Yubashiri's blade caused by the relentless gnawing of the demons, his fury spiked. From now on, he growled, I'll kill every cat I see. Sanji elegantly kicked a green-furred cat demon into the distance and glared at Zoro. Mosshead, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll kill you myself. How, what do you mean? I won't allow you to harm a beautiful and adorable cat like Nami Swan, Sanji stated with absolute seriousness. You're picking a fight for no reason, you damn cook. Once I finish off these cats, I'll cut you down next. HMPH, stop yapping and focus on fighting. Diable Jamb. Pressure cooker spectrum kick. Sanji became a blur of fire and motion, the brightness of his attacks giving Zoro a moment of clarity to unleash a devastating series of slashes. But the enemies were too numerous. More cat demons poured into the battlefield like a tide. Slowly, the Straw Hat Pirates were forced into a tight circle, standing back-to-back to guard against ambushes. Once Ray and the others engaged the enemy commanders, Robin warned, snapping a demon's neck with a conjured arm, there may be no more moonlight, our visibility will drop to 0. Keep your observation haki active, Sanji shouted, deflecting a claw with his shin. Use up, conserve those light-emitting attacks of yours. Luffy, however, was grinning from ear to ear, his eyes shining in the dark. This feeling of fighting back-to-back is so cool. Guys, we must hold out until Ray and the others defeat the enemy. No one can fall. YEHHH. Meanwhile, in the inner city, Ray had already slain hundreds of cat demons, carving a path of destruction straight to the heart of the fortress. Blocking his path was the flame-wielding panther cat Karen Summer Tempest. Well, Sesshomaru, long time no see. Ray offered no response, he simply drew Takajin and launched his attack. How arrogant. Don't look down on us cats, you arrogant mutt, I'll burn you to ashes. Karen's attacks were straightforward, flames filled the sky, taking the forms of panthers, snakes, dragons, and tigers. The darkness turned crimson as the firestorm surged toward Ray, the intense heat igniting nearby buildings before contact was even made. Prepare to become roasted dog meat, Sesshomaru. HMPH. Compared to 50 years ago, you haven't improved at all. Ray snorted coldly. Takajin released a pulse of demonic power. A sword pressure strike moving at near teleportation speed slammed into Karen's chest. Instantly sent flying hundreds of meters, Karen crashed through the inner city wall, collapsing to the ground, convulsing. The skyfall of flames dissipated into harmless sparks before even reaching Ray. This demonstrated the insurmountable gap between Sesshomaru and an ordinary great demon. The 4 heavenly kings of the Panther Cat tribe were strong, roughly equivalent to vice admirals in the One Piece world, but against Sesshomaru's perfect power, they were nothing. Ray raised his sword to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, an ice spear shot toward him from the shadows. Ray knew who this was, Tauren Winter Tempest coming to rescue her sister, even he couldn't simply tank her attacks. Dodging sideways, the ice spear pierced the ground where he had stood a microsecond before. Instantly, everything within 500 meters froze solid. This was Tauren holding back. If she went all out, she could plunge the entire region into an ice age. It remained uncertain who was stronger between her and Aokiji. Without unnecessary words, the demonic energy of 2 true great demons collided. The resulting pressure blotted out what little moonlight remained. Azure Dragon Break. Ice Dragon Dance. Thunder Dragon versus Ice Dragon. The clash blasted the inner city apart, the terrifying impact once again dispersing the dark clouds above. The moon seemed to complain, you two just covered me with a blanket and now you tear it off again? How rude. After the dust settled, Tauren had seized the opportunity to carry the injured Karen away. Her voice echoed through the ruins. Sesshomaru, come deeper inside, our leader is ready to meet you. Ray didn't sheathe his sword. He gripped Takajin and advanced slowly. He had intended to kill Karen to hinder the resurrection of the Panther Cat leader, Panther King, but with Tauren interfering, he couldn't succeed. There wasn't much to be done. Although Tauren was weaker than Sesshomaru, the gap wasn't massive. Sesshomaru was the apex of the dog demons, Tauren was the apex of the Panther Cats. The clash of titans was inevitable, elsewhere in the city. Inuyasha swung Tessega, the massive blade colliding with the abdomen of the lightning-wielding muscular cat Shuren. Instead of cutting, the blade bounced off Shuren's lightning-enhanced fat with a dull thud. Ha 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 ha. A half-demon is just a half-demon. Even wielding Inu Teisho's fang, you can't harm me in the slightest. How pathetic. Inuyasha scoffed, but his eyes were serious. His opponent's defense was formidable. Then try this move. Wind Scar. Golden light erupted from the blade, rushing toward Shuren like a tsunami of claws. Shuren felt the tremendous power and knew he couldn't tank it. He enveloped himself in lightning and moved at high speed to evade. The wind scar struck the city wall behind him, obliterating it and sending a shockwave into the sky that once again dispersed the clouds. HMPH, Inuyasha, I'll be waiting for you deep in the inner city, Shuren shouted as he fled. As he ran, Shuren couldn't help but complain to himself. These two brothers are truly dogs. If not for the special design of our inner city, they would have torn everything down by now. On the other side of the battlefield, the young leader of the wolf demon tribe, Koga, barely managed to break through Shunrin's floral scent whirlwind. Battered but unbowed, he too was invited to the final battle inside the castle. Above, the sky had given up. The dark clouds, tired of being summoned and dispersed every 5 minutes by dramatic entrances, simply vanished. The moon hung clear and bright in the blue-black sky, as if saying, "I'm done. Fight in the light." Down below, Luffy and his crew, still fighting the endless waves of cat demons, expressed that the moonlight was much more comforting. Fighting in absolute darkness was great training for observation haki, but it was also terrifying. "Keep pushing," Luffy shouted, punching a cat demon into the stratosphere. "We're almost there." Deep within Panther Cat City, behind a massive barrier, stood a magnificent castle. This was the real Panther Cat City. So the outer city and inner city were just decoys. The real stronghold is here, Kagome remarked. "They say a clever rabbit has 3 burrows, but I never thought cats would use the same trick. We could learn from this," Miroku added. "Oh, is the monk planning to build hidden rooms in his own house later?" Sango teased. The 3 of them, Kagome, Miroku, and Sango, had all been captured and brought to the real Panther Cat Castle. Miroku had been caught after being distracted by a beautiful woman, and Sango was captured when she tried to rescue him. Around them were nearly 1,000 villagers from nearby villages, all seized by the Panther Cat tribe. Shippo had been separated from them during the battle in the outer city, and her whereabouts were still unknown. Just as Kagome, Miroku, and Sango were looking for a way to escape, a Panther Cat officer appeared. "Take these humans up to the altar. The leader will need their flesh and blood after his resurrection." Ray entered the inner city, sniffing carefully, but found no trace of the Panther Cat tribe. The 4 heavenly kings had all vanished. "Is there a barrier hiding them?" he wondered. Just then, Inuyasha and Koga arrived. "Ray, have you found Kagome and the others?" Inuyasha asked. Ray glanced at Inuyasha, his calm expression carrying a hint of judgment. Inuyasha could already tell this dog was looking down on him, and he was right. Ray was unimpressed with how long it had taken Inuyasha to get here. Still, considering he was only a half-demon, making it through all those obstacles wasn't too bad. So following his instincts, Ray offered a word of comfort. "For a half-demon like you, you're actually not doing too poorly." That only made Inuyasha howl with rage, while Koga chimed in, saying Ray was being too polite. Weak was weak. "Hurry up and cut this barrier down, don't waste time," Ray urged. At Ray's request, Inuyasha turned the Tessega red, the form specialized in breaking barriers. Wind Scar. A flash of golden light and the barrier shattered. Before the 3 of them stood a massive, ruined castle. In the center was the enormous, dried-up corpse of a Panther Cat demon, over 100 meters tall even while sitting. "Is this Panther Cat leader? He looks much stronger than in the original." Through his experiences in this world, Ray had realized that the Inuyasha anime he'd watched had severely downplayed the power of these great demons. Which one of them wasn't capable of shaking the heavens and earth? After all, Panther Cat Leader was once a rival of the Inu no Teisho. How could he be weak? Beneath Panther Cat Leader's dried corpse was a huge altar. On it were thousands of villagers, along with Kagome, Sango, and Miroku. Glowing runes at the base of the altar showed that a blood ritual was already underway. Soon, all the lives on the altar would be sacrificed to provide the flesh and blood needed to resurrect the Panther Cat Leader. The humans huddled together, trembling in fear. "Don't be afraid," Kagome reassured them. "We will be saved." After all, 3 very reliable men had arrived. Especially Sesshomaru. As an enemy, he was terrifying, but as an ally, he was incredibly reassuring. Seeing Kagome on the altar, Inuyasha and Koga immediately charged forward. At the same time, Rei hurled a 10-meter-wide sphere of demonic power straight at the Panther Cat leader's skeletal head. But the four Heavenly Kings made no move to stop him, only smirk mockingly. As expected, Rei's attack was easily blocked by a barrier. Inuyasha and Koga were also repelled by the barrier around the altar. Shuren laughed scornfully. A bunch of lowly dog demons daring to oppose our great Panther Cat tribe, how arrogant. Shuren, don't say that. Sesshomaru does have some skill, it's the other two who are truly weak. This is our Panther Cat tribe's strongest barrier. They could never break through. While the four Heavenly Kings were chatting, they had already embedded the Shiken jewel shard they took from Kagome into their leader's skeleton. Suddenly, an immensely powerful demonic energy began to spread. Panther Cat leader's dried-up pupils began to rotate, and his withered arm stretched forward, slowly accelerating as it moved to devour all the humans on the altar. Rei looked helplessly at Inuyasha. "Fool, hurry up." "No need to tell me," Inuyasha shot back. He turned the Tessega red and unleashed the wind scar, shattering the Panther Cat tribe's strongest barrier in an instant. The sight left Shuren and Karen stunned. Weren't they just boasting about how unbreakable it was, and now it was broken just like that? Were the dog demon tribe's weapons really that powerful? Before they could recover from their shock, something even more unexpected happened. Azure Dragon Break. Rei launched a massive Azure Dragon Break directly at Panther Cat leader's mummified body. Dancing Ice Dragon. The two powerful attacks collided and cancelled each other out. The explosive force sent the other three Heavenly Kings flying dozens of meters away. Panther Cat leader's mummified body was also thrown off balance by the shockwave and crashed to the ground. Now, Wind Scar. Inuyasha's Wind Scar struck at the same time. To protect their weakened leader, Karen, Shuren, and the others released their own attacks to block it, actually managing to push back the Wind Scar. "I've been waiting for this backlash wave." Inuyasha unleashed his most powerful move at this stage, a terrifying whirlwind of demonic power that swept back the combined energy of the three Heavenly Kings. But just then, something no one expected happened. Just as Karen, Shuren, and the others were gathering their strength to resist the backlash wave, a claw attack struck them from behind. The mummified Panther Cat leader suddenly muttered and moved. "Hungry, give me power, tilde." In one swift motion, he swallowed the souls of the three Heavenly Kings. Though the backlash wave struck Panther Cat leader, it didn't kill him, it only knocked him down and left numerous gashes across his massive body. The Shiken jewel shard embedded near Panther Cat leader's neck pulsed, instantly absorbing the souls of the three Heavenly Kings. The great demon's flesh and blood began to regenerate. In that moment, the aura of a supremely powerful demon spread across the land. The sky, which had previously cleared, was once again shrouded in dark clouds. It was as if the sky itself was paying respect to the appearance of such a mighty demon. The water vapor had rested long enough and was now rising with overwhelming force. Far away, the Straw Hat pirates who were still fighting Panther Cat soldiers cursed inwardly. "It's getting dark again." Torin, who was battling Rei, felt her spirit tremble. Why did you have to kill my younger siblings?" "Leader, we worked so hard to revive you, and this is how you repay us." Looking at the fully restored Panther Cat leader, Torin felt disheartened. She didn't continue fighting Rei but instead leaped away, flying high into the air, lost in thought. Rei didn't pursue her. His goal in coming here was to kill the Panther Cat leader, first, because it was a trial mission for the Tenseiga. Second, he wanted to experience just how strong the enemies of the Inu no Taisho were. So, Rei told Inuyasha to rescue Kagome while he gripped the Takajin tightly and engaged Panther Cat leader in battle. The demonic sword clashed with Panther Cat leader's massive claws. The moment they crossed blades, Rei felt the difference in strength. This was the first time since using Sesshomaru's body that he had encountered an opponent who could overpower him in raw strength. In an instant, Rei was sent flying. He spun midair to disperse the force and landed gracefully on the ground. But to ensure Inuyasha could successfully complete the rescue, Rei once again brandished the Takajin and charged forward. This time, he avoided direct confrontation, using high-speed movement to evade attacks while occasionally launching demonic power orbs from a distance. He remained intensely focused, with observation haki fully activated. The leader was not only incredibly powerful but also astonishingly fast. Panther Cat leader intermittently released lightning, flames, and fierce winds to strike at Ray. But because Ray possessed the haki system in addition to Sesshomaru's original combat skills, he didn't end up like Sesshomaru in the original story, instantly sent flying, morale shattered, and forced to unleash his demon form for revenge. If this dragged on, Ray felt he could fight this leader for 10 days and 10 nights. I may not be able to kill you, but you can't hit me either. Wait, who says I can't kill you? Ray's aura erupted, and an emerald golden energy field rapidly expanded around him. Some of the weaker demons still in the real Panther Cat city immediately fainted. The Conqueror's haki shook the entire demon army. Secret technique Azure Dragon Break. A supersized Azure Dragon formed from perfected demonic power and infused with Ray's armament haki and Conqueror's haki collided head-on with the leader's elemental attacks. Torin, who's watching from high above, was shocked, her pupils trembling. Sesshomaru's fighting style has changed so much. What are those strange energies? The humans outside the city seem to use similar attacks. Sesshomaru, you've actually learned human combat techniques. Interesting. The Azure Dragon Break, supercharged with haki, was currently Ray's most devastating technique. In terms of pure energy output, it successfully suppressed the Panther Cat leader's tempest of thunder, fire, and wind. The shockwave formed by the collision of two great demons leveled the inner city, turning ancient stone into dust. As the dust settled, the leader was forced back, struck down by the Azure Dragon. Ray retreated 100 meters to dissipate the recoil, landing gracefully, his white kimono only slightly soiled by the chaos. Coincidentally, Inuyasha returned to the scene after ensuring Kagome and the villagers were safe. Ray, it seems you can't handle this big dumb cat, Inuyasha smirked, feeling a bit smug seeing Ray actually exert himself. Ray ignored his dog brother, attributing the taunt to childish rivalry. Seeing Panther Cat leader stand up again, his desiccated form pulsing with stolen power, Inuyasha didn't hesitate. He unleashed a full-power wind scar. It was larger and more ferocious than the one he used against Shuren earlier. Yet, to Inuyasha's shame, Panther Cat leader blocked it with a single, contemptuous hand. Ray glanced sideways at Inuyasha, then slowly drew Tenseiga. Inuyasha felt a hint of amusement in Ray's gaze, which made him grit his teeth in frustration. He growled, "What are you looking at?" "Stop barking and help finish it off," Ray commanded coolly. Throughout the battle, Ray felt no psychological burden. For souls that had returned or been resurrected, a casual slash from Tenseiga would suffice. Before the Sword of Heaven, the undead were insignificant. As for why he didn't use Tenseiga from the start, Ray simply wanted to test the strength of this world's top-tier demons against his own haki. At most, Panther Cat leader possessed raw power greater than the current Sesshomaru, but he was inferior in technique and finesse. Once Sesshomaru reached his peak, he would overwhelm this creature easily. Inuyasha, cover me with the wind scar. Ray gripped Tenseiga and charged swiftly toward the leader. Who are you to order me around? Inuyasha barked, but his body moved on instinct, wind scar. After swinging Tenseiga, the dog brother tilted his head away, clearly displeased at taking orders. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Ray, who had already leaped into the air, Tenseiga glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Tenseiga, could it be? Even Torin, watching from midair, discerned Ray's intention. So this is Tenseiga, the blade that exclusively severs spirits and messengers of the underworld. Under the watchful eyes of allies and enemies alike, Ray seized the moment when Panther Cat leader blocked the wind scar. He swung Tenseiga, the blade passing harmlessly through Panther Cat leader's physical neck like smoke. Upon landing, Ray strode directly toward the city gates, not looking back. After swatting away the wind scar, Panther Cat leader touched his neck and sneered. "Son of a new Teisho, have you given up? That slash had no effect at all. Your father's mercy sword is useless." Ray snorted coldly, sheathing the blade with a sharp click. "Since you're already dead, you should return to the netherworld." The moment the guard hit the scabbard, Panther Cat leader suddenly screamed in agony. brat, what have you done to me?" The massive panther demon felt his borrowed soul beginning to disperse. The spirits of the three celestial kings, Shuren, Karen, and Shunren, whom he had forcefully absorbed to boost his power, flew out of his body and returned to their original masters. Stripped of his stolen strength, Panther Cat Leader reverted to a desiccated corpse. Though the great demon's spirit did not perish immediately, it struggled desperately like a hungry ghost craving flesh and blood. "Inuyasha, finish him." This time Inuyasha did not talk back. "All right, Windscar." A brilliant flash of golden light erupted. Panther Cat Leader, unable to defend, was obliterated. As Inuyasha leaped up and swung Tessega to sever the dried corpse's neck, a fragment of the sacred jewel of 4 souls tumbled out. Thus, a top-tier great demon vanished from the world forever. Only the reassembled 4 heavenly kings remained. However, aside from Tauren, the other 3 bore significant wounds from their leader's betrayal and the aftermath of Rei's battle. After a brief standoff, the Panther Cat 4 heavenly kings abandoned their vendetta against the Dog Demon clan. All because Rei had inadvertently saved Tauren's younger siblings by severing Panther Cat Leader's hold on them. "Our Panther Cat tribe remembers both grudges and favors," Tauren declared, supporting her injured sister. "Sesshomaru Inuyasha, until we meet again." She released her demonic power, summoning the surviving members of the Panther Cat tribe, and departed into the distance. They finally retreated. Usopp wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face filled with the sheer relief of survival. Zoro glanced at the new cracks on Yubashiri's side and sheathed it. Chaochu reverted from his giant form and began licking his wounds. The others collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Maintaining observation Haki throughout the chaotic night battle had drained them mentally, and the oppressive aura of 2 top-tier great demons had weighed on their souls. During the battle, Luffy and the others had witnessed firsthand what true top-tier strength meant. It was more terrifying than anything they had seen in the East Blue or the Grand Line so far, the sky darkening and brightening with every clash. It felt as if the world itself might crack open. Sometime later, Rei approached the group. He looked down at them. "What are your thoughts?" Luffy brushed the dust off his clothes. Instead of answering directly, he posed his own question. "Rei, who is stronger now, you or the Yonko and Admirals?" Rei paused, considering. "It's hard to say. The Yonko and Admirals vary in strength as well, but this level of power, it is comparable to the strongest among them." Hearing Rei's response, everyone understood the gravity of their future. This meant that even the strongest enemies waiting for them in the new world were capable of battles like the one they just witnessed. "We still have a long way to go," Zoro muttered, clutching his swords. Sanji nodded silently, lighting a cigarette. They vowed never to break their training rhythm. "Chaochu, take them back to Kied's village." "Yes, master." By the time everyone returned to the village, the sun had already risen. The warm morning light bathed their exhausted bodies, finally allowing them to relax. The Straw Hat Pirates and Inuyasha's group found grassy spots by the river to lie down. Only Chopper was busy, rushing among the injured with bandages and salves. Kagome watched gently as Chopper applied medicine to Inuyasha's scratches. "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Chopper." Chopper naturally started his wiggle dance. "Even if you praise me, I won't be happy, you bastard tilde hash." Rei arrived at the riverside with Jakin and Rin. "Rin, go help Chopper." "Yes, Sesshomaru-sama." "Dr. Chopper, I'll help you with the bandages," Rin chirped. Being called doctor by 2 girls in succession, Chopper seemed to transform into a braised deer, his temperature spiking so high it felt like he might combust. For some reason, Rei decided to join the mischief. "Dr. Chopper, thank you for your hard work." Luffy and the others immediately caught on and started shouting. "Dr. Chopper is super awesome. Dr. Chopper's medical skills are #1 in the world. Chopper is the handsomest deer." Eventually, Chopper became so shy from overheating that he collapsed to the ground, happily fainting with steam coming out of his ears. At this point, Zoro exploded. "Hey, I'm the only one who hasn't been bandaged yet. Are you all targeting me on purpose?" Sanji blew out a puff of smoke, eyeing Zoro's bloody form. "With your thick skin, why even bother with bandages, moss head?" Despite his words, Sanji stood up and picked up the gauze. "Lie down, I'll bandage you." After all, Zoro had suffered the most severe injuries. During the night's battle, he had taken several extra claw strikes while covering Sanji and Nami's blind spots. The result, minutes later, a grumpy, fully wrapped mummy Zoro lay on the grass, grumbling as the rest of the crew laughed in the morning sun 9 days later. The night air was crisp, the sky clear. Less than 3 hours remained until Ray and the Straw Hat Pirates' departure. Thanks to Luffy's enthusiastic shouting, Kidd's village was currently bustling with activity. This was a lavish feast unlike anything Inuyasha and the others had ever experienced. The tables groaned under the weight of exotic delicacies: dragon yokai steaks, firebird wings glazed in honey, demon bear paws roasted to perfection. There were even dozens of barrels of immortal wine, purchased from a certain yokai hermit. Naturally, Ray was the one who bought them at a 90% discount on credit, with the signature at the bottom of the bill reading 3 large characters: Inuyasha. The entire village gathered around the clearing, dancing around roaring bonfires, eating yokai meat that had been meticulously purified of demonic energy. The atmosphere reached unprecedented heights. The little ones, Jaken, Rin, Shippo, Karara, and Chopper, were all dressed up in colorful festival outfits, running around like a miniature tornado of joy. Even Elder Myoga, the flea yokai, was there, perched on someone's shoulder, probably looking for a safe place to hide when the bill arrived. Everyone seemed to have let down their defenses, completely freeing themselves. They were using the happiest atmosphere possible to welcome the imminent farewell. Ray sat on a stone step about 20 meters from the center of the bonfire feast. Even though hundreds of people were participating, this spot felt quiet, an island of calm in the sea of celebration. Taking a sip of wine, Ray glanced at little Rin playing tag with Nami. The corner of his lips lifted slightly, perhaps half a centimeter. "Hey Ray, are you really leaving?" Inuyasha, slightly tipsy from the divine wine, carried a jar and sat down beside Ray. "By human age standards, you're not yet an adult. You shouldn't drink this much," Ray chided lightly. He had completely overcome Sesshomaru's body's rejection of Inuyasha. Now he truly sounded like an older brother lecturing his younger sibling. This feeling was subtle for Ray. He had once been just an orphan. After arriving in the One Piece world, he met passionate companions like Luffy, who became his family. But coming to the Inuyasha world through Sesshomaru's memories, he experienced what it felt like to have blood family. Though initially this brotherly relationship was utterly melodramatic, it was a brand new experience for Ray, going from 0 to 1. Over these past 9 days, Ray spent most of his time around Kidd's village. Besides letting Rin experience human society, he also had intermittent conversations with Inuyasha. The closer they got to today, the more they talked. Until now, the two brothers seemed to have no more barriers between them, though Inuyasha still hadn't called him brother. Kagome, on the other hand, always called Ray big brother so smoothly and naturally. At first, both Inuyasha and Ray resisted it, but eventually they accepted it. After observing her for several days, Nami and Robin finally understood how Kagome managed to train Inuyasha so obediently. "When dealing with a tsundere dog, you have to be direct. The more direct the better, just shower him with kindness." Inuyasha paid no attention to Ray's advice. "How much I drink is none of your business. I'm happy, I'll drink however I want. That's your freedom." Ray." Inuyasha suddenly got stuck. The two brothers just sat on the steps, silently drinking their wine, the crackle of the fire filling the silence. Suddenly, Inuyasha snatched Ray's wine cup. He poured wine from his own jar into the empty bowl, his hand trembling slightly. Blushing furiously, he stammered, I toast to you." Ray didn't get angry. He picked up the wine bowl Inuyasha handed him with his right hand and snorted softly, "As you wish." Ignoring Inuyasha's awkward posture, Ray drank the wine in one smooth motion. "What kind of person are you?" "And here I was trying to be nice," Inuyasha grumbled, looking away. Ray glanced at the sulking half-demon and responded lightly, "Thanks." Hearing this, Inuyasha's dog face flushed an even deeper shade of red. "How old are you?" Still blushing. "How embarrassing." "Who's blushing? I just drank too much." Ray suddenly stood up, his silver hair dancing in the night wind. He slowly walked into the distance, away from the noise. "Bring Kagome over, I have something to tell you both." At the sacred tree. Half an hour later, Kagome, Rei, and Inuyasha sat together beneath the massive roots of the sacred tree of ages. Big brother Rei, did you have something special to tell me and Inuyasha by bringing us here? Kagome asked gently. Rei sighed, his voice quiet. Some instructions. Instructions? Once you really leave, can you never come back? Kagome asked, the question Inuyasha was too afraid to voice. Rei thought for a moment before responding. Most likely I won't be coming back. Sesshomaru will still be that Sesshomaru you know. Hearing this, Kagome looked disappointed, while Inuyasha fell into a sullen silence, staring at his claws. Seeing Inuyasha's expression, Rei looked up at the moon through the branches. Perhaps I might occasionally return. Really? Inuyasha nearly jumped up in excitement. Then, realizing how he was acting, he immediately turned his head away, refusing to look at Rei, ears twitching nervously. Rei understood. Over these past 9 days, he had explained everything to them, his existence within Sesshomaru's consciousness, their symbiotic relationship. At first, they were confused about whether Rei was a second personality or a separate entity. Since they couldn't figure it out, Kagome addressed Rei as Big Brother, not Brother. Naturally, Inuyasha never uttered those two words either. But now, seeing Inuyasha's expression shift from disappointment to joy, Rei clearly felt that this child truly saw him as an older brother. It was the same body, the same memories, with a similar personality but warmer. Any half-demon would find it confusing. Inuyasha's childhood had been tragic, living as a half-demon in a survival-of-the-fittest world, completely alone. During the new moon, he would lose his power and live in constant fear. Deep in his heart, he had always yearned for a father or brother to protect him. This desire was imprinted in his subconscious. His interactions with Rei had released that longing from the dark fog. This was trauma healing. That Inuyasha could show his vulnerable side before Rei and Kagome indicated he had become more open, healthier, and more mature. If fate wills it, we'll definitely meet again, Rei said softly. Besides, Sesshomaru has changed too, he actually cares about you a lot. Hearing this, Inuyasha looked incredulous. How could that be? He wanted to kill me not long ago. Rei sensed that although Inuyasha denied it outwardly, deep in his golden eyes lingered a trace of sorrowful hope. He wanted it to be true. Let's not talk about that for now. Before I leave, I have a letter for you. Rei pulled a sealed envelope from his kimono. Everything I want to say is written inside. Asking Rei to say those sentimental words outright was too difficult. A letter was the best approach. Moreover, this letter contained a special mechanism. Inuyasha slowly reached out his hand, then he snatched the letter and immediately tried to tear it open. Don't open it, do you want to die? I haven't left yet, Rei barked. HMPH, what's it to you? I'm opening it anyway. Fortunately, Kagome was there. Inuyasha sit. Thud, Inuyasha slammed face first into the roots of the sacred tree. The banquet had ended, with only half an hour remaining before Rei and the others departed. In the forest outside Keed's village, Rei, Jaken, and Aeon sat by a small stream, listening to Rin's gentle murmuring. I had so much fun playing with Luffy and the others today, Rin whispered, trailing her fingers in the cool water. Since I can remember, I've never met humans as wonderful as them, but when it ended, I felt that everyone was suffering. Though they were all smiling on the surface, I sensed a deep sadness. She looked up at Rei with wide eyes. Sesshomaru-sama, will you remember Rin after you leave? Rei didn't respond immediately. Grandpa Jaken was crying just now, Rin added innocently. As an adult, Grandpa Jaken is less mature than I am. Hearing this, the previously silent Jaken instantly flared up, his bumpy head turning red. I, Lord Jaken, am not as pathetic as you say. Ah, Grandpa Jaken is scary, Rin squeaked, hiding behind Rei's leg. Jaken realized he had overreacted and habitually covered his head with his hands, flinching. Losing his temper at Rin would definitely earn him a beating from his lord, but after waiting a moment, the familiar fist did not come. Sesshomaru-sama, you aren't angry. Rei calmly looked at Rin clinging to his leg and the familiar yet unfamiliar retainer before him. After a moment of silence, Rei slowly spoke. Jaken, you'll have to work hard to take care of Rin from now on. And let me correct one thing, the Sesshomaru-sama you know has not left. For the two of you and Aeon, he is no different from me. The trio and their mount fell into silence once more. Then, Young Master Ray, will you be coming back? Jakin asked quietly, changing his form of address. This old servant has followed Sesshomaru-sama for over 100 years. Of course I can tell the difference between you two. Whether it's your second demonic personality or another person entirely. Young Master Ray, you've truly been kind to me. Jakin sniffled, wiping his beak-like nose. When I was stung by poison bees, it was you who brought the antidote. When I was hunted by evil spirits, it was you who slew them. When Rin and I couldn't find food, we discovered you'd already caught prey for us. As he recalled his experiences following Ray during this period, Jakin could no longer hold back his tears. Ray slowly approached his tear-streaked retainer. He waved a hand, using a gentle pulse of demonic power to wipe away the tears. Speaking softly, he asked, "If you had to choose between me and Sesshomaru, who would you pick?" Jakin stammered, lost in thought for a moment before responding firmly. "Sesshomaru-sama." He braced himself for anger, but instead Ray's expression remained calm, even carrying a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Ray didn't comment on Jakin's choice. "When the real Sesshomaru returns, he'll do all these same caring things for you too. That guy might not say it out loud, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care about you. It's rare to find someone even more stubborn than me." Jakin thought carefully and realized this was indeed true. Similar things had happened before, and it had always been Sesshomaru who saved him. It was just that back then, Sesshomaru's killing intent was too strong, his demonic energy too overwhelming for Jakin to notice the intent behind the action. When Ray interacted with them, he deliberately restrained his aura, making them feel safer. 15 minutes later, "It's about time I should be going." At this point, Ray suddenly looked embarrassed. With a wave of his hand, a plush toy appeared in his grasp. A soft, white Shiba Inu with a crescent moon mark on its forehead. "Ren, this is for you." Seeing this toy, Ray felt utterly helpless. Yesterday, the system had sent the mission rewards. "Congratulations, host, for completing the Tensega's second trial mission. Reward: Mado Zanjitsuha upgrades from Crescent to Full Moon. Congratulations on improving relations with Inuyasha. Reward 2, 3 plush toys awarded, suggested as gifts for keepsakes." This white Shiba toy was naturally one of the 3. Ray had nearly spat blood when he saw them. The system had tried to console him with gleeful malice. "Aren't you trying to get back at Sesshomaru? Here's your chance." Just imagine the look on his face when he wakes up holding a plushie. Ignoring the system's endless chatter, Ray felt goosebumps rising from his body. "I'm not even a Shiba Inu, why should I care?" Anyway, since he had no other gifts prepared, he decided to give these out. "Wow, what a cute dog," Rin cheered, taking the toy. "So soft and fluffy, but it doesn't move." "Sesshomaru-sama, is it dead?" It's just a toy. If you don't like it, you can throw it away." Rin fed and hugged the white Shiba tightly, pouting, "I'm not throwing it away." A few seconds later, she was waving the toy's little paws up and down, her smile as bright as the sun. Seizing the moment, Ray stood up and flew toward another forest outside Keed's village. Rin and Jakin watched him go, their eyes filled with reluctance. Jakin sighed. "I really like this version of Sesshomaru-sama." Rin hugged her toy, fighting back tears as she comforted Jakin. "Don't be sad, Grandpa Jakin. Rin thinks young Master Ray and Sesshomaru-sama are actually the same person." "Hey. Why do you say that?" "Woman's intuition. You're just a kid, since when are you a woman?" "HMPH, Grandpa Jakin is shorter than me." "Jakin, degrees, careful or I'll spank you." "Rin. Heart, then I'll tattle to Sesshomaru-sama." Inside Keed's village, Inuyasha had secretly opened the envelope Ray gave him. Suddenly, 2 Shiba Inu plushies popped out. The white one had its arm around the golden one, looking like the best of brothers. On the white Shiba's belly was written, "Sesshomaru." On the golden Shiba's belly, Inuyasha. Seeing this gift, Inuyasha's face twitched violently. "This. I can't take it, I'm tearing it up, Sankon Tesso." "Sit." Thud, Kagome, standing nearby, picked up the 2 brotherly plushies and squealed. They were utterly adorable. Especially since both toys had round, blushing cheeks and were deliberately looking away from each other, the epitome of tsundere. "From now on, these are going in my bag," Kagome declared, glaring at Inuyasha with terrifying intensity. "If you dare damage them, HMPH." Inuyasha broke out in a cold sweat. Anyway, since we've opened it, let's see what the letter says. Kagome unfolded the letter while Inuyasha leaned in, keeping his dog face turned away but his eyes sneaking glances. On the paper were just one large characters, trust. Seeing these words, both their expressions turned serious. They understood Rei's meaning. During this period, they'd had numerous small conflicts over trust. For Inuyasha, seeing these words gave him the strange feeling of an older brother offering guidance. He felt inexplicably moved. Kagome. Inuyasha, wait, there's more small text below. They leaned in closer to read the fine print. For the next few months, be careful around Sesshomaru. He might beat you half to death out of sheer embarrassment. Can't be helped, he nearly consumed me, so I had to mess with him a little. Inuyasha, wishing you happiness. Take care. After reading these 3 lines, Inuyasha's moved feelings vanished entirely. So all this concern was just to piss off Sesshomaru. Wraith. 1 kilometer outside Keed's village, Rei regrouped with the Straw Hat Pirates. The air around them began to shimmer. 20 seconds until we return. Suddenly, Rei heard Inuyasha's furious roar in the distance and nearly burst out laughing. Then he sensed Inuyasha sprinting toward their location at breakneck speed. With just 2 seconds left, Inuyasha finally appeared in Rei's field of vision, breathless and frantic. Watching as Rei and the others began to fade into light, Inuyasha's angry expression suddenly disappeared. He slowed to a stop, his eyes soft. He slowly mouthed 2 words. Unfortunately, Rei couldn't hear them. For Rei, Luffy, and the others, all that remained was blinding white light. Sometime later, the blinding light faded. In Inuyasha's vision, the white figure gradually solidified again. He stood frozen, his eyes blank, as if processing a lifetime of unbelievable memories in a single heartbeat. "Hey, Rei. You didn't leave?" Inuyasha asked, hopeful confusion coloring his voice. But this Rei slowly turned around, his golden eyes narrowed, burning with a fury that could incinerate forests. "I'll kill you." Before Inuyasha could react, Kagome gasped, realization striking her like a physical blow. Inuyasha, dodge, that's Sesshomaru's, not Rei. Hearing this, the half-demon finally reacted, drawing Tessega and glaring fiercely at the figure before him. "Bring it on, who's scared of you?" Already enraged beyond reason, Sesshomaru unsheathed Takajin and swung it at Inuyasha with practiced, lethal ease. Once again the brothers clashed, steel ringing against steel. 10 minutes later, only a battered, red-clad dog demon remained on the ground while groaning. Rei said Sesshomaru changed. "What a liar, Tilda," Inuyasha grumbled, spitting out dirt. And Kagome. "I told you to shoot him with an arrow, why didn't you help me? What about trust?" Kagome helped Inuyasha up, dusting him off. "That's just an older brother disciplining his younger brother. I couldn't interfere with family matters." "HIH. He almost killed me." Smack, Kagome slapped the dog demon's forehead, annoyed. "Are you dead?" Number Sesshomaru clearly held back. Hearing this, Inuyasha fell silent. Leaning heavily on Kagome, he limped back toward the village, muttering curses under his breath. Meanwhile, Sesshomaru flew through the air, his expression grave and disturbed. "How could I have done so many absurd things? Eating and drinking with Inuyasha, how disgraceful. And where did those 3 plush toys come from? Who is Rei? Why do I keep hearing that name echoing in my mind?" His memories of the last 3 months were hazy, like a dream slipping away upon waking. Tenseiga, Inuyasha, Rin. Meanwhile, in the One Piece world. After the white light faded, Rei and the Straw Hats found themselves standing on a massive white cloud. Ganfall stood nearby, his jaw hanging open in shock. The former god slowly spoke, his voice trembling. "You disappeared for 3 seconds and returned so quickly. Your clothes haven't changed, but everyone seems different." Hearing this, Luffy and the others were stunned. Usopp and Chopper jumped in surprise. "We spent 3 months there, but only 3 seconds passed here." Luffy was already rolling around on the cloud, laughing maniacally. Nami, Robin, Sanji, and Zoro also noticed something odd. Before returning, they'd been wearing clothes made of animal hides from Keed's village. Now they were back in their original outfits. Suddenly, Zoro drew Yubashiri and was shocked to find it intact, no cracks, no damage. Usopp, seeing Zoro's reaction, immediately start panicking. He frantically checked his bag. Why are so many of my demon star seeds missing? But there was no bag of holding, it was gone. All the weapons made from yakai bones had vanished. The only seeds left seemed to be second-generation ones they'd cultivated themselves. The original specimens were completely gone. That included the giant slingshot made from the flood dragon's tendon. Ray, what's going on? Ray sighed. He had only learned about this a few hours before the farewell banquet. At the time, he'd been carrying Juuki's bones to Tadasai to have swords forged for Zoro. Midway, the system had suddenly spoken up. Host, items from this world cannot be taken back. The only exceptions are second-generation items you've personally cultivated, things imbued with your own effort. Thus, Usopp only had some second- and third-generation Demon Star seeds left. Whether these seeds could even grow in the soil of the Grand Line was unknown. Ray was exasperated. Usopp had acquired so many cheat items only to lose most of them now, but perhaps it was for the best. Improving one's own strength was the real solution. I don't know, Ray lied smoothly. Don't dwell on the losses, at least all of you have grown much stronger, right? Hearing this, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the others smiled confidently. Yes, compared to before, they were monsters now. Seeing their confident expressions, Ray felt satisfied. If this group fought Enel now, they might achieve a complete win with ease, as long as they didn't perish together with Reigo. Speaking of Enel, Ray finally remembered their unfinished business on Sky Island. Luffy, let's head up. The Straw Hats snapped back to reality. After 3 months in another world most spent fighting for their lives, they'd nearly forgotten why they came here in the first place. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and grinned. Everyone, climb the sky vine, find the golden bell and dig up treasure. Yes. Nami was more excited than anyone. Gold, gold. With gold I'll buy tons of clothes and crates of skincare. Indeed, Nami and Robin had tanned even darker in Inuyasha's world. Nami could manage, but Robin had reached a new level of sun-kissed beauty. Though the Monster Mountain range was shrouded in yin energy, the UV rays were apparently terrifying. Both women desperately needed skincare now. Of course, Robin's immediate priority was studying Sky Island's poneglyph. So the group mounted the transformed Chaochu and flew toward the shrine atop the sky vine. Minutes later, the Straw Hats stared speechlessly at the devastated shrine. Corpses of priests littered the ground. The only survivor was Wiper, who'd climbed up earlier. He looked utterly lost. Just moments ago, he'd witnessed Ray's battle with Enel. The sheer destructive power made him realize his own recklessness. Without Ray, charging at Enel would have been suicide. Now, the title of Sky Island's strongest had changed hands. If Wiper wanted to reclaim the Shandia's ancestral land, Upper Yard, he'd have to defeat Ray and the Straw Hats. But how? How could he possibly defeat someone who'd nullified Reigo's cataclysmic power? Did this mean the Shandia's dream was dead? But remembering his duty and the legacy of warrior Kalgara, Wiper mustered his courage and marched up to Ray. I challenge you if I win, Apis. Before he could finish, Ray walked right past him toward the shrine's rear, not even glancing down. Bastard, don't look down on me. Wiper charged at Ray, aiming a kick at his head while readying an impact dial. But Ray ignored him because, clang, Nami blocked Wiper's kick with her climb attack. She barely budged, completely neutralizing the attack of the Shandia's strongest warrior easily. Just as Wiper prepared to use a reject dial, he felt cold steel against his temple. Usopp stood there, aiming his slingshot directly at Wiper's head. His eyes were cold. Don't move. Any one of us could defeat you. Hearing this, Wiper flushed with humiliation but didn't resist. He'd sensed Nami and Usopp's reflexes, and these two seemed like the weakest among the Blue Sea group. Robin approached Wiper calmly. We're just visiting Sky Island. For territorial matters, discuss them with Gan Fall. Chopper trotted over with a medical kit. You're badly injured, let me treat you. Wiper tried to refuse, struggling to stand. Chopper frowned, activated Heavy Point, and pinned him down with one hand. Don't make me slap you, accept treatment. Just as Wiper, now utterly humiliated, reached for his impact dial in a last-ditch effort, Luffy's shout echoed from afar. Whoa, that's the golden bell, right? Ringing it will let Cricket and the others know their ancestors weren't lying. Wait, what was his ancestor's name again? Robin answered, her voice carrying clearly. Mont Blanc Norland. Hearing this name, Wiper froze, his impact dial fell from his hand. What did you say? What did you just call that man's ancestor? Robin glanced at Wiper, her eyes calm and analytical. Piecing together the fragments of history she had gathered, she replied softly, Mont Blanc Norland. She paused, watching his reaction. Do you know him well, Wiper-kun? On their way to the shrine, Ganfall had briefed them about Wiper's identity as a descendant of the legendary warrior Kalgara. Wiper stood frozen, his pupils trembling, first in shock, then in an overwhelming surge of joy and excitement. So, Norland's descendants in the Blue Sea have been searching for us all this time. Tears welled in his eyes, streaming down his war-painted face. Warrior Kalgara, your friendship wasn't forgotten. Our Shandia people, we didn't fight for nothing. Ray, watching from the side, knew the full story. Why were the Shandia so stubborn about Upper Yard? Instead of coexisting peacefully, why did they insist on fighting to the death for centuries? Beyond it being their ancestral land, the key reason was the friendship between their ancestor, warrior Kalgara, and Cricket's ancestor, Mont Blanc Norland. It was a promise forged in blood and gold. Kalgara fought to reclaim the land so his friend could find him again, battling Sky Island's priests until his death. Norland, unwilling to betray their friendship, insisted the Golden Land existed, dying with the stigma of being the king of liars. But their bond didn't just shackle Norland's descendant, Cricket. For 400 years it drove the Shandia to war, rejecting all peace offers, denying themselves stable lives in the name of an ancient vow. Kalgara and Norland's friendship wasn't wrong. The Shandia's persistence wasn't wrong. Ganfall's coexistence strategy was also correct. So why did war and death continue? Because of war itself. War plants seeds of hatred, generation after generation, unforgotten, unrelinquished. But if peace were truly possible, it would require eliminating the root cause of the conflict. Now Wiper didn't respond, he simply looked up at the massive bell. Ganfall watched calmly with a silent prayer on his lips. All eyes turned to the straw-hatted figure winding up his arm. Cricket, monkeys, apes, we've found the Golden Land, Luffy roared, his voice echoing across the heavens. Now I'll prove its existence. Gear third. Gum Golden Bell Hammer. Luffy's enlarged fist struck the golden bell with the force of a meteor. Clang, the sound was indescribable. It wasn't just a noise, it was a vibration that shook the soul. This was the sound of Shandara's light, the same melody heard 400 years ago. And now it was the song of ceasefire. The bell's echoes reached everyone's ears. The great snake lord of the sky wept, remembering the melody it had heard in its youth, accompanying Kalgara and Norland. The Shandia people stopped in their tracks, weapons lowering. After 400 years of war, just as they'd nearly given up hope, the bell's song finally reached them. Ganfall smiled, closing his eyes. When the sky's song rings out, peace will come to Sky Island. Far below in the Blue Sea, Cricket, the Masira brothers and their crews stopped their work. They heard it, a faint, beautiful chiming from the clouds. Cricket fell to his knees, unable to contain his emotions. Straw Hat Kid, thank you. Sky Island and Golden City exist. Norland, you never lied. One bell's chime saving lives, honor and souls, sometime later. The war ended as abruptly as the bell rang. The Shandia and Sky Island priests made peace. Cricket stopped his reckless diving for gold, finally focusing on his health, though he stubbornly refused to quit smoking. As for the saviors, the Straw Hats, Robin deduced the route back down. Accompanied by Ganfall and the Shandia elders, they headed toward the ruins of Shandara, the true golden city beneath the clouds. Everyone wanted to see it. The elders also planned a massive feast to thank the crew. How strange, Chopper complained, his tiny hooves tapping on the stone. We just had a banquet in Keed's village all night and now we're eating again within an hour. My stomach is confused. Nami, Usopp, and Zoro claimed they weren't hungry. But Sanji, he eagerly anticipated meeting Shandia beauties to showcase his cooking skills. And Luffy. He was thrilled he could eat for 3 days straight without pausing to breathe. Half an hour later, the feast began. Even Konai's and her father joined the celebration. Miss Konai's. Long time no see. Sanji zoomed over to flirt, noodle dancing around her. Strangely, Zoro didn't mock him. It was unusual enough for the others to notice. Lately, whenever Sanji did this, that Miroku guy would join in, Usopp muttered, swirling his drink. We really have left them, Nami sighed. After living with Inuyasha and the others, their absence felt heavy. It was uncomfortable, like a limb had gone to sleep. Ray observed everyone's state but didn't respond. He too was reminiscing. Just as the mood threatened to turn melancholy, a loud shout pulled everyone back to reality. Sanji, I want grilled sky shark. Luffy was jumping around, grinning wildly, carefree and heartless. Seeing their captain like this, the crew gradually immersed themselves in the festive atmosphere. At the banquet, Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp went wild. Nami was sneaking around the periphery, her intentions clearly involving treasure. Zoro, unchanging as ever, either drank alone or challenged Shandia warriors to contests. As for Ray, he stood up and walked toward the distant pyramid. Below the massive structure sat Robin, who lost in thought. Didn't find the poneglyph you wanted to see. Ray spoke first, guessing that Robin's despondence was because the stone slab beneath the golden bell wasn't a historical poneglyph. No, Robin sighed, though she turned to him with a smile. That stone slab only recorded information about one of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon, not the history I seek. Seeing her smile, Ray felt a pang of worry. It seemed too forced. Although his experiences in the Inuyasha world had made him more empathetic, comforting people was still not his strong suit. Ray took a breath and spoke slowly. There's no need to live in the past. Focus on the present. You still have us. Many of us. Hearing this, Robin's smile faded and she fell silent. This reaction made Ray uneasy. Damn it, I'm really not good at this. Why did he have to bring up her trauma? He expected her to become even more despondent. But her reaction surprised him. After a moment of silence, Robin showed a genuinely sincere, radiant smile. Thank you, Ray. Actually, during those 2 months of training in the Monster Mountain Range, I'd already figured things out. She looked up at the golden bell. While the poneglyphs are important to me, you, Luffy, and the others are equally important. I won't think about dying just because I can't find a poneglyph anymore. Living with all of you is the meaning of my life now. Searching for poneglyphs is just something I do along the way. Hearing Robin's words, Ray felt an immense weight lift from his chest. This girl who had been running for 20 years, haunted by nightmares, had finally started living for herself. Wait, what did she just say? She put me first among the people important to her. Is this a confession? Thinking this, Ray took a breath, then walked away without blushing or panting, maintaining his cool facade. Let's return to the banquet and have some drinks. Robin put her hands on her hips, pouted slightly, and shook her head. Ray, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to? Hi. I understand you're fine now and don't need comforting. Letter 2C9 HMPH tilde tilde lolican, HMPH. Ray stopped dead. What did you say? I'll repeat it. Letter 2C9 HMPH tilde tilde LOLICON, HMPH HMPH. His tilde Robin, are you looking for a beating? I'm someone who hold gender equality high, you know. HMPH tilde. On the way back to the banquet, Robin was actually quite happy. Because this time, after she had teased Ray, he hadn't released any of his killing intent. If it were before, that overwhelming pressure would have already crushed down on her. Such a big change. Robin couldn't help but overthinking it. Does this mean he has me in his heart? Ray, of course, had no idea what was going through Robin's mind. If he knew, he would definitely reply with, "Stop overthinking it." The reason he didn't release killing intent was simply because Ray had acknowledged his comrades and didn't want to direct such an aura toward them. As for whether there were other reasons, well, no one knew. The next day, everyone slept in late. The Shandia people and Konais who had attended the banquet had already returned home. Ganfall and the Shandia elder had gone to the temple to discuss policies for future coexistence. By the time the Straw Hat Pirates finally woke up, it was already lunchtime. Everyone was full of energy, refreshed after the celebration, except for one person, Nami. The cunning little thief cat had been scowling since the banquet ended last night, giving everyone a sour look that could curdle milk. She wailed, clutching her head. What kind of city of gold is this? Where did all the gold go? Nami had searched all night in the Shandia ancestral land, overturning every rock and ruin, but she hadn't found a single decent piece of treasure. She looked at the 2 pathetic lumps of gold in her hand, tears streaming down her face like a small river. Sanji and the others took turns comforting her, but each ended up receiving a loving blow to the head for their trouble. Who cares about eating? She snapped at Sanji. If we don't find gold, no one will eat from now on. We're broke. Regarding the gold, Ray was also somewhat helpless. Most of the gold had actually been placed on the massive ship built by Enel, the Ark Maxim. It had been used as decorations and conduction material on the Ark. As for where that gold had gone, Ray knew very well. The Ark had been shattered by his full-power strike, the Azure Dragon Break. Aside from the gold, everything else had turned to dust. Although the gold hadn't been completely destroyed, it had fallen from the sky due to the Ark's destruction, plunging into the blue sea below. So now, there were only two places left to obtain gold. One place was, naturally, the Golden Bell. The second was inside the belly of the Lord of the Sky, the giant snake still sleeping off the feast in the distance. The Golden Bell was too large to take whole, and Ray didn't have any magical storage rings like a Cultivation novel protagonist. Moreover, the bell was completely intact this time. It was a sacred relic. Either fish some out from the giant snake's belly, or chop off a piece from the Golden Bell to take away. That was Ray's plan. Take nothing? Impossible. Since setting sail, they had only earned a total of 100 million belly. Of that, 90 million came from exchanging Bellamy and Sarquis's heads before coming to Sky Island. Since they were here, leaving without taking several 100 million belly worth of gold was something not even Nami could accept, and frankly, Ray couldn't stand it either. So he told Nami, "My observation Haki has sensed a significant amount of gold inside that snake's belly." Upon hearing this, Nami immediately perked up. Her eyes filled with terrifying killing intent as she stared at the Lord of the Sky. Sanji instantly understood. "Nami Swan, no need for you to lift a finger. I'll go slaughter that snake right now, give it a C-section and make it deliver the gold personally." Unfortunately, Luffy and Chopper firmly opposed this. "No way, that snake was partying with us last night, we can't kill it," Luffy shouted, arms crossed. Since the captain had spoken, only one solution remained. Ray spoke slowly. "We'll just go into its stomach and take it out. Chaochu Chopper go negotiate with that snake." Chopper would attempt verbal persuasion first. If the snake proved unreasonable, Chaochu would follow up with physical persuasion. Subdue it, enter, retrieve, leave. Simple. As for the Golden Bell on the other side, Ray declared they couldn't let that slip away either. "Zoro, let's go chop off some gold." "All right." At that moment, Robin also spoke up. "I'll go with you. Before sleeping last night, I recalled some information I'd missed on the Poneglyph." Thus, the team split. Luffy, Sanji, Nami, Chopper, and Chaochu headed into the snake's stomach to retrieve gold. Ray, Zoro, and Robin went to the Golden Bell to take it by force. Beneath the Golden Bell, Ganfall, the Shandia Elder, and Wiper were gathered around the massive bell, deep in discussion. "These pirates helped us achieve peaceful coexistence, effectively saving countless lives in the future," the Elder murmured. "They definitely came here initially for gold," Wiper noted, his face serious. "Unfortunately, all the gold from our ancestral land was lost because of Enel. The only remaining gold is this Golden Bell. We absolutely can't give this away," Ganfall said firmly. "It is the soul of Shandara." Everyone fell into a dilemma. They wanted to repay the kindness but couldn't part with the Golden Bell, which held immense importance for both cultures. Then Konais, who had been listening nearby, made a suggestion. "How about we break off a piece of the Golden Bell's support pillar and give it to them?" "Agreed." Wiper immediately extended his right hand, preparing to use an impact dial to shatter the base of one of the pillars. Just then, Ray, Zoro, and Robin arrived on the scene. They froze. Ray," Zoro muttered, his hand hovering over his sword hilt. "I'm having trouble going through with this." Zoro had been ready to carve off a piece, but hearing they were planning to offer it voluntarily, he was instantly overwhelmed with shame. Ray also felt somewhat awkward. "We came to steal, and not only do you not resist, you're even offering it willingly. Doesn't that make us look utterly uncivilized?" Seeing their embarrassed expressions, Robin couldn't help but cover her mouth to suppress her laugh. Ganfall, noticing Ray, immediately expressed their goodwill. "Please, allow us to offer this as thanks." The main problem now was that Wiper's impact dial might not be precise enough. It could damage the structural integrity of the bell itself. At that moment, Ray looked at Zoro, confident you can cut it cleanly. Zoro revealed a confident smirk. "Easy." This statement stunned the surrounding Sky Islanders and Shandia people. Although they had no concept of gold's monetary value, they were well aware of how sturdy the material was. They'd never seen anyone capable of cutting through solid gold like butter. Zoro stepped forward slowly, drawing Yubashiri with one hand. "Ray, how much do we need?" Ray replied, "1 ton is enough." About how big is 1 ton?" Zoro asked, scratching his head. Hearing this, Ray's mind went blank for a moment. Why did I suddenly feel like I've been called on by a math teacher to solve a calculation problem? He racked his brain. Gold's density is approximately 19.32 grams per cubic centimeter. Combining density, mass, and volume formulas, after some quick mental calculations, he reached a conclusion. A cube with length, width, and height of roughly 37 centimeters. Chop away. All right. Without another word, Zoro moved. With 3 simple, fluid strikes, he carved out a perfect 37 cm cube from the thick base of the golden pillar. It was effortless, as if he were slicing tofu. Gan Fall, Wiper, and the others inhaled sharply. This swordsman from the blue sea was indeed scary. Ray and Robin showed no reaction. If he could slice through steel, what was gold to him? After 3 months of training in the demon realm, cutting metal had become pure muscle memory for Zoro. Staring at the small, gleaming cube before him, Zoro looked puzzled. "This thing weighs a ton." "Try it and see," Ray challenged. So Zoro gave it a casual lift. It didn't budge. He frowned, planted his feet, and exerted some real effort, finally hoisting the small block of gold onto his shoulder with a grunt. It actually made me use a fraction of my strength. Not bad." Robin glanced at Zoro, whose forehead was beaded with sweat despite his bravado, and smiled without a word. "You don't believe me, woman?" Zoro grumbled. Ray ignored him and turned to Robin. "Did you find something?" "Yes," Robin said, her eyes shining. "On another stone tablet there was something that greatly interested me." "What did it say?" "I have come here and will guide this text to its final destination." Robin's voice trembled slightly. "Left by Gul D. Roger the Pirate King." Watching Robin's expression shift from shock to pure joy, Ray knew she was safe. Robin now had a clearer purpose to live for. Last night she had thought the poneglyphs didn't record true history, causing her long-term goal to vanish. Ray had urged her to live for herself and her companions, but a motivated person needs both short-term and long-term goals. Now, with Roger's message confirming the existence of the road poneglyph at the end of the Grand Line, Robin would strive to live on in pursuit of it. She had found companions who cherished her, and now she had found her path again. Coupled with the Straw Hat Pirate's growth in strength over these 3 months, Robin's inner security, life's meaning, and external security, companion's strength had both improved drastically. Did CP9 still think they could make Robin sacrifice her life to protect her friends? Dream on. If we ever crossed paths now, it would be an all-out fight. This was the main reason Ray had comforted Robin twice. To prevent her from losing her head and throwing her life away again in Water 7. If they had to rescue someone, they couldn't afford to hold back. Alabasta had nearly driven Ray mad with frustration. A direct fight would be so much simpler and cleaner. That afternoon, Ray, Zoro, and Robin reunited with Luffy and the others. Nami stared at the mountain of gold before her, nearly 2 tons of glittering, beautiful metal, and descended into a frenzy. We're rich, I'm going to be a wealthy lady, hahaha tilde," she sang, dancing around the loot. "Robin, want to join me in keeping a pretty boy on the side?" With those words, the whole crew knew exactly what Nami was up to next. Sure enough, Nami waved a hand, produced a gold ring she'd snagged from the pile, and tossed it casually toward Ray. "Pretty boy tilde, this is for you. If you perform well in the future, ouch." Before Nami could finish her proposition, she suddenly tripped over nothing, face-planting directly into the massive gold cube Zoro had carried down. Thud, a large, fresh lump slowly swelled on her forehead. Scrambling to her feet, Nami was furious. As for who the culprit was, her roar made it perfectly clear. Chou, how dare you bump into me? Do you still want dog food in the future? I'll electrocute you, you little rascal. Thus, the little dog ran for his life while the little thief cat chased after him, her climax sparking with menace. Ray, Luffy, and the others simply watched silently, completely ignoring Chaochu's pitiful howls for mercy. After a while, Chaochu lay at Ray's feet, thoroughly electrocuted, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. He rolled his eyes back, giving Ray a pitiful look that clearly asked, "Will I still get dog food in the future?" Ray patted Chaochu's smoking head. "It's fine, Nami won't withhold your dog food." As for what Chaochu's dog food was, it was naturally a premium product made by Sanji, mixing various high-quality meats and grains, then air-dried. At least this way, Luffy wouldn't steal Chaochu's food unless there was a literal famine. At this moment, Nami was still staring angrily at Ray with her hands on her hips. "Don't think I don't know you were the one who directed Chaochu just now." Ray snorted coldly. "It's already good enough that I didn't hit you personally." Nami stuck out her tongue. She wasn't afraid anyway, since Ray had never actually hit her, but when she heard Ray's next words, her confidence evaporated. "After we return to the Going Merry, I'll give you several extra private lessons." Nami's face paled. She immediately put on a pitiful expression, cupping her chin with both hands with tears welling in her big eyes. "Don't do that, you can't just give me special treatment. Be fair." But Ray paid no attention to her, slowly walking toward the direction of the Going Merry. Watching his retreating back made Nami's legs go weak, feeling hopeless about her immediate future. Suddenly, Ray stopped and looked back at Luffy, Usopp, and the others. "Before we leave, you'd better buy some Sky Island specialties, they should be useful for you." Hearing this, the crew immediately scattered. Luffy immediately shouted that he wanted to buy sky meat. Usopp headed straight for the dials market, drooling over slash dials, impact dials, and breath dials. Chopper planned to buy some local medical texts. Nami dragged Robin off to buy skincare products, loudly claiming that since Sky Islanders all had fair skin despite the sun, their products must be top tier. Chaochu had Sanji take him to buy some giant skyfish bones. The remaining two who had few material desires, Zoro and Ray, returned to the Going Merry together. After the two returned to the ship, finding it empty and quiet, Ray spoke softly into the air. "Come out. Don't be afraid." Zoro immediately entered combat mode. His hand flew to his sword hilt as he expanded his observation haki, but he detected nothing. No one is here besides them. He frowned, running to check the cabins, the galley, even the crow's nest. Still nothing. He returned to the deck, confirming his senses weren't wrong. Finally, Zoro pressed the confirm button in his heart. Ray's mind really has problems. He's having hallucinations now. He even conducted logical reasoning in his mind. After Ray went to the demon realm and shared memories with Sesshomaru, his brain must have been affected. Having hallucinations is perfectly reasonable. Chopper said hallucinations are symptoms of mental illness. If left untreated, it will become a dementia. Sigh, how pitiful, he's so young and already mentally ill. Subsequently, Zoro looked at Ray with deep sympathy in his eyes. Ray was still wondering why Mary hadn't come out yet. In theory, after absorbing his demonic power for so long, the Clabberman should be able to take human form during the day, so he spoke again. "Come out. I have something to discuss with you." But when Ray noticed Zoro's expression and his confusion deepened. "Zoro, what's with the look in your eyes, did you see him?" Zoro sighed heavily and walked over to Ray, patting him on the shoulder. "Even if your mind becomes unclear in the future and you can't recognize the way back to the ship, it's fine, I'll help you." Ray furrowed his brows. What did he said, "You'll guide me, the man who gets lost on a straight road"? Why is he saying such an absurd words like that with such confidence? Then Zoro spoke again, his voice even turned gentle now. "Ray, I've confirmed there's no one else on the ship. You're talking to yourself, you must be hallucinating. I'll have Chopper examine your brain later. Mental illness must be treated, otherwise you'll really become as stupid as Luffy." Hearing this, Ray immediately understood. In that instant, he felt killing intent toward two individuals. One was Zoro, who called him mentally ill. The other was naturally Mary, who caused him to be slandered by Zoro. Ray released his demonic energy, emitting threads of terrifying killing intent. "Mary, if you don't come out now, I'll kill Zoro." The threat was effective. Just as Zoro swallowed and prepared to draw his sword to face what he thought was an out-of-control mental patient, a shimmer appeared in the air behind Ray. A boy materialized. He looked about 12 years old. He held a medical book under one arm, wore a small black suit that looked suspiciously like Sanji's, had a straw hat with some green hair peeking out from underneath, and wore a white fluffy scarf around his neck. On his back was a green slingshot. At first glance, what kind of outfit is this? He seemed to incorporate elements from every man on the ship, a cute young fellow though he looked rather incongruous. Ray seemed to understand why he hadn't come out despite being called for so long. Mary scratched his head, looking sheepish. I was just dressing myself up. I can't come out to meet you naked, can I? Ray was speechless. Zoro stood by with his mouth agape, his sword half-drawn. Ray, you called him Mary. Yes, he's the ship spirit of the Going Merry, a clabberman. The main reason I made him manifest was to discuss something with him. Ray turned to look at the swordsman. Zoro, you need to hear this too. Seeing Ray's serious expression, Zoro knew this was no small matter. Moreover, Ray hadn't involved anyone else. Was he trying to avoid certain hot-blooded idiots who might react emotionally? Thinking this, Zoro switched to serious mode, leaning against the ship's railing to listen to their story. Sometime later, Zoro sighed with a heavy weight in his chest. He turned to ask the young boy beside him, Mary, what do you think? Though somewhat reluctant, Mary nodded in agreement with Ray's words. His small face was solemn. He knew his own limits. Absorbing Ray demonic power could strengthen his spirit, but it couldn't change the wood of the keel. It couldn't fix the unfixable. Seeing Mary's reaction, Zoro immediately agreed to the proposal. It was harsh but necessary. Ray, when should we tell Luffy? Ray responded calmly, looking out at the white sea. In a while. Not yet. That evening, the Straw Hat Pirates returned to the Going Merry one after another. Their spirits was high after the successful haul. However, Mary was nowhere to be found. The ship's spirit had vanished before they even stepped on deck. He wasn't ready to meet everyone yet. If it took him half a day just to dress up to meet Zoro and Ray, facing the whole chaotic crew might require 2 or 3 days of mental and physical preparation. As for the demonic power Mary needed, Ray would occasionally release a subtle pulse into the ship's hull, feeding the spirit without alerting the others. The next day, escorted by Konai's and her father Pagya, the Straw Hat Pirates successfully reached the exit of Sky Island aboard the Going Merry. The edge of the sky, Usopp exclaimed, looking out at the precipice where the clouds dropped away into nothingness. Ah, this name is really straightforward. The others felt deeply moved. They had experienced too much during this short period. Finally, we're returning to the Grand Line. A new adventure was about to begin, but unlike before coming to Sky Island, everyone felt a new steel-core confidence. Their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even if they encountered a Shichibukai-like crocodile again, they were certain they could handle it without relying entirely on Ray. I wonder what kind of enemies we'll meet next, Sanji mused casually, lighting a cigarette. Chopper blinked. Why does it have to be enemies? Hearing Chopper's innocent question, everyone paused, realizing the shift in their mindset. Since setting sail, they had been fighting constantly. They had subconsciously assumed that every new island meant a new boss battle. Nami shook her head, sighing, I wonder which fool has such bad luck to attract trouble everywhere he goes. The others all agreed it was obvious. Every gaze focused on the straw-hatted boy sitting on the Going Merry's sheep figurehead, laughing at the clouds. Zoro crossed his arms while smirking. Just accept it. With a captain like this, we'll definitely have endless fights ahead. Everyone nodded in resigned agreement. At the same time, they had new appreciation for Ray's brutal performance art training in the demon realm. On this vast ocean, strength was the only currency that mattered. Just then, Konai's waved from her waver. We're about to descend. Get ready, everyone. I hope we meet again, Hesso. The Straw Hat Pirates waved back frantically, shouting their thanks. Luffy stood at the bow, unable to contain his excitement. He threw his arms wide. Everyone, get ready to go down to the sea. Yes. Hearing this, Ray's mouth corner twitched slightly. Go down to the sea, what kind of phrasing is that? But his mind was elsewhere, calculating the situation awaiting them below. Since he joined the crew, too many variables had changed from the original storyline. Major events in the world would undoubtedly undergo earth-shaking shifts. However, at this moment, a more immediate crisis was waiting for them. Why are we falling straight down? Is this what descending means? From 7,000 meters high. Amid everyone's screams, the Going Merry tipped over the edge, plummeting straight down toward the blue expanse of the Grand Line below. Seeing this from above, Konai's raised her whistle to call the Sky Island's specialty octopus balloon delivery when something changed beneath the ship. Boom! Chaochu suddenly transformed. His body expanded explosively into a massive white dog demon. He easily caught the much smaller Going Merry on his broad back, supporting the hull with gentle strength. Then, extending his demonic power, he flew steadily downward. Konais and Pagia gasped in astonishment. They're really amazing. I really want to know what kind of adventures they'll create next. Thanks to Chaochu's help, the Going Merry didn't deviate from the log pose's course or shatter on impact. In just 2 hours, they safely splashed down onto the waves of the Grand Line. Luffy cheered for Chaochu's awesomeness while Nami and Robin patted his head as a reward. Sanji casually tossed him 2 massive bones from Sky Island animals, crisper and more fragrant than anything in the blue sea. Then, under Nami's direction, the ship turned toward the next island guided by the log pose. While the crew entered rest mode, Ray sat near the stern, organizing his thoughts. He needed to assess the current state of the crew and himself. First, his own status. Current fusion rate. 65%, increased by 5% in the Inuyasha world. Attack skills: Poison Flower Claw, Light Whip, Azure Dragon Break, Meido Zanjutsuha, Full Moon, Demonic Power Manipulation, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Demon Transformation. Support skills: High-Speed Movement, Observation Haki, Enhanced Senses, Tenseiga, Healing/Resurrection, Rapid Regeneration. Demonic Power Control, retains rationality after transformation. Weapons: Takijin Tenseiga. Currently, using only his haki and physical stats, he could confront vice admirals like Takikake and Momousagi head-on. If he added his demonic power, he could engage admirals. However, who was the stronger one remained unknown. The top tier of this world, Yonko, admirals, legends like Roger and Rox, varied in power. When the gap between the weak and the strong was this vast, distinguishing the nuances at the top required first-hand experience. But Ray could guarantee one thing: he definitely possessed the ability to fight against an admiral. Moreover, with the significantly enhanced Straw Hat Pirates joining forces, they could confront an admiral together without being instantly wiped out. After 3 months in the Demon Realm, the crew's strength had improved, but the most crucial enhancement was their momentum. Having witnessed terrifying great demons like the Panther King, even the cowardly trio, Usopp, Nami, and Chopper, now possessed the courage to stand their ground against overwhelming pressure. When the group inevitably encountered Aokiji, they wouldn't suffer a drop in combat power due to fear. Future improvements should focus on enhancing their haki. With continued training, Luffy would likely master Gear 4th smoothly. By then, the Straw Hat Pirates could truly be called the 5th Emperor of the Sea. A real 5th Emperor on par with the Yonko, not the overhyped rookie crew from the original story that Kaido one-shot into unconsciousness like a clown. Thinking of clowns, a strange figure flashed through Ray's mind. Buggy. He also said he wanted to become a Yonko. How is he doing now? Meanwhile, on Jaya Island Mocktown, the atmosphere was heavy, suffocating. Even the native birds had gone silent. Both the island's residents and the violent pirates kept their distance, leaving the central square empty save for 2 men with imposing auras. One man wore a pink feather coat resembling a flamingo, cropped pants, and pointed leather shoes. He had short golden hair and sported red sunglasses that hid his eyes. Don Quixote da Flamingo. The other man wore a white captain's coat draped over his shoulders like a cape, with his name emblazoned in massive red letters on the back. His face was painted with thick makeup centered around a big red nose. Buggy the Clown. Whispers rippled through the hiding spectators. Oh my god, Buggy the Clown, bounty 300 million belly, rumor has it he's the world government's designated next Shichibukai. And his method of becoming a Shichibukai is to defeat any current member to prove his worth. The one staring him down is Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the current 7 warlords with a frozen bounty of 340 million. Are they going to fight? Can we really witness such a clash of titans? Buggy the Clown. Judging by that stance, you intend to use me as a stepping stone, huh? Fufufu. Don Quixote da Flamingo sat cross-legged atop a pile of rubble, looking down at the red-nosed pirate with an air of supreme, terrifying confidence. His feathered coat rustled in the stagnant air of Mock Town. Jayahaha, what a coincidence! Buggy stood with his hands on his hips, his white captain's coat billowing behind him. I just came to this island to restock supplies, and who do I run into but the heavenly demon himself? Buggy matched Doflamingo's arrogance beat for beat. After all, they were figures from the same golden era. Buggy had sailed with the Pirate King while Doflamingo was still a child playing Mafia in the North Blue. How about we exchange a few moves, Joker? Oh, no trash talk and straight to violence, Doflamingo's grin widened. I might have underestimated you, Buggy. Seeing Buggy's reaction, Doflamingo put away his contempt. This wasn't the behavior of a weakling testing the waters, this was a man confident in his survival. HMPH. Let's give it a try then. As he spoke, Doflamingo's fingers twitched slightly. Parasite. Invisible threads shot out, latching onto Buggy's limbs. Instantly, the clown felt his body stiffen. Under Doflamingo's manipulation, his right hand jerked upward, fingers hooking into a claw to throttle his own neck. The onlookers watching from the shadows gasped. He's already controlled? The fight is over before it even began. Buggy the Clown. A 300 million berry bounty pirate, but it seems like it's all talk. Hearing the crowd's disappointment, Buggy revealed a confident, jagged smile. Joker, if this is all you've got, you're looking down on me. Pub. The moment Buggy finished speaking, Doflamingo felt the tension in his threads snap. Phew phew foo foo tilde, it seems Sengoku wasn't exaggerating too much. You're not completely useless. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Buggy the Clown had suddenly split into segments. His head, torso, and limbs separated, causing Doflamingo's control threads to slip off harmlessly. A split second later, he reassembled half a meter behind his original position. It seems we can't determine a winner just using our abilities, Buggy noted, cracking his knuckles. Jayahaha, strictly speaking, my ability counters yours. Doflamingo didn't deny it. His Ito no Mi was terrifying against solid opponents, but against a man who could split his atomic structure at will, the strings found nothing to cut. But Buggy. Do you think I've managed to establish myself in the new world relying solely on a devil fruit? Buggy shook his head, he knew better. Let's try again. If you're not strong enough, I'll use your head to claim a Shichibukai position. Phew phew fofo. You might die trying, former crewmate of the Pirate King. Almost simultaneously, their fists turned obsidian black, coated in heavy armament haki. Boom, the clash was cataclysmic. The shockwave blasted the surrounding buildings into dust, forcing the onlookers to scramble for their lives. No one knew the exact details of the fight that followed. Only the ruined town remained as a testament to their earth-shattering confrontation. In the end, Doflamingo didn't take Buggy's head and Buggy didn't become a Shichibukai that day. Perhaps their strength was too evenly matched. Or perhaps, like apex predators circling each other, they both decided it wasn't yet time for a fight to the death. 1 week later on the Grand Line, the Going Merry cut through the waves, the figurehead gleaming in the sunlight. The Straw Hat Pirates had fully adapted to life back on the Blue Sea, well, except during training hours. Luffy spent his free time roughhousing with Usopp, Chopper, and Chaochu, a tangle of rubber limbs and fur. Sanji and Zoro were fighting as usual at least once a day, though the frequency and intensity had noticeably increased. Each time Nami tried to stop them, they would insist, through gritted teeth, that they were just conducting combat training. Nami and Robin were glowing. The skincare products from Sky Island were working miracles. Nami had regained her original creamy skin tone, shedding the harsh tan of the Monster Mountain range. Robin had become 2 or 3 shades fairer, her complexion become radiant. As for Ray, he stood near the helm, his mind was elsewhere. Aside from training the crew, he spent his time meditating and clearing his thoughts. The upcoming battle was crucial. It would directly determine whether the Straw Hat Pirates could survive the inevitable marine siege. He continued to build his strength, his haki expanding outward like a radar, keeping an eye on the world. It was high noon with the sun blazing overhead. Suddenly, a hardworking news coup appeared on the horizon, flapping its wings against the updraft. Usopp, perched in the crow's nest, adjusted his goggles. His observation haki had developed beautifully. Even before his eyes spotted the dot in the sky, his senses had locked onto its presence. "Ray," he shouted down, "there's a news coup nearby. Should we take it down?" Hearing this, Ray, who was currently engaged in light sparring with Luffy, hesitated slightly. Usually, fresh meat was the priority, but today. First, see if this bird will deliver newspapers to us, Ray called back. If it tries to avoid us, then take it down. Roger that. Luffy, however, had other ideas. Meat, he drooled. News coups fly all year round. Their meat is super chewy. Even Sanji paused his kick practice. I have to admit, among all the birds I've cooked, news coup meat currently ranks in the top 3 for flavor. Although the Straw Hat Pirates hadn't experienced food shortages recently thanks to the gold exchange, old habits died hard. The crew sighed collectively at the sight of their captain already preparing a fork and knife. Fine, Ray relented, seeing the hunger in their eyes. We've eaten so many along the way anyway, one more won't make a difference. Usopp nodded, raising his newly modified slingshot. It was enhanced with various dials from Sky Island, a lethal weapon in the hands of a sniper. He drew a bead on the bird. According to the perception of the crew's hacky users, the news coup was flying steadily toward them, unaware of its impending doom. A soft voice interjected, maybe we should let it go. Robin stood by the railing looking up at the bird with a gentle expression. She had a soft spot for these hardworking little animals who connected the world. Seeing Robin's expression, Luffy blinked. He swallowed his saliva, the gluttony fading instantly. Okay, if Robin wants to let it go, we let it go. Ray watched this interaction, his expression calm, but inwardly he smiled. It seems Robin has truly opened up. When a person who has lived in loneliness for 20 years starts making small requests or showing mercy, it means they genuinely trust the people around them. They feel safe enough to be soft. Whether a mere news coup lived or died didn't matter to Ray. Trust and cooperation among comrades were what mattered most. From a selfish perspective, a cohesive unit was less likely to hold him back. But Ray knew his motivations were shifting. The ratio of selfishness to genuine care was changing. He wanted them to be happy. Thus, this bird became the first news coup to leave the Straw Hat Pirates alive since they set sail from the East Blue. An absolute honor, the overlord of lucky birds. The bird landed on the railing. Robin placed 100 belly into its pouch, took the newspaper, and gently sent it on its way. Let's see what's happening in the world, Nami said, leaning over Robin's shoulder. Robin unfolded the paper, her eyes scanned the front page and her breath hitched. Major shakeup among the SHICHIBUKAI. Straw Hat Pirates refuse warlord title, world government HUMILIATED. Marine HQ mobilizing. A siege is imminent. Seeing the bold black letters, the relaxed atmosphere on the deck vanished instantly. Everyone's hearts tightened. The training was over. The war was coming to them. The second major news headline blazed across the page. Straw Hat Pirates BOUNTIES skyrocket again in short time. Has the Devil Child joined them, an alliance of doom? Seeing this, Robin's hand holding the newspaper suddenly went slack. The color drained from her face as she leaned heavily against the ship's railing, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Nami looked puzzled. Robin, why are you reacting so strongly? Is something wrong? Sanji immediately abandoned his training, rushing over with concern etched on his face. Robin-san, are you feeling all right? Would you like a calming tea or perhaps something stronger to relax? After a moment, Robin took several deep breaths, regaining her composure. She shook her head, offering a strained smile. I'm fine, just surprised. Ray had already identified the problem. When the Marines tacitly allowed Big News Morgans to publish information about Robin joining the Straw Hat Pirates, it meant they had decided to take decisive action. Even if Morgans had released this without the government's knowledge, they would now be forced to act. He glanced at Robin and spoke slowly, his voice steady. We've long anticipated this moment, just relax. Robin nodded. Meh. Luffy and Chopper tilted their heads, looking like confused puppies. They felt like Ray and Robin were speaking in riddles. After pondering for a moment, Usopp and Sanji pieced it together. Robin is someone the world government doesn't permit to live, Usopp muttered, his face pale. Because she can read the poneglyphs, the hittery the government wants to erase. And this news publicly reveals that she has joined us, Sanji continued, lighting a cigarette with a grim expression. This concerns the face of the Marines and the world government. They can't possibly know Robin-san is in our crew and do nothing. He took a deep drag. Looking at it now, even if we had accepted the Shichibukai title, we would have been required to hand her over as a condition. But our current situation is even worse because we're not Shichibukai. We're just pirates harboring a world-class criminal. It seems the marine siege we're about to face will be quite dangerous. By this point, even Luffy understood it. So you're saying the Marines will come after us, capture Robin, and execute her, right? Zoro smirked, joining the discussion. In the eyes of the world, we're a threat level equivalent to the Shichibukai now. The Marines sent to siege us will be high-ranking. Vice admirals wouldn't be enough, so will it be elite vice admirals or an admiral? Nami, Chopper, and Usopp grew increasingly nervous, but to everyone's surprise, they didn't huddle together in fear. They stood their ground, seeing the tension. Robin sighed. Perhaps, if you hand me over, things would be much easier. She intended to continue, but she stopped when she noticed the glares. Ray, Luffy, Zoro, everyone was looking at her with dissatisfaction. Luffy slammed his fist into his palm. Robin, you're our nakama. Even the cowardly trio puffed out their chests, mustering their courage. So what if it's an admiral? Haven't we seen plenty of that level of power in the demon realm? Usopp declared, though his voice wavered slightly. That's right, we won't know until we fight, Chopper added, raising a hoof. Want us to hand over Robin? Not a chance, Nami snapped. Though their legs trembled, the expressions on all their faces conveyed one word: impossible. Seeing everyone's reaction, Robin felt the last vestiges of her suicidal self-sacrifice melt away. Just as Ray had said, if she turned herself in, every member of this crew would risk their lives to get her back anyway. Suddenly, Luffy seemed to have a realization. He looked Robin dead in the eye. Robin, I want to hear your true feelings. Do you really want to keep living with us? No, let me rephrase, right now, do you truly want to live? Ray looked at Luffy, silently approving. The captain had once again demonstrated his terrifying emotional intelligence. This question was crucial. If Robin wanted to live, they would fight the world for her, but if she had lost the will to live, they couldn't save her. However, after living with the Straw Hat Pirates for over 3 months, Robin answered without hesitation. Of course I want to live with all of you. Hearing this, everyone smiled. The tension broke. Sanji immediately thumped his chest. I'll always be the sturdiest shield protecting Robin Swan. Zoro shot him a disdainful look. If a female marine shows up, your shield will shatter instantly, you damn cook. Sanji froze, unable to retort, and eventually resorted to trying to kick the moss head into the ocean. The others settled down. Since their course of action was clear, they would train hard and wait for the battle. Now calm curiosity took over. So, Usopp asked, how much have our bounties increased? Since we're enemies of the world now, it probably isn't small. Everyone waited in anticipation. Grand Line, Marine Headquarters. In the quiet of the officers' dormitory, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp sat together, a rare moment of privacy away from duty. Both looked at the newspaper and the new wanted posters spread on the table. Sengoku crunched loudly on a rice cracker. Garp, since Morgan's revealed Nico Robin's information, I really can't go easy anymore. And your grandson even refused the Shichibukai invitation. Garp sighed heavily, rubbing his temples. Ah, if only Luffy and Ace would listen to me. Sengoku looked at his old friend, surprised by the resignation in his voice. So you really don't plan to interfere? Garp shook his head. Sengoku, just do what you have to do. Seeing the legendary hero look so despondent, even Sengoku felt a pang of sympathy. If Aokiji goes, maybe your grandson still has a 1% chance of escaping. Garp knew Sengoku was trying to comfort him. 1% chance? Based on their performance at Logtown, they wouldn't even have a 0.1% chance against an admiral. But he couldn't find a reason to protect Luffy anymore. The whole world was watching. The word justice on his back restrained him completely. Not taking action personally was his final mercy toward Luffy. Orange Town. Our old acquaintance, the pork vendor, looked at his wife and sighed deeply. Every time his young wife saw Ray's bounty poster, she acted like a starstruck teenager, hugging it, kissing it, then hanging it above their bed. Although the bounty was on his benefactor, it was impossible not to feel a twinge of jealousy. But after reading the news, his jealousy turned to concern. The men of Orange Town, avid followers of world news, had reached a unanimous conclusion. The Straw Hat Pirates, this time they won't escape the disaster. The butcher gazed out the window. Benefactor, a 450 million belly bounty, that's just insane. Windmill Village. A woman as sturdy as an ox with a cigarette dangling from her lips wore a deeply troubled expression. Usually Dadden would be overjoyed whenever Luffy's bounty increased, but today her heart was heavy. Luffy. 450 million, and you're carrying the devil child, a ticking time bomb. How are you going to survive this? She lit one cigarette after another, filling the mountain cabin with smoke. Hey, Garp. If you really care about your grandson, you'd better do something. Otherwise, I'll never let you hear the end of it. But Dadden knew Garp too well. When forced to choose between justice and family, the marine hero would likely choose to do nothing at all. Kaya and Mary in Syrup Village, Nijiko and Genzo in Kakiashi, the chefs at the Barady, Dr. Kureha on Drum Island. Across the seas, everyone whose lives had been touched by the Straw Hats looked at the sky, worried about where the wind would take them next. On a deserted island in the middle of the sea, a tall, slender man stood alone. He was nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of bone-deep coldness. He held the new bounty posters of the Straw Hat Pirates in a hand that could freeze the ocean. Nico Robin, have you truly joined them? Kiji's breath misted in the air. You should know, you are a cursed star destined to bring calamity to anyone who harbors you. Half a day later, Ray and the Straw Hat Pirates found themselves on a peculiar island. Long ring, long land, everything here was stretched. The grass blades were taller than a man, the trees towered into the clouds, and even the animals seemed to have been pulled like taffy. A horse like a giraffe. A dachshund with a body length of 100 meters. Apple trees that scraped the sky. Luffy wandered through the elongated landscape, eyes wide. What a fascinating island. Even after 4 hours, the crew was still discovering new oddities. At the moment, they were gathered around a campfire preparing dinner under the stretched shadows of the trees, but they all knew very well that they were being watched. Hidden in the grass about 100 meters away, 3 figures lay in wait. They were so weak that the Straw Hat Pirates had collectively decided to ignore them, much like one ignores a buzzing fly. There was a sleazy man with a split nose and a suspicious cleft chin, a snickering gorilla man covering his mouth, and a beautiful woman wearing a sexy bandit mask, speaking in an exaggeratedly cutesy voice. This was Foxy the Silver Fox, captain of the Foxy Pirates, along with his top subordinates, Hamburg and Porch. At this moment, the 3 of them were being extremely cautious, completely devoid of the impulsive urge to challenge the Straw Hats to a Davy-back fight as they had in the original story. The reason was simple: they were terrified. Foxy held a stack of bounty posters with trembling hands. Captain Monkey D. Luffy, 450 million belly. Gold Prince Ray, 450 million belly. Pirate Hunter Rorno Azaro, 110 million belly. Blackleg Sanji, 99 million belly. Devil Child Nico Robin, 81 million belly. Vicious Cat Burglar Nami, 50 million belly. Sniper King Usopp, 50 million belly. Pet Chowchu, 100 belly. Pet Tony Chopper, 100 belly. Total bounty, 1,290,200 belly. This was the first time in over a decade at sea that Foxy had encountered a pirate crew with such an astronomically high total bounty. Normally, Foxy would proactively seek out any crew to challenge their captain and steal their best members. But this time, he chickened out. He decided to lay low, follow the Straw Hats from a safe distance and observe. If they turned out to be all bark and no bite overhyped rookies, then he would strike around the campfire. Luffy and the others were still discussing the bounty amounts while Sanji cooked. Chopper and Chowchu needed no explanation. Ever since seeing the 100 belly on their posters, they had been acting half-dead. The 2 little cuties lay on the ground, butts sticking up toward the sky in despair, completely uninterested in food. Usopp and Nami could somewhat understand their increases. They had openly declared war on the world government, or rather by being associated with Robin. A raise to 50 million was terrifying but justifiable. Robin, too, accepted her slight increase calmly. As for Zoro and Sanji, however, it was war. Moss Head, how come you're 11 million higher than me? Sanji raged, aggressively chopping vegetables. Why did you break 100 million while I'm stuck right at the threshold? I can't accept this. He pointed a ladle at Zoro. Look at you, you can't even beat me, you're not as handsome as I am, and aside from playing with swords, you're useless. Why do you have such a high bounty? And don't get me started on that stupid green hair. Sanji's tirade was non-stop. At first, Zoro would fight back, but by now he had grown accustomed to it, treating it as the envy of the weak toward the strong. Occasionally, he'd shoot Sanji a look of pity that said, "You're just not good enough," which infuriated the cook to the point where he nearly threw his knife. Zoro took a sip of sake and responded briefly. "With that photo on your bounty poster, who could even recognize you? So your bounty amount doesn't really matter anyway, Ghost Man." Crack, the ladle in Sanji's hand snapped. This comment broke his composure completely. Not only was his bounty lower, but his photo was still that ridiculously ugly hand-drawn sketch. Yet, out of professional integrity, Sanji continued cooking, even as tears of frustration streamed down his face. Meanwhile, Zoro turned to Ray. "In the last 3 bounty updates, your bounty has been exactly the same as Luffy's. What do you think the Marines are thinking?" Ray took a sip of tea brewed from wild island leaves, his expression calm. "I'm not sure, most likely it's because of Luffy's position as captain." Robin nodded in agreement. In the eyes of the Marines, Luffy is the man Ray follows. If Luffy can command someone like Ray, he must possess something terrifying. Even if his raw strength is perceived as slightly lacking compared to Ray, bounty amounts factor in threat level and leadership. Luffy's ability to gather strong allies is likely why they share the same bounty. Besides, Robin added with a small smile, "I think given our crew's current strength, the Marines have undervalued all of us." Hearing this, even Chaochu and Chopper, still playing dead on the ground, perked up and nodded strongly. Luffy's current strength was definitely worth more than 450 million. Zoro and Sanji far exceeded their values, and as for Chaochu and Chopper, their true bounties should reasonably be millions of times higher than the price of a cotton candy. "In any case," Ray said, "since the Marines perceive us this way, it works in our favor. The forces sent to besiege us will likely be calculated based on these numbers. When the time comes, we can catch them off guard." "Luffy," Zoro asked, glancing toward the bushes, "should we really ignore that pirate crew over there?" Luffy looked completely unconcerned, chewing on a piece of extended apple. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "How about we ask them if they want to eat with us?" "Absolutely not," Sanji refused immediately. "We barely have enough food for ourselves with your appetite." Hearing that food supplies were tight, Luffy immediately abandoned the idea of hospitality. Ray didn't make a move against the foxy pirates either. It was like how a lion wouldn't bother swatting a fly unless it landed on its nose. 3 days later, after living on Long Ring Long Land for 3 days to charge the log pose, the crew set sail. As the Going Merry departed, Foxy returned to his massive ship, the Sexy Foxy, and ordered his crew to follow 1 kilometer behind. The Straw Hat Pirates didn't pay any attention to them. If they wanted to follow, so be it. If they showed hostility, it would take 1 sword slash from Zoro to sink them. If they continued following, they'd likely get caught in the crossfire of the inevitable marine siege. If they died, it would be entirely their own fault. On the Grand Line, average devil fruit users like Foxy were no longer worthy of being enemies of the Straw Hat Pirates. They were obstacles at best, nuisances at worst. "If we ever need money, we can just cash them in," Nami muttered, eyeing the Foxy ship through her telescope. Without realizing it, the crew had developed a terrifying confidence. Those 3 months of training in the demon realm had changed them fundamentally. They were no longer rookies running from shadows. They were predators 3 days later. The Going Merry cut smoothly through the calm waves, following the log pose's unwavering needle. According to the plot Ray remembered, the next uninhabited island would be the stage for their first encounter with an enemy the original Straw Hat Pirates were completely powerless against: Admiral Aokiji. The stable weather indicated that an island was very close. No matter what, they had to land. Restocking food and water was one reason, showing their strength to the Marines was another. For the past 2 days, Ray hadn't required the crew to train, letting them rest peacefully. Robin, Zoro, and Sanji all noticed the unusual behavior from Ray. Their instincts, honed in the demon realm, told them the same thing. When Ray asks everyone to rest, it means a battle is coming. As for the Foxy Pirates, they were still trailing 1 kilometer behind, blissfully unaware. Robin, Zoro, and the others would occasionally spare a second to mourn for them. Currently, Luffy was draped over the railing while groaning. "So boring, I want to go explore an island." "Me too," Usopp agreed beside him. As long as the island wasn't dangerous, he was always enthusiastic. Of course, even if there was a little danger, the current Usopp puffed out his chest and claimed he wasn't afraid. Recently, Usopp had upgraded both his and Nami's weapons using the marvelous dials from Sky Island. Moreover, in the 2 weeks since they left the clouds, everyone had thoroughly absorbed the gains from the Inuyasha world. Their strength had risen yet again. Just then, Robin called out from the observation deck. "There's a small island ahead. Luffy, let's prepare to land." Finally, an adventure. Luffy jumped up energized. Everyone prepare to drop anchor. Wait. Luffy froze. Beside him, Zoro's hand flew to his swords and Sanji's cigarette almost fell from his lips. Their eyes flashed with the intensity of haki as they all entered a state of high alert. "Hey, Cook," Zoro growled, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "There's a really strong guy on that island. Don't embarrass us later." Sanji immediately retorted, "You should make sure you're not the first one to get knocked out, Mosshead. If a real fight breaks out, I won't have time to protect you. My heart belongs only to Nami Swan and Robin Chwan." With that, Sanji dropped his tense stance and scurried over to the ladies with a fawning expression, though his eyes remained sharp. Luffy's expression turned serious. He had completely lost his playful mood. Ray walked to the bow of the ship, joining them. Luffy took a deep breath and looked at Ray. "Ray, the aura of this guy on the island is much stronger than those dominant yokai from the Monster Mountain range." Ray nodded. "He is. After all, it was Aokiji. If placed in the Inuyasha world, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier great demon." Zoro, hand tight on Wado Ikemanji, posed the crucial question. "Later. Will you watch us fight or will you join us?" For Zoro, the answer was the ultimate measure of the opponent's strength. Ray didn't hesitate. "I'll take him head-on, you all provide support from the sides." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim. Sanji stopped fawning. Zoro tied his bandana tight. Luffy went to the kitchen and strapped 2 large meat bones to his back for emergency energy. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper puffed out their chests shakily. "We're not scared. We've been through worse." Clatter, Nami and Usopp accidentally dropped the climatact and giant slingshot while trying to draw them. Chopper clung to Robin's leg, shouting that he would protect her, though he was shaking like a leaf. Everyone understood that any powerful individual encountered at this stage couldn't be a friend, and one of this enemy's targets was undoubtedly Robin. Robin's chest heaved. She was the most affected. Unconsciously, she moved behind Ray. "Ray, have the Marines arrived so soon?" Although she had prepared herself to face the Marines alongside her companions, when the moment arrived, the guilt surged back. It was because of her that they were facing an admiral. Ray sighed, his voice low. "Stop hesitating or I'll be very disappointed. Trust us and trust yourself." After hearing these brief words, Robin fell silent. Then that captivating, sincere smile returned. She nodded slowly, the haki within her beginning to stir. On the island, as they made landfall, the cowardly trio wore expressions of grim determination. Usopp took 2 deep breaths and was the first to jump onto the sand. "Robin. Captain Usopp will protect you. Stay close to me tilde." Though his voice trembled, the resolve behind it was steel. This was the conviction the Straw Hat Pirates held: no one takes our nakama. Once ashore, the trio actively positioned Robin in the center of their formation. Though the scene appeared comical, 3 trembling figures guarding a dangerous assassin, it solidified Robin's determination. Just then, Usopp frowned. "Wait. There are many ordinary people on this island. What should we do, Luffy?" Luffy had sensed them too. He responded instantly. "We absolutely must not harm the civilians." But how? Chopper worried. "When fighting a monster of this level, the whole island will be the battlefield. We can't protect them." Luffy pressed his fingers hard against his temples, his face contorted in concentration. Finally, he spoke. "Then we'll protect them and get them to safety first, before fighting with all our might." Ray remained silent. He wouldn't interfere. At first glance, the decision seemed reckless, putting them at a disadvantage before the battle even began. But this was Luffy's charm. If he abandoned civilians to fight, he wouldn't be Luffy. Half an hour later, Ray and the crew arrived at a large clearing. In front of a massive rock at the center sat a tall, lanky man. He wore white suit pants, a white vest, and a dark blue shirt. A green sleep mask was pushed up on his forehead. He lay on his side, appearing completely relaxed, yet his presence was suffocating. His gaze fixed on Ray and the others as they emerged from the trees. "Arara, after docking, you came straight toward my location with clear purpose," the man drawled lazily. "If it's not a devil fruit ability, then it must be observation hacky, scary." As he said this, Aokiji sat up cross-legged and exhaled a breath of cold air that froze the moisture in front of him. "Everyone looks like they came here to fight me. Can't we resolve this peacefully? Resolve things peacefully, that's something you say to fool children." Sanji, Usopp, and the others wore expressions of disdain. Only a fool would believe an admiral, especially one who had tracked them down, would let them go peacefully. However, Luffy suddenly changed his attitude. He blinked his eyes as the tension draining from his shoulders. "What, you want to resolve this peacefully? Then let's talk over a meal, Sanji, I'm hungry." Chopper raised a hoof. I also vote for eating first." The others wore expressions of utter speechlessness. What an embarrassing captain. Ray glanced back at Robin. Her beautiful face revealed tension and fear. Indeed, even though she had become more confident facing Aokiji, the man who participated in the destruction of her homeland still evoked a primal terror. But contrary to Ray's expectations, Robin returned to her normal state after just 3 breaths. She took a deep breath, her eyes hardening. She slowly addressed Aokiji. "I never expected that you would be the one coming to capture me." Nami looked at the lazy man ahead. He was picking his ear, looking more like a bored tourist than a threat, so she asked Robin, "Who is he?" Robin smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, one of the 3 great powers Aokiji Kyuzen. His ability is ice. Everyone, you must be careful later." Robin directly announced Aokiji's ability to the crew, afraid that carelessness might get someone frozen instantly. At that moment, Luffy spoke while looking confused. He said he wants to resolve this peacefully, so let's just eat first. This foolish statement angered Nami and Usopp so much that they immediately gave Luffy a love-filled iron fist. Bunk! And it was a real iron fist, enhanced with armament haki. Indeed, during their time on the ship, Nami had also awakened armament haki. Although she couldn't quickly cover her fists or weapons in combat yet, she could use it with sufficient preparation time. Usopp had awakened it shortly after her. The two had been building up their haki along the way, so they conveniently tested it on Luffy's rubber head. "Ouch, that actually hurt," Luffy whined, rubbing the bump. This scene was naturally seen by Aokiji from a distance. He narrowed his eyes, taking the Straw Hat Pirate's strength more seriously. Even the 2 weakest members of this group can use haki. This isn't the typical pirate crew in the Grand Line. Scary. But Aokiji didn't make a move. He knew what the Straw Hats had sensed. There were ordinary people nearby. Just then, there was movement from the bushes. A group of castaways emerged, ordinary people who had suffered a shipwreck. They looked pale, thin, and weak from hunger. Luffy looked at them, then suddenly stood up and turned to stare seriously at Aokiji. This made the rest of the crew assume combat stances instantly. Aokiji also tensed, though his mind was racing on how to protect the civilians if a fight broke out. Suddenly, Luffy spoke. "Since my companions say you won't resolve this peacefully, I definitely believe them. But a great man once said that before fighting we must eat. Also, we can't harm innocent people." Luffy pointed at the dozen refugees. "Let's have a meal with these people first, send them away, and then we can have a proper fight." This dramatic declaration made the combat spirit the crew had mustered dissipate instantly. They all glared angrily at Luffy but didn't argue. None of them wanted to accidentally harm these refugees either. As for Aokiji, his eyes widened. "Well, forget that you, a pirate, had the same moral idea as an admiral. But was that even a questioning tone? You were purely giving me orders. Who do you think you are? No wonder you're Vice Admiral Garp's grandson, truly rude and exceptional." So Aokiji sighed, scratching his head. "Aurora. Fine then, I don't really want to fight you all right now anyway." Thus, Luffy and the others scattered to look for food, preparing meals for the refugees. As for why the Straw Hat Pirates dared to scatter and search for food despite knowing an admiral was sitting right there, It was because Rei was currently at the center of the island, staying near Aokiji, watching him like a hawk. While the others went hunting for fruits and mushrooms, Aokiji stood up and lazily walked over to Rei, who was sitting under a large tree, eyes closed. "Rei, or should I say Cold Prince, why did you join the Straw Hat Pirates?" Rei's expression remained completely unperturbed. Without even opening his eyes or glancing at Aokiji, he offered no response whatsoever. After hitting this wall of silence, Aokiji clicked his tongue in annoyance. "You're actually the first pirate I've met who dares to ignore me even after learning my identity." Yet Rei still paid him no mind. Arara. "That's that then." Aokiji stopped bothering him and went back to lie down beneath the giant rock. He was somewhat speechless. "My ability is the ice fruit, but this guy Rei is like ice itself. I wonder how this kid even gets along with others. I certainly can't stand it." 1 hour later, the Straw Hat Pirates returned from hunting with a bounty of wild game and fruit. 1.5 hours later, they began eating. Luffy played with the refugee children, making faces and stretching his cheeks while he shoved meat into his mouth. Chopper treated and bandaged the injured castaways with professional speed. Usopp and Chaochu comforted the traumatized kids, coaxing smiles back with tricks and stories. Sanji walked over to Aokiji, carrying a bowl of rich meat soup and several pieces of roasted meat. Aokiji looked up, puzzled. "But I'm your enemy." Sanji smiled, lighting a cigarette. "When I'm cooking, everyone nearby is just a customer. However, business is business. When we fight later, I won't go easy on you." Aokiji accepted the bowl, though he now felt somewhat confused. When did you join the Straw Hat Pirates, young man? I don't seem to have seen your bounty poster." This comment made Sanji so angry, he almost kicked the bowl out of Aokiji's hands. But his professional ethics as a chef held him back. "Just eat your damn food." Sanji stomped away, muttering curses about blind marines. After a while, Aokiji reached a conclusion through the process of elimination. "What an incompetent record keeper," he muttered, sipping the soup. "The difference between reality and the photo is way too big." Another hour later, everyone had eaten their fill. The Straw Hat Pirates and Aokiji together escorted the refugees to the west side of the unnamed island. Sanji prepared about 1 week's worth of rations for them. Just as Luffy and the others were about to help the refugees build a large raft, Aokiji stepped forward. He dipped a single finger into the ocean. Ice Age. The sea groaned. In an instant, the water froze solid, stretching out to the horizon in a glistening white road. He turned to the refugees. "Follow the ice's guidance and you'll reach the next inhabited island in 5 days. Go." Thus, the refugees departed, bowing in gratitude. As the last civilian disappeared over the horizon, the atmosphere shifted instantly. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates dropped their gentle expressions. They entered combat readiness, their haki flaring. Just from Aokiji's casual freezing of the ocean moments ago, they knew the truth. Given this level of power, they couldn't afford even the slightest carelessness. Aokiji turned from the shoreline to face Luffy and the others. His lazy demeanor evaporated, replaced by the chilling resolve of an admiral. "Although I enjoyed our time together, the more I did, the stronger my resolve to destroy you became." He exhaled, his breath turning to mist. "If I allow you to continue growing, the world will definitely fall into turmoil." Faint, bone-chilling cold began to emanate from Aokiji's body, frosting the grass beneath his feet. Rei, watching silently, agreed with Aokiji's logic. If he were an admiral seeing a pirate crew that could interact so harmoniously with civilians while improving their strength at such a terrifying pace, he would want to eliminate them immediately. Aokiji knew just how dirty and corrupt the world government was. A crew capable of winning the hearts of people could become a force rivaling the Yonko, or worse, a revolutionary spark capable of burning down the government itself. Once the flames of rebellion ignited across the world, the Straw Hat Pirates would undoubtedly become the vanguard of that wildfire. For the sake of stability, they had to die here. Since Aokiji's killing intent was roused, the battle was about to begin. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji fully awakened their haki, their auras flaring. The entire crew watched Aokiji's every twitch. Just then, Aokiji moved. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a condensed ice sphere swiftly toward Robin. The speed was immense. Before their training, half the crew would have been frozen instantly. But now, things were different. 360-pound cannon. Zoro unleashed a spiraling slash of air pressure that collided with the ice sphere mid-flight. The impact shattered the projectile into a blinding cloud of ice mist, obstructing vision on both sides. In that instant of confusion, the Straw Hat Pirates launched a seamless chain of attacks. Special attack Yokai Star Bamboo Thrust. Usopp fired a plant yokai seed directly into the mist. Simultaneously, Chaochu roared, launching a sonic wave from Aokiji's left flank. As a Logia user and an admiral, Aokiji carried a certain arrogance. He blocked Chaochu's attack with a casual ice wall from his left hand and prepared to freeze the incoming seed with his right. Unexpectedly, the single seed split into over a dozen, changing trajectory midair to shoot toward his feet. The freezing blast missed, continuing toward the backline straight for Usopp, Robin, and Nami. Robin didn't even flinch. Crack-boom, Nami's pre-charged lightning bolt intercepted Aokiji's freezing blast, neutralizing it in a shower of sparks and steam. Meanwhile, Robin activated her ability, Mille Fleurs. Clutch. Over a dozen black, haki-coated arms sprouted directly from Aokiji's back, locking his joints. At that moment, Aokiji sensed a moderate threat. Simultaneously, sharp bamboo shoots infused with demonic energy erupted from the earth beneath him. Pinned by Robin, he was unable to evade. In the brief span of a single breath, he realized he had underestimated them. With a thunderous crash, the bamboo pierced through him while Robin wrenched his spine. All that remained were shattered ice fragments and a spray of blood. "We got him!" Usopp cheered, but Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro showed no relief. "Don't let your guard down," Zoro barked. "His presence hasn't weakened at all." Sure enough, the scattered ice fragments swirled together, reforming into Aokiji in seconds. However, a trace of blood now trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ray understood perfectly. Robin's haki-infused arms could restrain Aokiji physically, but without Sea Stone, they couldn't suppress his Logia abilities. Aokiji had used his observation haki to elementally shift his body around the bamboo spikes, avoiding lethal damage. As for Robin's clutch, he had likely chosen to endure it to test her strength. Otherwise, he could have simply reinforced his back with armament haki to shatter her limbs. Aokiji cracked his neck, his eyes fixed on the archaeologist. "Nico Robin, with abilities like these, you've become an even greater threat to the world government. Ordinary vice admirals can no longer capture you." This was his conclusion after personally experiencing her offense. Her terrifying control combined with haki allowed her to wear down elite marines from a distance. "As for the others, you're all quite strong too. The Marines' assessment of you is clearly mistaken." Shedding his lazy slouch, Aokiji's hands transformed completely into jagged ice, coated in the black sheen of armament haki. He exhaled a long breath of cold air and pointed a finger, pheasant beak. A 50-meter bird of solid ice screeched into existence, hurtling toward Robin. Luffy and Sanji had already moved, appearing in front of the women instantly. Gear Second Red Hawk, Diable Jam Flame of Love Kick. Fire met ice. Simultaneously, Zoro unleashed a 1080-pound phoenix toward Aokiji himself. Forced to dodge the lethal slash, Aokiji couldn't maintain the energy supply to his construct. The giant ice bird exploded under the combined heat of Luffy and Sanji's attacks. The Straw Hat Pirates had blocked another Admiral-level strike without Ray's intervention. "Aurora, you guys are far stronger than I expected," Aokiji murmured. "Among the pirate crews in the New World, few are as troublesome as you." 200 meters away, hidden in the bushes, three figures trembled in fear. "Boss, we should retreat quickly," Porch urged, her voice shaking. Foxy the Silver Fox stared, utterly disbelieving. "They're fighting a Marine admiral. We won't see something like this twice in our lifetime. We can't leave." Just as they spoke, the collision between the ice pheasant and the monster trio's attacks sent a violent shockwave tearing through the forest. The bushes hiding them were blown away and the freezing wind made their teeth chatter. At that moment, Foxy lost his nerve. "Hamburg, Porch, I don't condone interrupting a manly fight. Retreat." Just as he turned to flee, Aokiji, having dodged Zoro's slash, materialized 20 meters in front of them. Foxy froze, then a bold, stupid idea struck him. If I launch a surprise attack now and defeat a Marine Admiral, I'll become famous across the seas instantly. Millions of followers will come, I'll be a legend. As long as he gets hit by my beam, he'll be slow for 30 seconds. Admiral or not, he's mine. With trembling hands, Foxy pointed his finger at Aokiji's back. Naronaro beam. The pink photons fired. Aokiji didn't even turn around. He casually raised a hand, creating a mirrored ice wall behind him. The beam reflected perfectly, hitting the Foxy trio. Then Aokiji vanished, stepping sideways just as a bolt of Nami's lightning struck where he had been standing. ZZAAP, the lightning hit the slowed Foxy trio. Because they were slowed, the electricity lingered in their bodies for what felt like eternity, cooking them until they were well done on both sides. Both Aokiji and the Straw Hats ignored the Foxy pirates. The battle raged on. Aokiji unleashed a barrage of ice spikes, turning the air into a deadly hailstorm. Guard point. Fur enhancement. Chopper expanded into a giant, haki-coated fluffball, shielding Nami, Usopp, and Robin. The spikes shattered against his hardened fur. The monster trio and Chaochu intercepted the rest, shattering the ice with punches and kicks. But they were pushed to their limit. Aokiji raised both hands, the temperature plummeting to absolute zero. Ice Age. A terrifying wave of cold, spanning over 300 meters, surged toward them like a tsunami. It wasn't just ice, it was a conceptual freeze that threatened to stop their very hearts. At this moment, the entire crew faced annihilation. Azure Dragon Break. In this critical moment, a majestic azure dragon of pure demonic energy roared from the side, colliding head-on with the glacial wave. When the 300-meter giant azure dragon clashed with the sky full of frost, Ray immediately sensed a disturbing change. The energy at the head of the azure dragon break was beginning to stiffen, turning sluggish. As expected of an admiral being able to freeze energy itself, that must be an awakened power. But can you really freeze my demonic power? Ray narrowed his eyes and increased the infusion of demonic power into the attack. Although his quantity still couldn't match Sesshomaru's peak, Ray's quality was perfect. It was dense, refined, and alive. How could a mere devil fruit power permanently freeze something so potent? Aokiji, who had initially felt his attack gaining the upper hand, frowned slightly. What a strange power. My energy can only freeze the surface, and that active energy underneath quickly shatters the ice covering it. He glanced at Ray through the chaotic energy storm. This guy is definitely stronger than Takacake. How long has it been since Alabasta? The government's assessment of the Straw Hat Pirates is this far off. Aokiji briefly considered whether to cease fighting, but after a moment's thought he decided to continue. If Ray's endurance was insufficient, then after dealing with him, capturing the rest of the Straw Hats would be child's play. As for Ray, after his template fusion rate increased to 60%, his demonic power had reached a perfect state. His recovery speed and efficiency had skyrocketed. To deplete Ray's mana bar now, he would need to continuously use ultimate moves without a second of rest. Currently, Ray was only slowly infusing power into the Azure Dragon Break, balancing consumption and recovery perfectly. For Aokiji, simply releasing cold air naturally didn't count as significant consumption either. Thus, the two titans reached a terrifying stalemate, their attacks grinding against each other without exploding. Ray chose not to infuse conquerors or armament haki into the attack yet. He could, but so could Aokiji. Before the opponent made the next move, preserving strength was the best choice. After all, Aokiji was alone. While on Ray's side, the cavalry had arrived. Luffy activated Gear Second, vanishing in a burst of steam. Sanji used Saru and Turn into blur of black and gold. Zoro and Chopper followed closely behind. The four close combat fighters took advantage of the stalemate to rush Aokiji's exposed flanks. "Scope!" Chopper shouted, positioning his hands. "Arm point, Cherry Blossom Snowstorm." He unleashed a flurry of haki-coated hoof strikes at Aokiji's back. Aokiji, still locked with Ray, didn't turn around. He simply manifested an ice prism mirror on his back, imbuing it with freezing power. Crash! The moment Chopper's attack landed, the ice prism shattered, but the released cold air enveloped him instantly. The adorable chubby tanuki was frozen mid-strike into a statue of an ice reindeer. However, Chopper was just the opening act. an attack far more powerful descended from the sky. Diable Jamb. Flanget Strike. Sanji's leg, wreathed in flames, slammed down from high above, targeting Aokiji's head with the intent to pivot and crush his carotid artery. Aokiji sighed, his breath turned into a mist. Aurora, you never learn, do you? Touching my body is quite dangerous. While keeping his right hand locked against Ray, Aokiji raised his left hand to block Sanji's kick. Thud! The impact made Aokiji's knees buckle slightly. You've got quite some strength, kid. Sanji wiped cold sweat from his forehead, glaring at the Admiral's calm expression. If you're going to praise me, at least act a little more convincing. Aokiji ignored the remark. Just as he activated his devil fruit ability with his left hand to freeze the cook, another presence screamed in from the side. 3 sword-style Purgatory Onigiri. Zoro arrived, his blade singing with haki. Sensing the lethal intent, Aokiji was forced to release Sanji, coat his arm in armament haki and turn to parry the swordsman. But Sanji had no intention of giving him an opening. Taking advantage of Aokiji's divided attention, he pressed the attack, driving his burning heel down harder. Aokiji clicked his tongue in annoyance. He transformed his body into elemental ice, letting the attacks pass through harmlessly, then reformed instantly to deliver a spinning kick to Sanji and a backhand blow to Zoro. Bam bam, both were sent flying, but at that same moment a massive shadow fell over the Admiral. Gear 3rd, Gum Gum Giant Rifle. A colossal, haki-coated fist, twisted like a rifled barrel, smashed into Aokiji's back the moment he repelled the others. Aurora, all these attacks are too dangerous to take head-on. Aokiji continued to hold off Ray with his left hand while coating his right hand in haki. Ray saw this and understood immediately, Aokiji was getting serious. Aside from his devil fruit, this man was Garp's disciple. His physical strength alone could shatter warships. Luffy's Gear 3rd might not be enough to overpower him, so Ray acted. He suddenly surged the energy output of the Azure Dragon Break, infusing it with heavy armament haki. The dragon roared, pushing back the freezing aura and threatening to engulf Aokiji. Aokiji was caught in a pincer. If he focused on Ray, Luffy would crush him. If he focused on Luffy, Ray's attack would obliterate him. Really, no respect for the rules of combat, Aokiji drawled. No matter which attack hit him, it was going to hurt. The Straw Hats weren't interested in a fair duel, they wanted him down. But, you're underestimating a Marine Admiral. Awakening technique, Frozen Domain, Frigid Sphere. Aokiji vanished into his elemental state. The air within a 10-meter radius instantly dropped to absolute zero, forming a perfect, spinning sphere of supercompressed cold air. Any attack that touched this sphere wouldn't just be blocked, it would be flash-frozen at a molecular level. Both the Azure Dragon Break and Luffy's giant rifle struck the sphere simultaneously. Ray's dragon, infused with armament haki and demonic power, struggled for a few moments before solidifying into a massive ice sculpture. As for Luffy, the moment his fist touched the sphere, the cold raced up his arm. He was frozen instantly, becoming a bizarre ice statue with a giant arm and a normal-sized body. Aokiji reformed from the sphere, stepping out onto the ice. He raised a hand to shatter the frozen Luffy. Zhoom. Ray, having predicted this with observation haki, moved at speeds akin to teleportation. He appeared between Aokiji and Luffy, intercepting the Admiral's blow with his own. Crackboom! Red lightning erupted in all directions as their haki clashed, the ground beneath them pulverized. Ray felt the immense weight of Aokiji's strength. The Admiral's lanky frame contained the force of a mountain. Vice Admirals like Takakake were children compared to this. However, Ray let out a cold snort. Behind Aokiji, the frozen Azure Dragon Break began to glow azure again. The ice cracked, then shattered. Ray's demonic power wasn't something that could be held forever. My power cannot be frozen, and neither will Luffy. The dragon roared back to life, its energy concentrated into a needlepoint beam, and shot toward Aokiji's exposed back while he was locked in combat with Ray. The moment the Azure Dragon Break struck Aokiji, Ray reacted instantly. He activated the Tensega's barrier, a shimmering field of protective energy that completely blocked the explosive shockwave rushing toward Luffy. As for Aokiji, he simply reinforced his entire body with armament haki to withstand the impact of Ray's demonic energy. From this, Ray deduced a crucial weakness. Aokiji's ridiculously overpowered freezing domain, the frigid sphere, could not be used repeatedly in a short time. Or rather, it required a brief preparation period. At the very least, while exchanging blows in close quarters, Aokiji could not activate that absolute defense. 1 second later, Luffy used his Ryu to shatter the ice encasing him. He exchanged a glance with Ray, nodded, and leaped backward to regroup. As for Chopper, who had been frozen earlier, Robin had already rescued him before the chaos escalated. Since it was just a basic freeze, Chopper had broken the ice on his fur using his own armament haki. But if he had suffered the molecular-level freeze Luffy just endured, it would have been a different, far more tragic story. Seizing the moment while Aokiji was still resisting the Azure Dragon Break's assault, Ray rushed directly in front of the Admiral. He swung Takajin, aiming a slash straight for Aokiji's neck. Aokiji's pupils trembled. Is this guy crazy? Is he not afraid of being harmed by his own attack? The answer was simple. The Azure Dragon Break was composed of Ray's own demonic power. Its attack range was entirely under his control, focused solely on Aokiji. Moreover, it was ineffective against Ray because it was his energy. With Aokiji's pervasive cold air dissipated by the earlier exchange, the Admiral found himself in an absolutely passive position. He had to endure the repeated impacts of the Azure Dragon Break assaulting his body while simultaneously facing Ray's full power slash head-on. And this slash was no joke. Conqueror's haki infusion plus demonic power plus armament haki. But Aokiji was a battle-hardened admiral. In a split second, he made the choice most advantageous to himself. He chose elementalization to evade the earth-shattering slash, knowing it meant letting his elemental body tank the brunt of the Azure Dragon Break. Shing, his body split apart at the waist, the lethal blade passing harmlessly through the gap. However, because he had divided his form, the subsequent power of the Azure Dragon Break penetrated his defenses. The sword aura, missing its target, slashed backward, severing half a mountain peak several hundred meters behind them. What the veteran admiral did next earned even Ray's admiration. Enduring the agonizing pain of the demonic energy ravaging his insides, Aokiji controlled his upper torso, floating as pure ice, and swung a haki-empowered fist with full force directly onto Takajin's blade. Clang! The impact knocked Ray back dozens of meters. All these thoughts and actions occurred within the blink of an eye in the view of Zoro and the others. It demonstrated that both Ray and Aokiji possessed incredible speed in mental reaction and movement. By the time Ray stood up, Aokiji had already reformed his body. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, clearly having sustained significant internal injuries. Arara, you guys are really trying to kill me here, aren't you? Ray ignored the question. Without a word, he charged again. Aokiji sighed inwardly. So ruthless, he even used Conqueror's haki infusion. They really want my life. His speed was comparable to Ray's, but now that he was injured, dodging was risky. He had no choice but to brace himself and clash fists with the demon. Thus, the two powerhouses engaged in brutal close combat. Black lightning, red lightning, and freezing cold air flickered wildly within their battle range. Ray didn't just use fists. He took opportunities to harass with Poison Flower Claw and Light Whip. Aokiji demonstrated what true admiral-level strength meant. Even as an ability-focused fighter, he didn't fall behind in melee. Both fought fiercely yet cautiously. Ray's attacks carried lethal poison. Aokiji's carried freezing energy that could end the fight in a second. The two fought so intensely and rapidly that the other Straw Hats couldn't find a single opening to assist without risking hitting Ray. As the battle continued, both Aokiji and Ray realized that continuing this stalemate would make it difficult to determine a winner without mutual destruction. After another thunderous fist collision, they leaped apart, creating distance. Aokiji jumped 100 meters into the air, hovering there as he looked down at Ray, Luffy, and the others. If you can survive this next attack, I'll temporarily withdraw. Ray understood clearly. This was Aokiji's test. If the Straw Hat Pirates could withstand his ultimate technique, it would prove that a single admiral could no longer capture them without paying a catastrophic price. Once Aokiji determined that, the Marines likely wouldn't target them for some time. It was the same principle that kept Rayleigh safe on Sabaody. When the cost becomes too great, caution must be exercised. Awakening technique, winter's fall, frozen starfall. As he spoke, Aokiji created thousands of dense ice spheres high in the air, each measuring 30 centimeters in diameter. Instantly, they descended like a stellar rain upon the Straw Hat Pirates. Ray felt the immense power of this freezing force. If hit, anyone except the monster trio and himself would be completely frozen. Even he and Luffy would be stunned for half a second, enough time for Aokiji to deliver a lethal blow. When masters cross swords, a single moment of control determines life or death. In that case, we just need to ensure your starfall can't hit us. Ray instantly drew Tenseiga, Meido Zanjitsuha, Dark Path of the Moon's Dawn. With a single-handed swing, Ray unleashed a massive, perfect black sphere that shot toward Aokiji's location. The void distorted space itself. All the frozen star attacks along its path were sucked into the netherworld, vanishing without a trace. When Aokiji saw this technique, he immediately felt an overwhelming sense of certain death. His haki screamed a warning. He quickly elementalized, creating dozens of massive ice pillars that firmly anchored his body to the ground to prevent being sucked in. Whoosh! 3 seconds later, the Meido disappeared. Aokiji glanced at the cracks on his anchor pillars caused by the sheer suction force and took a deep breath of cold air. Arara, I almost died there. He released the connections and jumped down, landing 100 meters in front of Ray. He made no further moves. Ray didn't continue fighting either. It was clear that at his current strength level he couldn't kill Aokiji easily, and Aokiji couldn't easily capture them either. Moreover, Ray knew the purpose of this battle was to flex their muscles, not to fight to the death. Mutual destruction served no one. At this moment, Aokiji spoke up, his tone serious. Straw Hat Pirates, the Marines have greatly underestimated your strength and threat level. Luffy and the others tensed, waiting to see what he would say next. Would they have to fight again? Aokiji exhaled a cold breath, crossed his arms, and sat cross-legged on the ground, stroking his chin with a conflicted expression. Well, Tilda, strictly speaking, you're not irredeemable villains either. If we continue fighting, the Marines can't afford the losses. After all, the Marines need to focus all their efforts on preparing to deal with that guy. After a moment of silence, Aokiji stood up and began walking into the distance, hands in his pockets. Blackleg Sanji, your cooking is quite delicious. Straw Hat Luffy Ray, thank you for saving Smoker back in Alabasta. After walking several dozen meters further, Aokiji stopped and turned around one last time. His gaze landed on the archaeologist. One more thing, Nico Robin, congratulations. With that cryptic farewell, Aokiji transformed into a gust of icy wind and disappeared from sight. Looking around, half the island had become a frozen hellscape except for the circle where Ray and the others stood, breathing heavily but alive. After Aokiji melted into the horizon, the tension on the island broke. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates except Ray let out long, shuddering sighs of relief. Usopp, Nami, and Chopper sat on the ground, patting their chests to calm their racing hearts. So that's a Marine Admiral. Too terrifying? Usopp whispered, his voice trembling. If I still had complaints about Ray deceiving us about training in the yokai world, I completely understand now, Nami admitted, wiping sweat from her forehead. Even though we've improved so much, without Ray here we would definitely have been wiped out today, Chopper added, hugging his knees. Regarding the comments from the cowardly trio, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji nodded in solemn agreement. They had tasted the power gap and it was bitter for them. As for Robin, her gaze toward Ray and the rest of the crew had changed. The lingering shadows of doubt were gone, replaced by profound gratitude and trust. She walked to the center of the group and bowed deeply, "Thank you all." This made everyone quite awkward. They scratched their heads, cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "You're too polite, Robin, we're comrades after all," Luffy grinned. Ray coughed lightly, signaling that they were all on the same side and there was no need for such formalities. At this, Robin straightened and revealed a charming, genuine smile. She had finally let go of her reservations. Sanji lit a cigarette, his hands steady despite the recent chaos. He carefully recalled the sensations from the battle. "Ray, do you think the Marines will continue coming after us immediately?" Zoro was pondering the same question, hand resting on Wado Ikemanji. "If 2 admirals of that level come for us at once, we're dead." Luffy remained silent nearby. As the captain, he hadn't been able to land the decisive blow against Aokiji. This gap in strength frustrated him deeply. After a moment of silence, Luffy spoke with rare seriousness. "We're still too weak. We need to train harder. We must become strong enough so that we won't lose a single comrade when facing enemies like this in the future." The others smiled, their determination hardening. But Ray could sense the underlying unease in their hearts. Seeing this, Ray took the initiative. He gathered them around and explained the strategic situation. "The Marines won't pursue us immediately," Ray stated calmly. "Aokiji tested us. He confirmed that capturing us would require a massive expenditure of resources they likely cannot spare right now with the Yonko restless in the New World. The cost is too high." After hearing this, everyone looked enlightened. Usopp and Nami were overjoyed. "So you mean the Marines won't bother us for a while?" Nami cheered. Ray nodded. "Your strength is already impressive. I can confidently say that none of you are holding me back right now." Not being fond of long speeches, Ray conveyed the remaining tactical analysis to Chaochu via telepathy, letting the dog share it with the crew. Chaochu puffed out his chest with an extremely proud expression. "Inferior humans, listen carefully to the wisdom of..." Bonk, whack, thud. This time Chaochu wasn't hit by Ray, but rather received a group beating from Luffy and the others. After being pummeled for 5 minutes, Chaochu, covered in bumps, tearfully apologized. "This humble dog will now properly analyze the recent battle for you all, masters." Once the commotion settled, the crew finally relaxed. They seriously studied the details of the fight. First, it was worth acknowledging that they possessed the ability to damage an admiral. Even without Ray, the combined might of the Straw Hats could have forced Aokiji to use his awakening. In Ray's view, the crew's combined combat power had reached Shichibukai level. Moreover, if Aokiji had given Luffy time, the captain still had trump cards he could have used. As for the battle between Ray and Aokiji, without the crew's assistance, it would have been difficult for Ray to injure the admiral. He might have even been injured himself. Strictly speaking, the current Ray was still slightly inferior to Aokiji in a prolonged 1v1. Finally, Ray offered some comfort. "Today we worked together and repelled a Marine admiral, and you all still have plenty of room for improvement, as long as everyone keeps training. What does it matter if we face the Yonko in the future?" When Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the others heard these words, they smiled. These words might seem ordinary, but coming from Ray, they meant the world. He repeatedly emphasized one word: we. This meant Ray genuinely acknowledged them from the bottom of his heart. They were no longer deadweights. As everyone prepared to return to the Going Merry, Chopper noticed something in the bushes. "Hey, look!" A few hundred meters away, 3 blockheads remained frozen as ice sculptures: Foxy, Porch, and Hamburg. If left unrescued, they would certainly die of hypothermia. "Can we save them?" Chopper asked Luffy. "Sure," Luffy shrugged. Thus, Chopper brought the 3 ice sculptures back to the ship, planning to conduct a thawing surgery experiment. After all, he had never treated patients frozen by an admiral before. The Foxy trio would serve as excellent guinea pigs. Over the next 3 days, while patiently waiting for the log pose to reset, the crew gathered supplies and water. As for the Foxy trio, they were completely cured by Chopper using hot water baths 2 days later. Before departing, they expressed their gratitude to the Straw Hat Pirates with utmost sincerity and terror. Foxy made no mention of the Davy back fight. Having witnessed the battle with Aokiji from the bushes, the 3 had lost all confidence in challenging the Straw Hats. They quietly sailed away into the sunset. Once the log pose finished charging, the Going Merry set sail for their next destination, Water 7, meanwhile at a secret marine base near Water 7. Admiral Aokiji lay in a hospital bed, organizing his thoughts. After careful consideration, he decided to report his assessment to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. In his view, the priority was to halt the pursuit of the Straw Hats and instead focus resources on the New World. Without delay, Aokiji dialed Sengoku's private number on the Den Mushi. "Puru Puru Puru, Gacha, hello. Can you hear me? This is Kyuzen." The Den Mushi transformed into an image of a man with round glasses and a goatee. "Kyuzen, since you're calling me, it must mean you've captured the Straw Hat Pirates, right?" Hearing this, Aokiji let out a sigh. The Den Mushi exhaled a visibly cold breath, frosting the receiver on Sengoku's end. Sengoku immediately sensed something was wrong. His expression turned serious. "You made a mistake? What exactly happened?" After a moment of silence, Aokiji recounted the entire encounter, from the peaceful meal to the cataclysmic battle with Ray and the crew. "Well, that's the whole story. My injuries only healed yesterday. Fleet Admiral, I do not recommend the Marines continue targeting the Straw Hat Pirates right now. The cost is too high." Sengoku fell into silence. The furrowed brows on the Den Mushi revealed just how heavy his heart was. 2 minutes later, Sengoku finally responded. "Kyuzin, I support your suggestion, but the Celestial Dragons have already made their move." Aokiji's pupils trembled slightly. "Fleet Admiral, please explain." "Tilde. Because a message reached the ears of the Celestial Dragons. A rumor that Nico Robin knows the location of the ancient weapon, Pluton." After hearing this news, Aokiji understood instantly. CP9, the world government. The gears were already turning to obliterate Water 7 if necessary. His emotions began to spiral. "Fleet Admiral, please do your best to stop this." "I understand, I will try." "Gotcha." After hanging up, Aokiji's expression turned extremely grave. The storm he had tried to delay was already overhead. After hanging up the phone, Aokiji irritably ruffled his curly hair, sighing a breath of cold air that frosted the room. Based on Sengoku's briefing, it was clear. The Celestial Dragons would undoubtedly target Nico Robin to obtain information about the ancient weapon, Pluton. So who could the Celestial Dragons deploy? Only their personal dogs, the Cypher Paul organization. As an admiral, Aokiji was privy to classified intelligence. The nearest CP unit to the Straw Hat Pirates was CP9, currently lurking undercover in Water 7. Their standing orders were to locate the blueprints for Pluton, and coincidentally, the Straw Hat Pirates' next destination was also Water 7. "With just those little brats," Aokiji muttered, shaking his head. "How could they possibly take down a crew that fought me to a standstill? Don't tell me I'll have to step in again. I really don't want to help those Celestial Dragons." Aokiji was deeply frustrated. He picked up a bottle of strong liquor beside him and downed it in one go. "I really envy Old Man Garp. Not being an admiral means freedom, but to change this world I must climb to the highest position in the Marines." Marine Headquarters, Sengoku's office. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was even more agitated than Aokiji. Stroking his goatee, he paced back and forth in front of his desk, his steps heavy. Based on Aokiji's report, the Straw Hat Pirates were a sleeping dragon that absolutely should not be poked right now. But the Celestial Dragons were stubborn, self-willed, and stupid. The order to search for the ancient weapons had come directly from the Five Elders. The CP organizations were loyal only to the world government and wouldn't heed Sengoku's tactical warnings. "Ah, that grandson of Garp's only knows how to cause trouble for us," Sengoku groaned. Kyuzin made it perfectly clear asking them to hand over Nico Robin is pure fantasy, sending CP9 to challenge this crew. They'd be signing their own death warrants. And I don't even know what identities those CP9 agents are using in Water 7. There's no way to warn them. The strategic genius scratched his head anxiously, desperately trying to formulate a plan. "What should I do? Send more Marines to help? Nonsense. If we lose an admiral or elite vice admirals now, how will we deal with the Yonko? What if we don't help? Pretend we know nothing about this and tell the Five Elders that Aokiji hasn't encountered them yet. In that case, CP9 would be sacrificed. That's the only plan with the smallest losses for the Marine." The more Sengoku thought about it, the more he felt this was the only viable approach. Even if the Marines needed to mobilize later, as long as no admirals were involved, losing a few disposable agents wasn't a catastrophe. Sengoku sat back down, trying to steady his resolve. As Fleet Admiral, he had to weigh lives on a scale. His justice was ruling justice, pragmatic and orderly. He didn't care much for the Celestial Dragon's lackeys. But suddenly, Sengoku frowned again. "This idea won't work. Because of that bastard Morgans, we have to announce our engagement with the Straw Hats to the world. If we don't disclose Aokiji's encounter, we look incompetent. If we do, we have to launch another operation immediately because the world is watching." Just this one matter gave Sengoku a splitting headache. The New World. Over the past few days, the new bounties of the Straw Hat Pirates had rippled through the seas, reaching the hands of the most dangerous pirates in the world. Bounties of this level marked them as major players even here, Onigashima, Wano Country. A muscular behemoth nearly 8 meters tall sat drinking from a gourd the size of a barrel, Yonko Kaido of the Beasts. Lord Kaido, a subordinate reported nervously, over the past 2 months there's a pirate crew worth paying attention to, although they haven't entered the New World yet. Kaido waved his hand dismissively while looking bored. He gestured for the subordinate to report to King the Wildfire instead. The subordinate scurried over to the tall, masked all-star. King listened silently, then nodded. Keep an eye on their movements. Pirates of this caliber will eventually become our enemies if we can't recruit them. As the subordinate turned to leave, King called out, "Focus on gathering intel about the Marines' actual battles with them." The Straw Hat Pirates' growth rate is unusually fast, something about it feels off. Kaido, still drinking nearby, paid no attention. Whole Cake Island, the fantastical nation of sweets, was ruled by the Yonko Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. At this moment she was lucid, not yet in a hunger pang. She looked curiously at the bounty poster in her daughter Smoothie's hand. Mama Tilda Smoothie, who is this silver-haired man? Smoothie, one of the 3 sweet commanders, snapped out of her daze. She had been staring at the poster a little too intently. Mama, this is a recently risen pirate named Ray. He belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates. Big Mom snatched the poster, grinning as she examined Ray's sharp features. Smoothie. Do you have feelings for him? Smoothie's cheeks flushed and she nodded gently. He is aesthetically pleasing. But Big Mom's next words made Smoothie's stomach drop. Mama Tilda, but I'm quite interested in him too. Smoothie, no need to be nervous. We can each have a child with him. We can even include your other sisters. Big Mom licked her lips. Such appealing genetic traits must be preserved abundantly in our family. Around the table, Big Mom's other daughters cheered in unison. Mama is wise. Smoothie forced a smile, though her eye twitched. In Unknown Island, the Red Hair Pirates were celebrating. They had just dispatched a challenger crew and were enjoying the spoils. A subordinate ran up to Shanks, breathless. Boss, as you instructed, we're reporting immediately. News about the Straw Hat Pirates. Shanks beamed. Thanks for your hard work. He took the newspaper, eager to see Luffy's progress. But as he read the headlines, his smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Straw Hats declared enemies of the world. Luffy, I admire your courage in taking in Nico Robin, but how do you plan to survive this naval encirclement? After much contemplation, Shanks realized the odds were stacked impossibly high against his young friend. He stood up, draining his sake cup. Guys, we set sail tomorrow, destination the Whitebeard Pirates. Ben Beckman raised an eyebrow but nodded. Shanks muttered to himself, looking out at the ocean. Luffy. I can only help divert some of the Marines' attention this way. If I move, they have to watch me. The quality of Marines coming after you should decrease. But since you've set sail, you must overcome these difficulties on your own. Keep going, I hope to see you soon. Deep within the volatile waters of the New World, the sea churned with a restless energy, mirroring the power of the vessel cutting through its waves. This was the Moby Dick, a ship that dominated the ocean. On the main deck, the atmosphere was heavy, thick with the scent of brine and high-grade sake. Sitting there like a titan among men was Edward Newgate Whitebeard. Standing at a colossal 6.66 meters, his sheer presence warped the air around him. Despite the web of medical IVs hooked into his massive frame, a testament to his failing health, his vitality remained terrifying. He threw back a massive bowl of sake, wiping his mouth as his golden eyes scanned several crumpled bounty posters. Pops, a voice drawled from beside him. This monkey D. Luffy, he's Ace's younger brother, right? The speaker was Marco, the commander of the 1st Division. With half-lidded eyes and a head of blonde hair that famously resembled a pineapple, he looked perpetually relaxed, though his bounty of 1.374 billion belly suggested a lethality that contradicted his stance. Whitebeard, the world's strongest man whose head carried a price of over 5 billion belly, let out a laugh that rumbled through the ship's timber. Gururara, indeed. His expression shifted, becoming more contemplative. Marco, listen well, we should keep a close eye on this pirate crew moving forward. Those who carry the will of D. They are never ordinary men, they are storms waiting to break. Marco nodded, leaning against the railing. Understood, Pops. Speaking of storms, Red Hair sent a word. He says he wants to come personally to discuss Ace's situation with you soon. What are your thoughts? A shadow of worry flickered across Marco's face. When two emperors met, the skies usually split. Whitebeard, however, merely gulped down another ocean of alcohol as a confident, predatory grin stretching across his scarred face. That brat Shanks, he scoffed, his voice dripping with casual arrogance. He seems to have gotten a bit too full of himself since he climbed to the seat of a Yonko. He slammed the sake bowl down. He is still 100 years too early to think he can influence Whitebeard's decisions. Marco glanced sideways at his captain. Personally, he agreed with Shanks' concerns regarding Ace and Blackbeard, but looking at the Titan beside him, his anxiety eased. No matter what happened, no matter what conspiracy the Marines might be cooking up, there was nothing the Whitebeard pirates couldn't handle. So what if the world turned upside down? They were the rulers of these seas. Meanwhile, in a starkly different part of the world, the Going Merry sailed under the tranquil azure of a clear sky. 2 days had passed since the Straw Hat Pirates left the nameless island. For these 2 days, everyone had been training diligently. After witnessing Aokiji's bizarre freezing ability, everyone had focused their efforts on haki training. If all of them could master the advanced armament haki technique Ryuo, they would be able to find opportunities to counterattack against Aokiji's assaults. Otherwise, they would still end up being a burden to their comrades. Of course, armament haki training inevitably required physical growth. Under the scorching sun, everyone's sweat from their intense training had soaked the Going Merry's deck. Zoro had brought several large rocks onto the deck, cutting them into different weights to facilitate training for Nami, Robin, and Usopp. As for the others, they all used the 3-ton heavy rock. At this moment, they actually found themselves missing Miss Valentine, that kilo fruit user named Makita. Usopp, looking at his dwindling supply of powerful bombs, also missed Mr. 5, the bomb fruit user Gem. They wondered how those two were doing in Alabasta. 1 week earlier, in Alabasta's royal palace, King Cobra and Princess Vivi were chatting with a group of old acquaintances in the rear garden. Standing before them were former members of Baroque Works, namely Miss Goldenweek Marion, who possessed the miraculous ability to use pigments for hypnosis, Mr. 3 Galdino, a user of the wax fruit, Mr. 2 Bon Clay, a master of Akama Kenpo and a user of the clone fruit, as well as Miss Valentine Makita and Mr. 5 Gem. The 5 of them had now abandoned their former Miss and Mr. titles, addressing each other solely by their names or nicknames. Cobra looked at the group before him and earnestly asked the question, "Are you certain you wish to set sail as a subordinate crew of that pirate group?" Vivi also expressed concern. "They're currently in the eye of the storm, you know. By doing this, you'll be placing yourselves in a very dangerous position." Hearing the king and princess's inquiry, Galdino chuckled and responded first, "I don't mind, I've got nowhere else to go anyway. Besides, if they hadn't defeated Crocodile, Marion and I would have definitely been killed by this Akama here." Bon Clay stopped twirling, looking genuinely bashful. "Oh, little Marion. Don't be so harsh, Tilda," he pressed his hands to his cheeks. "I was just following the boss's orders at the time, but honestly I think Makita and Gem have a wonderful idea." Bon Clay's expression turned serious, tears welling in his eyes. "I really admire the Straw Hat Pirates, they are true friends, except for that vicious little thief cat, she almost destroyed my family jewels." The group ignored the outburst, they were used to Bon's theatrics. Makita stepped forward, flanked by Gem, her voice was steady. "It's the only path for us." She explained their reasoning. As former high-ranking agents of a fallen Shichibukai, they were now wanted criminals. The Marines wouldn't let them retire to a quiet life of farming, they were hunted. Their individual strength was decent, but against the world government they were nothing. They needed a banner. "We spent time on their ship," Makita said softly. "Gem and I, we barely counted as unofficial members, but they treated us like people. We want to form a crew and seek them out." Among the 5, 3 had direct, positive ties to the Straw Hats. The other 2, Galdino and Marion, were pragmatists who respected power and character. Although the big brothers are currently walking into the jaws of death, Mikita continued, clearing her throat with a confident smile, we understand one principle very well. Hehe, she laughed. Offering help when someone is already on top is meaningless. Offering help in times of need, that is what proves sincerity. Galdino adjusted his glasses with a gleam of calculation in his eyes. If we want to live under their protection in the future, we have to take a gamble, and gambling is my specialty. He looked at the others, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You should know. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. How can we invest in future legends without taking a few risks? The logic was sound. It was high risk, but the return on investment could be freedom and glory. Vivi and Cobra sighed, realizing their minds were made up. In truth, they were reluctant to see them go. During the post-war chaos, these five had used their influence to wrangle the leaderless Baroque works mercenaries, effectively ending the remnants of the conflict. They had ruthlessly eliminated looters and opportunists, cleaning up the darkness so the light could return to Alabasta. They had paid their debts to the country. Now they were paying it forward to their future captains. At the port, Vivi handed them supplies and a log pose pointing toward the Straw Hat's trajectory. Good luck, she whispered. Several hours later, the harbor of Alabasta bustled with activity. A massive fleet was assembling. 30 large ships manned by 1,000 former bounty hunters and mercenaries prepared to cast off. They had rebranded themselves. They were no longer a secret criminal syndicate. They were the floating artists. Captain Mikita. Vice Captains Bon Clay Gem. Officers, Marion Galdino. Standing on the bow of the lead ship, the 5 officers looked out toward the horizon where the Grand Line beckoned. The wind whipped at their clothes, carrying the scent of salt and adventure. They were on a mission to find the Straw Hat Pirates and help them conquer the world. As the sails unfurled, snapping loudly in the wind, the 5 officers shared a look of yearning and ambition. Ray, Luffy, and the rest of the crew remained blissfully unaware that their chaotic wake had drawn a new, fervent kind of follower to the Grand Line. Shortly after the floating artists departed Alabasta to chase their idols, another ship dropped anchor off the sandy coast. This vessel bore a crew of rough-looking delinquents, led by a man with a distinctive green mohawk and a savage grin. This was the Bardo Club. Standing at the prow was Bartolomeo the Cannibal, a user of the barrier fruit and the former underworld boss of 150 towns. He was a man of infamy, a top-tier delinquent known for audacious crimes, including the legendary incident where he and his men allegedly secured nude photos of Vice Admiral Mamosagi. "Boss, we've finally made it," Bartolomeo's intelligence officer cried out, tears streaming down his face. "We're standing on the hallowed ground where the Straw Hat Pirates fought." The entire crew erupted in cheers. These men had spent over 20 years rotting in the grime of Logtown, but the spark ignited by the Straw Hats had driven them to this terrifying, thrilling ocean. To them, the Grand Line wasn't just a sea, it was a pilgrimage site. Inside their cabin, the walls were plastered with a shrine's worth of wanted posters and clipped news articles. Every headline featuring the Straw Hats was treated like scripture. The crew had a daily ritual: memorize the great achievements of the Straw Hats and offer prayers for their safety. Bartolomeo threw his head back and laughed, a sound that was half maniacal, half joyous. "Listen up, you bastards," he bellowed. "Princess Vivi of this kingdom has an extraordinary bond with Luffy Senpai and Ray Senpai. We are on holy ground, there will be absolutely no causing trouble here." He paused as a menacing glint entering his eyes. "However, since we are here, it is only natural we offer some tribute. When you go into town for supplies, keep your eyes peeled. If you spot any lingering rebels or anyone badmouthing our idols, eliminate them." "Understood." "Yes, boss." As he watched his subordinates swarm into the port town, Bartolomeo puffed out his chest, his imagination running wild with future glory. "Senpais of the Straw Hat Pirates," he whispered to the wind, "our strength might be nothing compared to yours right now, but for the sake of our ideals we will come to help you when the time comes." He clenched his fist. "Let the Marines try to move against you, they'll have to get through my barriers first." 5 days later, marking a full week since the Straw Hats had left the nameless island. On the Going Merry, Ray observed the crew with a sense of grim satisfaction. The physical training had been brutal but effective. Everyone's armament haki was blooming, their bodies hardening against the rigors of the new world. However, progress always demands a price, and this time the price was being paid by their beloved ship. The atmosphere in the galley was heavy, thick with the smell of uneaten food and frustration. The crew sat around the table, heads hung low. Usopp was the first to snap, his voice trembling with accusation. "Zoro, this is all your fault, you and those damn giant rocks, you've caused the Mary so much damage." Zoro crossed his arms, looking uncharacteristically guilty. He knew light caravels like the Mary weren't built for this kind of abuse, but he hadn't expected the internal damage to be so catastrophic. A few tons of rock had cracked the deck and the lower cabins were taking on water. The ship was dying, even the meat in Luffy's mouth tasted like ash. After a long, painful discussion, the consensus hung in the air: repair the ship and upgrade her. Luffy, Usopp, Nami, and Chopper threw their hands up in immediate agreement. It seemed simple enough, but Sanji, Robin, Zoro, Ray, and even the dog Chaochu remained silent. Usopp stared at them, his eyes wide with betrayal. "What do you mean by this silence? The Going Merry has been with us through everything, can't we even agree to fix her?" "I don't get it either," Luffy said, tilting his head. "We just need to pay for repairs, right?" Sanji took a drag of his cigarette, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "We aren't against it, Usopp. If the Mary can be upgraded, we'll do it, but we have to be rational. Every ship has a limit. We need a professional shipwright to tell us if she can even handle an upgrade." Luffy and Nami fell silent, the logic hard to argue with. Usopp opened his mouth to shout, to fight, but his voice cracked. "But what if there's a really amazing shipbuilder, someone who can do miracles?" Suddenly, Chaochu barked, speaking on Ray's behalf. "Master said Zoro and Master. Know something you don't. Perhaps it is best if you hear it from Mary itself." Before the crew could question this, Ray activated his demonic power. The air in the galley shimmered, the spiritual energy condensing into a visible form. A young boy appeared. The crew gasped. The boy was a patchwork of their own traits, wearing a little black suit, a straw hat with tufts of green hair peeking out, a fluffy white scarf, and a green slingshot strapped to his back. He held a medical book in his small hands. This was the Clabberman, this was Mary. The spirit looked at them with eyes full of love and sadness. "I really want to carry everyone forever," Mary said, his voice soft like the creaking of wood in a calm sea. "But I know my limits." "Ray gave me the chance to train," the spirit continued, clutching the book. "But I only improved my spiritual energy. I cannot change the wood I was born from, it is just ordinary timber. My keel, it's struggling to hold the weight, it will break soon." Mary smiled, a heartbreaking, gentle expression. "So please, I hope everyone can accept my reality." Usopp slumped onto the floor. Hearing it from Sanji or Zoro was one thing, hearing it from the soul of the ship himself was devastating. He remained silent for a long time before letting out a shaky sigh. If you're saying it yourself, Mary, then I'd be an ungrateful captain to force you to suffer." The tension in the room broke. Luffy's face lit up with his signature grin, realizing this wasn't a goodbye just yet. Shishishi. "Well, after Mary gets modified and fixed up, he can stay with us forever as a spirit, right? That's awesome." Nami and Robin, however, had completely different priorities. "Oh my gosh," Nami squealed, ignoring the existential crisis to rush over to the spirit. "You are absolutely adorable, but Mary, why don't you look like me or Robin?" She pinched the spirit's cheek, pouting playfully. "I need more representation here." Robin smiled with a warm blush on her cheeks. "I agree, he needs a makeover." Before the boys could react, the two women had scooped up the spirit of the ship and dragged him toward the girls' dormitory. "Time to change your clothes, little one." The men watched them go, expressions of sympathy on their faces. That poor, dignified spirit was about to be used as a dress-up doll. "Tusk, tusk," Sanji shook his head. Then realization struck Luffy and Usopp simultaneously. "Wait a minute," Luffy shouted, turning to Ray and Zoro. "When did you guys find out Mary had a spirit? Why didn't you tell us? I'm mad." "Yeah," Usopp chimed in. "We're the ones who fix him the most." Chaochu barked a translation, looking amused. "Mary was too shy to tell you. He said the people who love him the most are Luffy and Usopp. So he was scared to show himself." The anger vanished instantly. Luffy and Usopp rubbed their noses, grinning sheepishly. "Ah well, he has good taste," Usopp muttered, clearly flattered. Later that night, Ray stepped out onto the deck, leaving the noise of the galley behind. He leaned against the railing, gazing up at the crescent moon hanging in the ink-black sky. The mood was lighter now, but the reality remained. To preserve the Going Merry, even just as a spirit or a smaller vessel, they needed a shipwright with god-tier skill. They needed Frankie. As for Luffy and the others, they had already come up with the plan to recruit a shipwright during dinner earlier today. Thinking of Frankie, Ray suddenly realized something. In Water 7, the ones targeting Frankie weren't the Marines but the Celestial Dragon's world government. They had only shown their strength to the Marines so far, but that wouldn't intimidate these arrogant nobles of the world. By intuition, Ray felt that after arriving in Water 7, another battle awaited him. Even though so much has changed, why do these inevitable events still occur? Never mind, I'll just face it head-on. The next day, the Going Merry had arrived in a peaceful climate zone, a stretch of sea where the sun shone gently and the waves rolled with a rhythmic calm. It looks like we'll reach the next stop soon." Nami stepped out onto the deck and stretched, her arms reaching for the sky. Under the reflection of the morning sun, her graceful curves were highlighted perfectly. Sanji, who was serving breakfast, nearly dropped his tray. "Wow, Nami's swan figure keeps getting better and better. It's a miracle of the seas." Just as Sanji said this, Robin, standing nearby, accidentally stretched her lovely body as well, arching her back with cat-like grace. Robin Swan is becoming more and more sexy too. "I'm in heaven," Sanji swooned, eyes turning into hearts. Hearing Sanji's flattering words, Robin lightly covered her lips with one hand and let out an enchanting laugh. Phew foo foo. Sanji really knows how to please women. Ray, who was spacing out near the helm, saw the interaction and chuckled inwardly. If other women displayed this kind of synchronized behavior, it might be interpreted as rivalry or manipulation. But between Robin and Nami there was no jealousy. They had clearly exchanged glances beforehand, a coordinated attack to tease the cook. However, Ray noticed something odd. After Sanji complimented them, both women shot a glance toward him, and that glance, it held a trace of resentment. Ray blinked. Was I too harsh during their private training yesterday? Tusk. Women can really hold grudges. That said, Ray still loved this uniquely harmonious morning atmosphere. It was peaceful, but his mind was already drifting to Water 7. After the battle with Aokiji on the nameless island, his fusion rate with the Sesshomaru Template had increased to 69%. If a battle occurred in Water 7, and he knew it would, winning would undoubtedly push it to 70%. Once it reached 70%, he alone would be equivalent to a fleet admiral or a Yonko. If he were to fight Aokiji again at that level, there would be absolutely no possibility of the admiral harming the crew while he was present. There was even the possibility that he could defeat Aokiji easily in a death match. However, whether a full-scale war would actually occur in Water 7 depended on Marine headquarters, if they don't assist the CP9. With the current combat power on that island, who has the qualifications to challenge us? Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral's office, the atmosphere was heavy enough to crush bone. Two legends, Sengoku and Garp, sat on the sofa. Garp was aggressively crunching on rice crackers, the crumbs falling onto his suit. Sengoku was so agitated he didn't even notice his pet goat chewing on the end of his braided goatee. Naturally, the source of their stress was the Water 7 situation. Sengoku snapped back to reality, yanking his slobbery beard from the goat's mouth. He glared at the animal before turning his fury on his old friend. Garp, your grandson's pirate crew has left us with a monumental problem. Although Garp wanted to laugh and say, "Biwahaha, that's my grandson for you," he looked at Sengoku's bloodshot eyes and wisely remained silent, letting the fleet admiral vent. That Ray, under your grandson's command, according to Kyuzin, he has already reached the threshold of world-class powerhouse. Do you know how serious this is? Sengoku roared. A rookie crew with admiral-level combat capability. Garp waved his hand dismissively. You're the fleet admiral, you tell me. GRP. Seeing Sengoku about to have an aneurysm, Garp sighed. They were comrades who had fought side by side for decades. He couldn't keep playing the fool. The main problem lies with Nico Robin, Garp said, his voice dropping an octave. Knowing Luffy as I do, he would absolutely never abandon a comrade. He'd burn the world down first, but those stupid world governments. Ahem, Sengoku glared warningly, but those great world government. Gag, Garp physically retched, unable to finish the sentence. Sengoku ignored the theatrics and stood up, pacing. I've been thinking about how to achieve the best of both worlds. The world government want Nico Robin. They won't take no for an answer, and because of Morgan's, the whole world knows Luffy has her. We have to engage them in battle to save face. Garp nodded, he understood, but the tactical reality was a nightmare. To engage the current Straw Hat Pirates and guarantee victory, Garp mused, we'd need to send 2 admirals, but Sakazuki is in the New World and Borsalino is handling the Sabayati sector. Aside from Kyuzin, who refuses to go back, we're stretched thin. Or perhaps, Sengoku countered, 1 admiral plus 2 elite vice admirals candidates like Chatten Takakake and Momousagi Jin. But if they show the slightest carelessness against Ray, we might lose 2 future admirals. Sengoku stopped pacing and looked at Garp. Alternatively, Garp, you go. PFFD. Garp spat his tea all over Sengoku's desk. He wiped his mouth, his expression turning stony. You know, if I go, I won't actually capture them, I can't. And I can't guarantee I'd win against that Ray kid if I'm holding back, Garp added quietly. As for Kyuzin, I don't recommend sending him again. The Marine can't afford to lose an admiral right now over a single pirate crew. Sengoku sighed, wiping tea off a report. I agree. Then a shrewd glint appeared in the fleet admiral's eyes. All the above plans are based on the premise that we must win, but why do we have to win? Garp's eyes widened. Do you realize the potential consequences of doing that? The world government, the fucking elders will scream. Sengoku walked to the window, clasping his hands behind his back. He looked out at the sea, his justice coat swaying. Choose the lesser of 2 evils, maximize the benefits. Garp understood immediately. This was typical Sengoku ruling justice. Since engaging the Straw Hat Pirates would deplete marine forces needed to counter the Yonko, Sengoku would rather risk being criticized by the world government than sacrifice his heavy hitters. He would send a force strong enough to look like they were trying but weak enough that their inevitable defeat wouldn't cripple the Marines. It was a calculated loss. "We play deaf and dumb," Sengoku murmured. "We treat them as a standard Shichibuka-level threat. We send a standard Buster Call force if needed but no admirals. As for when to truly deal with the Straw Hats, we wait until the Yonko crisis stabilizes." Garp nodded silently, crunching another cracker. "This old fox is truly suited to be Fleet Admiral, much more than I ever was." Just as they were about to finalize their plan of strategic incompetence, the door to the office slammed open. An uninvited guest strode in. He was a massive man with purple hair and sunglasses, radiating an aura of intense power and bitterness. But his most striking feature was his right arm, a massive, terrifying mechanical prosthetic made of seastone. The Battle Smasher, Black-Armed Zephyr, former admiral, current instructor of the Marines' elite training camp. The burly man took a deep drag from an inhaler and barked a request. "Sengoku, I need to go to Water 7. I require those shipwrights' assistance for upgrading the training ships. Allocate some funds for me." Hearing the destination, Sengoku and Garp both froze. They slowly raised their hands and facepalmed in unison. "Zephyr," Sengoku groaned, "where did you say you're going?" "Water 7, is there a problem?" Zephyr frowned, sensing the tension. Seeing Sengoku hesitate, Zephyr's temper flared. "Since becoming Fleet Admiral have you become so stingy? This is for training the Marines' future talents. Hurry up, give me the damn money." Sengoku didn't respond. He looked like he wanted to cry. "I just decided not to send an admiral-level fighter and now a former admiral volunteers to go there on vacation." Zephyr was speechless. "Is our budget really that tight?" He turned to Garp. "Garp, help me convince this miser." Garp looked at the ceiling, whistling. "I don't know anything, I'm just an old man eating crackers." While the three veteran figures at Marine headquarters were arguing, the Straw Hat Pirates had already arrived near Water 7. Currently, everyone had stopped training. They were all dressing up, preparing for what might be several days of city life. Ray naturally wouldn't stop them from enjoying themselves. After intense training pressure, relaxation must follow. At that moment, Zoro, standing on the lookout platform, suddenly showed a shocked expression and shouted down at Luffy. "Luffy, there's a frog doing freestyle ahead." Hearing Zoro's words, Luffy, who had been fooling around with Usopp, froze as if struck by lightning, then immediately ran to the ship's railing without another word. Usopp and Chopper quickly followed. Amid the cheers, all the men except Ray grabbed oars and rowed toward the frog. Ray was speechless. There were just too many coincidences. "I'll just pet the dog while watching you guys act like a fool," he thought. Sometime later, the Going Merry lost track of the frog and encountered the sea train. Eventually, they met Kokoro, the station master, along with her granddaughter and a strange rabbit. Through Kokoro's introduction, Luffy, Nami, and the others learned that their next destination was Water 7, and that place had many highly skilled shipwrights. This made Luffy and Usopp ecstatic. The others were also very excited. Everyone agreed to spend as much money as needed to properly repair the Going Merry. At the same time, they also needed to build a ship capable of sailing through the Grand Line and navigating the New World. After all, they currently had over 2 tons of gold, which if converted to belly should amount to about 600 to 800 million belly, depending on the exchange rate in Water 7. At minimum, it was twice the amount from the original story. Ray calculated that it should be enough to build a larger Sunny and modify the Going Merry. If it wasn't enough, they could just pretend to sell Luffy to the Marines, get the money, then take him back. Thus, the Straw Hat Pirates took Kokoro's letter of introduction and began heading toward Water 7's shipbuilding factories. Upon arriving at Water 7, the Straw Hat Pirates, wearing freshly washed clothes, cheerfully headed into town. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp took the gold to exchange for money, then went to find shipwrights to repair their ship. Zoro was ordered to stay and guard the ship, partly because he didn't want to buy anything, and partly because everyone was afraid he'd get lost. After all, the structure of this Water 7 looked like a giant maze no matter how you viewed it. Sanji went alone to buy ingredients. Robin took Chopper to buy books, also planning to relax herself. Ray originally intended to take Chaochu for a walk with a leash but thought the image would be embarrassing. So he abandoned the leash and went with Chaochu to wander around the city. As for their destination, just straight ahead, anywhere could be their destination. Ray wasn't worried about the current Straw Hat crew getting into trouble here. With the group split this way, even if Rob Lucci appeared, he couldn't capture anyone quickly. In fact, if CP9 engaged them, the agents would suffer significant losses. Once combat started, Ray and Chaochu, with their keen sense of smell and observation haki, could provide support immediately. This was the benefit of strength. A greatly increased sense of security. As for why Ray didn't just disable those CP9 members based on his memories, the reasons were clear. First, to observe the world government's arrangements in Water 7. Second, to find the most suitable timing to recruit Frankie onto the ship. Third, what if Robin had another moment of doubt? The process of healing trauma is always full of ups and downs. While the Straw Hat Pirates were beginning their shopping, a group of people stealthily approached the Going Merry. They were a bunch of men dressed in ridiculously perverted outfits, the kind hard to describe in words, men wearing iron codpieces with their chests exposed. They were strange men armed with blades, clubs, and firearms, wearing fishnet stockings. The group was whispering among themselves, their voices noticeably trembling. Aren't we being a bit reckless by picking a fight with the Straw Hat Pirates like this? I wonder how many people are still on the ship. If it's just that sexy woman and the weakling with the slingshot, that'd be ideal. Yeah, the bounties on the others are just too high. Thinking about it, they're definitely not to be trifled with. You cowards. You have to understand you can only catch big fish in rough seas. Besides, we absolutely cannot let these vicious pirates run rampant in Water 7. I get the reasoning, but is it really okay not to inform Frankianiki? These men were the Frankie family, supposedly the underworld organization of Water 7. In reality, they were a covert unit led by Frankie, tasked with helping Mayor Iceberg defend against pirates. Relying on their considerable skills, they had captured many pirates and destroyed numerous ships, significantly reducing turmoil in Water 7. However, Mayor Iceberg had repeatedly urged them to stop it, deeming it too dangerous. The leader of this group approaching the Going Merry was named Zanbai, a minor boss within the Frankie family. He was conflicted but ready to sacrifice himself. The Straw Hat Pirates' strength is likely unfathomable, Zanbai said. We are essentially a suicide squad. One person will hide to record their combat abilities. The rest of you prepare for death. Our goal is to use our lives to help Boss Frankie gauge their true strength. Yes. Everyone responded in trembling voices, but their eyes were determined. To die for their Anarchy, they would not hesitate. What they didn't know was that the reports labeling the Straw Hat crew as vicious and utterly wicked were untrue. They were merely fabricated rumors spread by some unscrupulous newspaper, purely out of retaliation, after someone's news coup had been repeatedly killed and cooked. Meanwhile, inside Water 7, just as Chopper arrived in front of a certain door, a strange man wearing a mask and a theatrical costume brushed past Robin, who was a few meters behind Chopper. In that moment of passing, he whispered to Robin, "Nico Robin, I am from the CP9, come with me, otherwise." Upon hearing the name of the organization and the subsequent words, Robin's pupils trembled slightly. After a moment of thought, she followed him. A few streets away from Robin, Ray and Chaochu, who were out for a stroll, simultaneously sensed that Robin had separated from Chopper and was now walking alongside an unfamiliar man. Chaochu was puzzled. "Master, what's going on with Robin? Is she on a date with another man? I cannot tolerate this." Ray thought to himself, who she wants to date is her own business. Why does this little mutt care so much? But then Chaochu immediately started speaking again. "No matter whether Master likes Robin and Nami or not, Chaochu, absolutely won't allow those who like Master to shift their affections elsewhere." As expected, a large bump swelled on Chaochu's head. Barbaric, rude, and illogical tilde. Ray was speechless. What was this puppy thinking? The key was that this possessiveness was rather strange. Of course, Ray and Chaochu were thinking about completely different matters. The person beside Robin should be one of the CP9 members. Why was this woman walking with CP9 members again? Was she afraid something would happen to the Straw Hat Pirates like in the original story? That definitely couldn't be the reason. Suddenly, Ray thought of one possibility. So that's it. Ray pondered about the most likely possibilities as he watched Robin's retreating figure. If it was about choosing a battlefield, then her behavior made perfect sense. It definitely couldn't be because she was afraid the Straw Hat Pirates would lose to the Marines. They could already fight evenly with admirals. At this stage, to capture them, unless Marine headquarters had shit for brains and sent 2 admirals to paradise, the Straw Hats held the advantage. Sengoku, known as the Wise General, would absolutely not do such a thing. As for what exactly Sengoku planned to do, Ray didn't know the specifics. But if he were the fleet admiral, he'd have to put up at least a token fight to appease the world government. Even without sending admirals, using a buster call to respond to the world government demands seemed like the most logical escalation. So, Robin is going with CP9 to move the target. Ray's eyes narrowed. This woman is too kind-hearted. If she resisted CP9 and stubbornly stayed here, the buster call would likely occur at Water 7. The island would be obliterated. The Straw Hat Pirates were stuck here for at least 2 weeks while repairing or replacing the Going Merry. They couldn't just take a broken ship out to sea to fight the Marines. Even if they won, the Merry would sink. So, the perfect solution for Robin was to go with CP9 to Anai's lobby, the judicial island, and face the Marines there. This way, she could protect both the Going Merry and the innocent residents of Water 7. After deducing Robin's thought process, Ray prepared to follow and confirm. "Chaochu," he whispered to the air. "Return to the Going Merry first. Guard Zoro, make sure he's not lost." "Yes, master." The Going Merry. Zoro was having his usual midday nap. His snoring was deafening, sounding like a chainsaw cutting through scrap metal. In his dream, Zoro was strolling through a bustling street, going wherever he wanted. Left, right, straight, it didn't matter. In this dream world, there was no such thing as getting lost. It was paradise. Suddenly, the dream shifted and the streets became hazy. He found himself surrounded by over a dozen Rays, each drawing their demonic swords. "Zoro," the lead Ray said with a smirk, "I lost to you some time ago. Today I've brought my brothers to defeat you, the world's greatest swordsman." "Come, Dream," Zoro shouted. The intense fighting spirit made his hair stand on end. He was excited, too excited. He woke up with a start, his hand instinctively grabbing the hilt of Wado Ikamanji. In his daze, Zoro saw over a dozen figures rushing him. "Shit, the clones." Zoro grabbed his 3 swords, rolling sideways to dodge a hail of bullets and swords. Wait, these weren't Rays. He stood up, blinking the sleep from his eyes. Before him stood a group of thugs dressed in metal armor and speedos. "Who are you?" Zoro asked, his voice low and dangerous. "Have you prepared yourselves for the consequences of waking me up?" Zanbai, the leader of the Frankie family, forced a confident smile, though beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Pirate Hunter Zoro, bounty, 110 million belly. Today your head belongs to us, the Frankie family." Hearing this, Zoro relaxed. They were just bounty hunters, weak ones. "Once my swords are drawn, they won't be sheathed until they taste blood," Zoro said, mimicking Ray's favorite line. He released a wave of killing intent. The air suddenly grew heavy. The Frankie family thugs froze, feeling as if a blade was already pressed against their throats. Zoro scoffed. "With this little courage, you think you can claim my head? Go call your boss." Unexpectedly, upon hearing Zoro ask for their boss, Zanbai and the others snapped. They began shouting, brandishing swords, clubs, and even rocket launchers. "Fire!" Tusk, Zoro didn't have time to ponder their mood swings. He drew his swords. 2-sword style blazing dragon. Boom! A shockwave of blue energy blasted outward, sending all dozen men flying off the ship and splashing into the sea. Zoro sheathed his swords with a clack. "Can't let you damage the Merry," he muttered. He walked to the railing and looked down at the thugs bobbing in the water. "If you still want to fight, come up, I kill you this time." Zoro's expression was deadly serious and Zanbai immediately gulped. "Brothers, retreat. Back to base." "Yes, Aniki." Zoro watched them limp away. He rarely killed those who posed no real threat. Shortly after the group departed, a white blur leaped onto the deck. Chaochu had returned. "Zoro," the dog barked, which Zoro somehow understood perfectly. "Were those people causing trouble?" Yeah, they came for my head. Judging by the situation, that's really too bad. Zoro's eyebrow twitched. What do you mean by that, you little mutt? Chaochu looked innocent. Isn't this the kind of banter you and Sanji always have? I thought I'd try it. Shut up, Zoro sat back down. Why are you back alone? Normally you're glued to Rei's leg. Chaochu sat down, scratching his ear. Master didn't tell me anything, but we both saw Robin left with a strange man in a mask. The little dog rested its chin on its paws, deep in thought. Master must be angry and want to catch the adulterous couple. Zoro made a disgusted face. Your intelligence really is on par with Luffy's. Then what do you say, oh wise moss head? Chaochu picked his nose with a claw and flicked a booger at Zoro. Zoro dodged it effortlessly. Your thinking is too extreme, based on Rei's usual attitude toward Robin. At most he's a bit jealous and went to follow her to uncover the truth. What adulterous couple? Robin and Rei aren't even involved. Besides, she just arrived on this island, where would she have any acquaintances? Zoro paused, then his eyes widening. Hissed Tilda, could it be childhood sweethearts, tusk tusk. Zoro shook his head. Rei, everyone can see Nami and Robin like him, yet he never makes his stance clear. Now when Robin goes on a date with another man, he secretly follows them. This guy's really petty. Chaochu nodded vigorously. True, in dog packs if a female leaves we just find another one. Master is being very undog-like. The man and dog began analyzing Rei's love life with intense fervor. I suggest you talk to Rei, Zoro said sagely. Tell him to accept his feelings so he won't do embarrassing things like stalking anymore. Acting like such a weakling, a real man should accept things as they come. I agree, Chaochu barked. I think Master should learn from me. On every island I leave my seed, not my heart, unlike Master who actually got himself hurt over this. Zoro looked shocked. My god, the one who seemed purest on the entire ship is actually this filthy. Chaochu puffed out his chest. It's about passing on genes, such a pity that Master, though a dog demon, acts all hesitant and reserved like you humans, completely improper of him. Zoro, you look fit too. Why not find some girls on this island and leave some offspring behind? Chaochu advised him like an experienced elder. Why did you stop talking, Moss Head? Suddenly Chaochu froze, the fur on his back stood up. He sensed a very familiar, very demonic murderous aura radiating from behind him. He had been careless, his master had returned. Bonk, whack, a moment later the dog's head was swollen with a fresh bump. The moss head was also sporting a steaming lump. Rei stood over them, veins throbbing on his forehead. He was speechless. What nonsense had these two been discussing? Their conversation was completely incoherent, yet their intention to mock him was crystal clear. Typical, Rei muttered, cracking his knuckles after confirming Robin's safety and memorizing the scent of the masked man beside her. Rei began returning to the Going Merry. Just as he reached the coast, his sharp hearing caught Zoro and Chaochu's conversation about adulterous couples and stalking. It nearly made him die of anger. I'm petty, I'm stalking. Okay, fine, he was stalking. But he was stalking because he was worried about her safety, not because he was jealous. That's nonsense. After doling out physical punishment to the gossipers, he told Zoro and Chaochu his actual deduction regarding Robin's motives. Oh, so that's how it is, Zoro muttered, rubbing the fresh bump on his head, to move the battlefield away from the city. Buster Call, Rei, have you heard of this thing? Rei nodded grimly. It was the Marines' ultimate indiscriminate attack. At least 5 vice admirals and 10 battleships raining down enough firepower to erase an entire island from the map. It was the nightmare that had turned Robin's hometown, Ohara, into ash. Hearing this, both Zoro and Chaochu's expressions turned grave. Let's inform Luffy and the others about this once they return, Zoro said seriously. Rei agreed. During his pursuit earlier, Robin had briefly appeared beside him using a clone, confirming the situation. She had left behind a playful yet sincere remark. You must come and save me, okay? Leaving Rei utterly speechless. To ensure Robin's safety while she played her dangerous game, Rei immediately gave Chaochu a new order. Chaochu, disguise yourself and follow Robin. If anyone threatens her before we reach Anai's lobby, take immediate action. Chaochu promptly accepted the order. He rolled in the dirt to mess up his fur, disguising himself as a scruffy stray mutt and followed Robin's scent. His mission was twofold: protect her and relay information to Ray via bloodline communication. Ray sighed, looking at the city. That woman, she really trusts us to come for her. That evening, Luffy, Nami, Usopp, Sanji and Chopper returned to the ship, exhausted but triumphant. Thanks to Usopp and Nami's improved strength, the Frankie family lackeys never stood a chance. The moment they tried to ambush the group at the shipyard, Usopp had blasted them away with an exploding star before they could even draw their swords. His observation haki was no joke. As for the 2 suitcases of money Nami was carrying, even stray dogs that approached too closely got kicked by her feet. They had exchanged the gold for a staggering 600 million belly. Now safely aboard, Luffy announced the plan: take the Going Merry to the Galleylaw shipyard tomorrow for a full assessment and modification plan. Once settled, Ray and Zoro informed the crew about Robin's situation with CP9. Surprisingly, most of them took it rather well. They trusted Robin implicitly. If she was leaving to protect them and the city, they would simply go get her back when the time was right. But Sanji wouldn't have it. He was practically vibrating with chivalrous rage. Nami-san, please dress me up to look like Robin-chan, let me take her place as a hostage. Everyone looked at him like he was an idiot. Sanji exhaled smoke, trying to regain his cool. It's all that Mosshead's fault for being too weak. If he could just tear down Marine headquarters by himself, Robin-chan wouldn't have to worry. Zoro's eye twitched. Are you stupid? If you're so capable, you do it. With a perverted kappa face like yours, you probably couldn't even get through the front gate. Just as the two were about to start their daily brawl, a provocative voice boomed from the shore. Oh why, Straw Hat Pirates, my underlings told me you have a lot of money, I'd like to borrow some. Ray didn't even need to look, he had smelled the cologne and cola from a mile away. The crew filed out onto the deck. Standing on the pier was a man built like a vending machine. He had massive, disproportionate forearms, blue hair styled like a kinetic sculpture, and wore only an open Aloha shirt and a Speedo. Behind him stood several dozen thugs armed to the teeth, Frankie and the Frankie family. Luffy stepped forward, blinking. You want to borrow money? Sure, we have lots right now. Bam! Nami's fist collided with the back of Luffy's head. Why would we lend it to them? That's our ship repair fund, you idiot captain. Ow! Luffy rubbed his head, realizing his mistake. He turned back to Frankie apologetically. Sorry, Nami says no, maybe try borrowing from someone else. If I have any left over after fixing the ship, I'll lend you some. Lend him why ass? Nami screamed. Zoro sighed and his hand resting on Wado Ikamanji. Luffy, they clearly have bad intentions. This afternoon, they even tried to borrow my head. Frankie burst into laughter. Gahahaha, the 450 million berry Straw Hat Luffy is actually an idiot. That moss head is right. I never plan to return it. Men, weapons out. In front of everyone's eyes, Frankie's left hand suddenly transformed. The palm flipped open like a lid, revealing a gun barrel hidden in his wrist. Weapons left. Boom! A cannonball shot out from his wrist, hurtling straight toward the Going Merry. Luffy didn't move. He didn't need to. Special attack, lead star. Usopp drew his kabuto with lightning speed. A single lead pellet intercepted the cannonball 15 meters away from the ship. Kaboom! The explosion scattered shrapnel everywhere. Heavy point. Chopper transformed instantly into his muscular human form, standing like a shield in front of Nami and the mast, deflecting the shrapnel with his tough hide. On the deck, Luffy's playful expression vanished. It was replaced by the cold, serious look of a captain protecting his crew. Since you dare to attack my ship, you must be prepared for the consequences. Frankie stared in disbelief. His attack had been neutralized by the Longnose, who looked like the weakest member, and the pet Tanuki. He immediately felt like he had kicked an iron plate, but he couldn't retreat. For years, Frankie had operated as the underworld boss of Water 7, protecting the city from pirates in the shadows. Rumors said the Straw Hats were ruthless monsters who had extorted 600 million berries. If he let them into the city, who knew what destruction they would cause? Even if it meant death, he had to stop them here. Frankie puffed out his massive chest. Today, I'm not just taking your 600 million. I'm taking all your bounty heads too, for the peace of Water 7. Behind him, his subordinates roared, raising their weapons with desperate, fanatical eyes. Usopp, Nami, and Chopper were furious. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. Get them. However, the monster trio hesitated. They weren't angry, they were puzzled. Sanji took a deep drag of his cigarette. Something's off. Why do they look so ready to die? Zoro nodded. Like soldiers marching into a suicide mission. Luffy frowned. He didn't get it, but if they wanted a fight, he would oblige. He leaped down from the ship, landing on the pier with a heavy thud. If you're so determined, bring it on. VROOM. A wave of red-black pressure exploded from Luffy, washing over the pier. In an instant, the dozens of armed thugs rolled their eyes back and collapsed, foam leaking from their mouths. The only one left standing was Franky, his knees shaking, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled to remain conscious against the overwhelming will of a king. Franky's steel body involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. Just his presence alone is this terrifying. He stared at Straw Hat Luffy, goosebumps rising all over his unmodified flesh. How could there be someone so strong? Before coming here, he had prepared himself for a sacrifice. He thought he was ready to die for Water 7, but he never expected the gap to be this vast. Is this what a pirate with a 450 million berry bounty feels like? And beside him stood the silver-haired man, Ray, also with a 450 million bounty, who hadn't even lifted a finger yet. The rest of the crew just watched with casual disinterest. Franky felt utterly desperate. Even if he fought with his life on the line, he probably couldn't even scratch them. Worse, he had just tried to kill them. What if they vented their rage on the city? He deeply regretted his recklessness. After years of easily crushing pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, he had grown arrogant. He thought he could at least hold his own. His mind raced. He needed to stabilize the situation. Even if he had to grovel, he needed to keep them calm first, then find a way to warn his brother, Mayor Iceberg. Suddenly, Franky recalled what the orange-haired navigator had screamed earlier. Our money still needs to be used to repair the Going Merry and buy a new ship. A spark of hope lit up in his mechanical brain. He knew what to do. Gathering his courage, Franky shouted toward Luffy. I apologize for my reckless behavior, but I hope to make a deal with you as long as you spare my underlings. Luffy blinked. The rest of the crew also looked confused. He's giving up already. Well, they hadn't intended to kill anyone anyway, but since the other side had opened fire first, they couldn't just let them go easily. That would be unworthy of the title pirate. Sanji and Zoro jumped down from the Going Merry, flanking Luffy. The monster trio stood before the trembling cyborg. Zoro stepped forward, his hand resting on his sword hilt, a murderous expression on his face. A deal? That would be letting you off too easily. Franky swallowed hard. The green-haired swordsman radiated an aura of pure death. Is this it? Are we finished? Just then, Zoro smirked confidently. Tell us your proposal first, then we'll decide how many of your limbs you get to keep. Franky opened his mouth to speak, but Sanji interrupted with a look of mock astonishment. Wow, Mosshead, were you in the Mafia before? You're so smooth with the threats. Seems I underestimated your talent for villainy. Zoro froze. The intimidating atmosphere he had worked so hard to build shattered instantly. Shut up, curly brows. Luffy burst into laughter. Shishishi, see, Zoro really doesn't look like a good guy. He's scarier than the bad guys. Chopper, watching from the railing, added fuel to the fire. That's right. My first impression of Zoro was that he was a real villain too. He smells like blood and booze. Sanji nodded solemnly. Great minds think alike, Chopper. You bastards, Zoro roared, veins popping on his forehead. Are you all looking for a fight? To Franky's astonishment, the three most terrifying pirates on the dock began brawling with each other like children in a sandbox. Dust clouds rose as they kicked and punched each other. Franky felt as if 10,000 reindeer were stampeding through his heart. What is happening? Looking at how they behaved, were they really the ruthless criminals the newspapers described? A crew that fought their captain with smiles on their faces. Something wasn't right, and that Straw Hat Kid. His strange power had knocked everyone out, but it hadn't killed anyone. Franky's 30 years of life experience kicked in. These guys were different. Ahem, Franky shouted, interrupting the brawl. Straw Hat Kid, to express my apology, I can help you modify this old ship and build you a new one. The three brawlers froze mid-punch. They turned to look at him, revealing 4 bruised and battered faces. Zoro wiped a bit of blood from his lip and frowned. Are you really more skilled than the foremen at Galila? We already have an agreement with them. Frankie bristled. His pride as a shipwright flared up. Aside from Iceberg, those foremen's skills are far inferior to mine. I'm the best shipwright in the underworld. He crossed his massive arms. I won't charge for the labor. But you'll need to cover the material costs yourselves. Before Luffy could agree, Nami screamed from the deck, her eyes turning into berries. No, you have to provide the materials too, compensation for emotional damages. Everyone sweated. When it came to stinginess, Nami was truly the king of it. Frankie hesitated. He was essentially a prisoner, so negotiating was risky, but if he was going to build a ship, he had standards. Listen, Frankie said seriously. I want to use wood from the treasure tree Adam to build your new ship. It's the strongest wood in the world. The Pirate King's ship, the Oro Jackson, was made from it. Luffy's eyes sparkled. The Pirate King's ship. Sugoi. However, Frankie sighed, Adam wood is incredibly expensive. Even on the black market it costs nearly 200 million. I can't cover that. After weighing the pros and cons, Nami gritted her teeth. A ship that could sail to the end of the world was worth the investment. Fine, Nami declared, but there's a condition. You have to modify the Going Merry first to prove your skills. If you do a bad job, we're taking your hand. Frankie grinned. Deal. Throughout the entire process, Ray leaned against the mast, watching silently. He was secretly pleased. Getting Frankie to build the Thousand Sunny was going to be easier than he thought. Originally, he expected a long, dramatic struggle to recruit the cyborg, but Frankie was a man of principle. He wanted to save his subordinates, and perhaps unconsciously he wanted to atone for attacking them. Ray knew Frankie wouldn't sabotage the work. As a disciple of Tom, Frankie had too much respect for the art of shipbuilding. He would pour his soul into any vessel he touched. At most, Ray thought, he'll try to stall for time to contact Iceberg. But that didn't matter. Luffy had Kokoro's letter of introduction. Iceberg wouldn't move against them without cause. So the modification of the Merry and the birth of the Sunny were secure. Ray looked toward the city skyline. Now, I just have to wait for the other shoe to drop. Because in Water 7, peace never lasts long. The night after Luffy agreed to let Frankie build their ship, the Straw Hats allowed the cyborg to leave. However, Nami, ever the pragmatist and slightly sadistic, was worried he might pull a fast one. So she kept Frankie's two little sisters, the square sisters with the gravity-defying block hairstyles, as hostages. Thus, Mazu and Kiwi stayed on the Going Merry. Ray found the situation amusing. Ever since Logtown, Nami seemed to have developed a liking for taking hostages. He hoped she hadn't awakened any strange tendencies. Tough. The next day, Frankie arrived early at the abandoned dock where the Merry was anchored. His mission: secure the legendary wood. Accompanied by Luffy, Nami, and Ray, Frankie led them toward the sea train station. Their destination was Pucci, the gourmet city where a massive black market auction was being held. Ray, bored and wanting to ensure things went smoothly, decided to tag along. To keep Frankie cooperative, he brought the Square Sisters. The rest of the crew stayed behind to rest and monitor Robin's movements via Chowchu. The puffing Tom chugged across the ocean tracks, leaving a trail of steam against the blue sky. Inside the carriage, Luffy was a menace. He bounced from the left window to the right, mouth agape. Sugoi, we're running on the water, look at that fish, look at that bird. He was the picture of a country bumpkin visiting the big city. Ray, meanwhile, was suffering. He had donned a full-face mask, but it did nothing to stop the harassment from the Square Sisters. Mazu and Kiwi, despite being nearly electrocuted by Nami earlier, were clinging to Ray like koalas. Oh my tilde, Ray-sama arms are so firm. And his tail is so fluffy. Ray sighed, as expected of underworld groupies, their boldness is S tier. To avoid recognition at the auction, everyone, Frankie, the sisters, Luffy, Nami, and Ray, wore masks and heavy cloaks. They looked less like pirates and more like a cult attending a masquerade. Frankie sat opposite them, observing. He watched Luffy annoying the other passengers and Ray suffering in silence. His curiosity grew. How can someone so naive be a ruthless villain? But when his eyes fell on Ray's masked face, Frankie felt a chill. Even hidden, Ray's aura was cold. This Ray, he feels dangerous. Like an assassin. And judging by Nami's deference and the way they all look to him for decisions, is Ray the real captain? Frankie frowned behind his mask. but that doesn't make sense. Last night when I recall the aura Straw Hat exuded last night, that was the aura of a ruler. How could such a monster like that not be the captain? This crew is weird, I can't figure them out. Frankie sipped a cola, his mind racing. I hope my guys successfully contacted Iceberg. I need to get out of this mess. Ray glanced at Frankie. He could practically hear the gears turning in the cyborg's head. He didn't care. Frankie was guarded now, but Ray knew the magic of Luffy. Frankie valued loyalty and hard-boiled spirit. Luffy was the embodiment of those traits. Give them a few hours, they'd be best friends. Sure enough, with 30 minutes left in the journey, Luffy and Frankie were already arm in arm singing a song about underwear. Super tilde. Sugoi tilde. Ray smirked behind his mask. See, easy. Pucci, the gourmet city. Under Frankie's guidance, the group arrived at the entrance of the underground black market. Getting Luffy inside required drastic measures. Ray had to knock him unconscious and drape him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes to keep him from blowing their cover. Frankie stared, petrified. They just knocked out their captain. Is Ray the mastermind? Or do they trust each other so much that Luffy doesn't even have his guard up? Or is Ray just that much stronger? My brain hurts, I need cola. Frankie opened his stomach hatch, swapped out a fresh bottle of cola inside. This crew was so weird, even unconscious Luffy was a problem. As they walked through the market streets, his rubber arm snaked out, grabbed a kebab from a stall and stuffed it into his sleeping mouth. MMPH. Mita. Ray and Nami had to tie him up with rope. Ray facepalmed. This guy's can't you wait until after the auction? The auction house? Thanks to Frankie's status as the underworld boss of Water 7, the black market staff treated them with respect. They were ushered into a private VIP room overlooking the stage. The room was luxurious, stocked with unlimited meat, fruit, and alcohol. Once the door clicked shut, Nami delivered a wake-up punch infused with armament haki. Bonk, ow, why? Luffy whined. Then he saw the buffet. His anger vanished. He tore off his mask and dove into the food like a woodchipper. Although the auction was 30 minutes away, their room became the center of attention for the staff. Waiters ran back and forth, refilling platters that vanished in seconds. The guests below whispered about the gluttons in the VIP box. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A tall, burly figure entered the venue, escorted toward the VIP section. He had purple hair, sunglasses, and a massive mechanical arm made of sea stone, the battle smasher. He was flanked by a stoic man in ninja garb Bints and a beautiful woman in a suit Ain, black-armed Zephyr. The moment they entered, a red light flashed in both Ray and Luffy's eyes. Their observation haki screamed. Luffy stopped chewing as he looked at Ray. Ray, a strong one is coming. Ray nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the wall separating their rooms. Very strong, let's observe first, see if they're enemies. Meh. Frankie and the sisters looked confused. Did you sense something? Nami, recognizing the shift in their demeanor, paled. She knew this look. It meant a monster was nearby. She immediately sprinted to Ray and hugged his tail. Protect me, she squeaked, stroking the fur for comfort. Ray's eyebrow twitched, not the time, dumbass. With a flick of his tail, he launched Nami onto Luffy's head, knocking over a tray of roast chicken. The commotion was loud enough to be heard next door. Ain leaned close to Zephyr. Zephyr-sensei, should we keep an eye on the room next door? They're noisy. Zephyr leaned back on the plush sofa, lighting a cigar. He smiled, but his eyes were sharp behind his shades. Let's wait until after the auction to meet them. His smile faded, replaced by the grim focus of a veteran admiral. Just now. For a moment, I sensed a presence no weaker than my own. Water 7 was in paradise near Marine headquarters. Powerful individuals here were usually Marines or CP agents. Big-shot pirates rarely lingered this close to the calm belt. He knew every high-ranking Marine and agent. He didn't know that presence. HMPH, Zephyr exhaled a cloud of smoke. Ain, Bints. After the auction ends, we'll follow the people in the next room. Yes, Zephyr-sensei. There are only two possibilities, Zephyr muttered to himself. Either a top-tier CP agent hiding his tracks, or a monster pirate who hasn't yet entered the new world. He clenched his mechanical fist. Is it you, Straw Hat Luffy? Although the private room had decent soundproofing, it was largely ineffective against Ray's superhuman hearing. He had caught every word exchanged between Zephyr and his subordinates. So it's Zephyr, the hero, Z. It implied to his childhood when Zephyr used to play hero as Z, which is ironic because in the future he end up as a villain Z. Ray still held some fondness for Zephyr from the original story. In his youth, Zephyr hated evil but never killed anyone. He became a Marine admiral at just 38, married and started a family. But his idyllic life was shattered when pirates murdered his wife and son. Even then, he didn't snap. He retreated to the rear, dedicating himself to training the next generation of Marines. A few years ago, disaster struck again. His training ship was attacked by a pirate, likely Edward Weevil. Zephyr lost his arm protecting his students, and only he and 2 of his disciples survived. That means Zephyr repelled Weevil while protecting deadweight, Ray analyzed. Even with 1 arm, his strength isn't poor. Ray estimated Zephyr's current power, weaker than Aokiji but a level above admiral candidates like Takakake. If not for his age and respiratory issues, he would still firmly possess admiral-level strength. Moreover, this Zephyr hadn't yet experienced his final straw, Weevil joining the Shichibukai. His mentality was more stable and his haki was likely sharper than in the movies. Black Arm Zephyr. A master of advanced armament and observation haki, he's definitely someone who can threaten me. If Zephyr got involved in the Water 7 incident, things would get interesting. Ray had no intention of killing a man who upheld his convictions until death, provided Zephyr didn't harbor lethal intentions toward the Straw Hats. While Ray was deep in thought, Luffy was busy inhaling the buffet. The Square Sisters, Mazu and Kiwi, watched Ray, who had finally removed his mask to eat, with dangerously infatuated gazes. Meanwhile, Nami and Frankie were huddled in a corner, frantically calculating. Frankie's original plan was to spend 200 million belly on Atom Wood to build a ship roughly 40 meters long. However, Nami insisted on doubling the volume to accommodate the 13-meter Going Merry as a secondary vessel inside the dock system. That meant they needed at least 400 million belly worth of wood. This black market has enough wood for 3 ships, Frankie muttered, tapping his chin. Securing 2 large lots shouldn't be a problem. 400 million. Nami stared at the money bags with tears streamed down her face. Her heart ached physicolage, a wrenching pain in her chest. She clutched her heart dramatically. Ah, Ray, save me, I can't breathe. I need CPR and artificial respiration. With a thud, Nami lay flat on the floor, squinting one eye open to check Ray's reaction. Ray ignored her completely, casually sipping his tea. However, Frankie and Luffy took her seriously. Luffy dropped his drumstick and jumped to Nami's side. In his view, given Nami's legendary stinginess, fainting from spending money was a perfectly reasonable medical condition. "Frankie," Luffy shouted, "I'll handle the chest compressions. You do the artificial respiration." Frankie hesitated. He was still wary of these pirates, but he couldn't let a woman die. "Leave it to Super Me, sorry, little Nami. Get ready to feel my gale force breath." Frankie turned around, bent over and aimed his ass at Nami's face. He took a massive breath, his belly expanding like a balloon. Fresh fire, wait, no fresh air. Bam bam. Nami resurrected instantly. She punched both Luffy and Frankie into the wall, then turned to glare furiously at Ray. "HMPH, you heartless demon." Ray continued to ignore her. Just then, the lights in the auction hall dimmed. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's auction." Over the next hour, the group watched items come and go. Nami successfully bid on 2 sets of legendary skin-whitening cosmetics, one for herself, one for Robin. Luffy tried to bid on a beetle, a statue, and a weird-looking rock, earning him a swift knockout chop from Ray. Frankie watched the chaotic scene with his brow furrowed. This captain is completely reckless. He lacks steadiness and leadership. But the crew still follows him. Why? Frankie's interest in Luffy deepened, then the mood shifted. "And now for our special lot," the auctioneer boomed. A cage was wheeled onto the stage. Inside were 10 young women dressed in revealing rags, their eyes dull and hopeless. Following them was another cage filled with children. Frankie's expression darkened. Slaves, this was rare for Water 7's vicinity. But the greedy whispers from the nobles below confirmed that demand was high. Frankie clenched his fists. He wanted to help, but he knew the rules. This black market was run by the Joker Don Quixote da Flamingo. Provoking him would bring ruin to Water 7. They were already dealing with the Straw Hats. Another enemy would break the city. Feeling powerless, Frankie sat down heavily on the floor and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Ray remained impassive. In this era, human trafficking was a common tragedy. He couldn't save everyone, but Nami was trembling. She stared at the stage, memories of Arlong Park and her own helplessness flooding back. The despair in those girls' eyes mirrored her own from 8 years ago. She took a deep breath, her knuckles white as she gripped the railing. "Ray," she whispered, her voice shaking but firm, "I want to buy all of them. And set them free." Ray looked at her, he nodded once. "The money is yours, do as you please." Frankie's eyes snapped open, he stared at Nami in shock. She's actually going to save them, using her precious money. He felt a lump in his throat. "Don't cry, Frankie, don't fall for it, pirates are liars." But then disaster struck. MMPH, that nap was great. Luffy woke up. He sat up, stretching, and looked down at the stage. He saw the cages, he saw the chains. He saw the crying children. Ray sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead. Well, there goes the quiet approach. Before Luffy could even ask a question, Ray spoke, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "Luffy, you're the captain. You decide what to do." Luffy wasn't a complete fool. As soon as the auctioneer's oily voice described the items on stage, the rubber man understood immediately. 10 women in revealing dancer outfits shivering under the lights. 10 children in tattered rags ranging from toddlers to 10-year-olds. Their eyes held no hope. Luffy's blood boiled. He couldn't stand the act of forcibly depriving others of their freedom. It was the antithesis of everything he believed in. He turned around and glared furiously at Frankie. "Is this auction run by your friend?" Luffy growled, his voice low and dangerous. "If you're the same kind of scum as him, I don't need someone like you to build my ship. I'll knock you flying right now." Frankie flinched. The raw intensity in Luffy's eyes shook him to his core. He couldn't hold back the tears welling up behind his mask. Why? Why do these pirates act more like heroes than the so-called justice of this world? Seeing Frankie crying but unable to speak, Luffy clenched his fist, preparing to strike. "Wait!" Mazu and Kiwi jumped in front of the cyborg. "Bro isn't like that." The Square Sisters explained rapidly. Yes, the Frankie family ran the underworld of Water 7, but they had a code. They never harmed locals. Their income came from bounty hunting and dismantling pirate ships. If they caught anyone trafficking children or women in their territory, they beat them half to death. Thanks to Frankie, the crime rate in Water 7 had actually dropped. He was the city's hidden guardian. Luffy listened, and his expression softening. His mouth formed a perfect O. "So you're actually a good guy." Luffy grinned, the menacing aura vanishing instantly. "Sorry for misunderstanding you." Then he stood up and turned to Ray and Nami, his face serious again. "I'm going to destroy this auction." Ray nodded lightly, as if Luffy had just suggested getting lunch. Nami sighed but pulled out her Climatact, her eyes sharp. "Fine. But we're taking the money from the vault first." Seeing the crew preparing for battle without hesitation, Frankie was so moved he burst into loud, ugly sobs. "UWAH, Straw Hat Kid. I thought you were a villain, but you're super kind. I really like you guys." He turned to Nami, sniffling. "You too, sister." But when Frankie looked at Ray, he paused. He pursed his lips. "As for you, you're just average. You haven't reacted to those slaves at all, cold-hearted bastard." Ray ignored him while casually finishing his tea. It wasn't slander, it was the truth. Before transmigrating, Ray had seen too much darkness. In this chaotic world, his heart was a still lake. He couldn't save everyone, and getting emotional wouldn't help. If Chaochu were here, Ray mused, he'd have dismantled Frankie into spare parts for that comment. Frankie wiped his eyes, adrenaline flooding his system. "All right, if you guys are crazy enough to do this, Super Frankie is in." The Square Sisters threw off their cloaks, drawing their swords. 2 minutes earlier, next door. In the neighboring VIP room, Zephyr, Ain, and Bince watched the stage with grim expressions. Ain and Bince, overflowing with youthful justice, stood up. "Zephyr-sensei, permission to intervene," Ain said sharply. "We cannot allow this." Zephyr held up his hand, though his mechanical arm clenched the armrest. His voice was calm. "Hold, we are Marines, we follow procedure." He looked at his students sternly. Ain Bence. Remember the faces of the buyers, follow them, investigate them, then we arrest them. Using the law to punish evildoers is true justice. If we smash the place now, the buyers escape and the cycle continues. Understand? Yes, Zephyr-sensei, the two disciples nodded, awed by his wisdom. Zephyr turned back to the window, his brow furrowed. His anger wasn't just at the slavers, it was at the system. This auction house had connections to the world government, otherwise why would they have a VIP room reserved for an admiral? Has the marine leadership rotted this deeply? Sengoku, what are you doing? Are you so focused on the big picture that you ignore the people suffering right in front of you? Crash! Suddenly the wall of the neighboring VIP room exploded outward. Glass shattered, raining down on the audience below. A figure leaped onto the balcony railing, a furious roar echoing through the hall. Organizers, get out here, release all the SLAVES or I'll tear this place apart. The crowd below gasped, who the hell is that? That's VIP box no. Two. Are they crazy? This is Joker's territory. Several spotlights swung up, blindingly bright, focusing on the intruders. The auction attendees squinted, then gasped in recognition. The Straw Hat. Oh my god. It's them. The Straw Hat Pirates. The ones who took down Crocodile. No wonder they're crazy enough to do this. 2 bounties worth 450 million. This place is doomed. Hahaha, Joker is going to be furious. I can't wait to read the papers tomorrow. VIP box number 1. Zephyr, Ain, and Bintz stared at the chaotic scene next door. They couldn't see the intruders clearly through the dust and spotlights, but the murmurs from the crowd were unmistakable. Straw Hat Pirates. Ain frowned, confused. Zephyr-sensei, are those pirates trying to save the slaves? Zephyr remained silent, his eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses. Bintz scoffed, crossing his arms. I don't believe it. Pirates don't save people, they're probably just looking for an excuse to riot and steal the money. The newspapers say they're treacherous villains. Zephyr didn't respond to his student, he just watched. Don't be hasty. Let's see. Pirates saving people? The possibility was near zero, but since you're Garp's grandson, let me see what kind of man you are, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy stood on the railing, patience gone. He punched the annoying spotlights, shattering them into sparks. Where is the boss? Get out here. Backstage, the organizers were in a panic and the floor manager was sweating buckets. Boss, it's the Straw Hats. What do we do? The boss, a greasy man in a striped suit, paced nervously. Dealing with rookies was one thing, dealing with a crew that hunted Shichibukai for sport was another. Stall them, the boss hissed, shoving the manager toward the curtain. I need to make a call. He grabbed a den mushy. He needed to call the Joker as the floor manager walked toward the shattered VIP box with a grim expression. The boss of the auction house had already dialed a specific number on a golden den mushy. The snail's eyes narrowed behind imaginary sunglasses and its mouth curved into a permanent, arrogant smirk. Joker-sama, I have a matter to report. On the other end of the line, in a sunny villa in Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo sat with his legs crossed on a windowsill. He sipped a colorful drink offered by a maid, his pointed leather shoes bobbing rhythmically. Speak, he said, his voice dripping with relaxed menace. The Straw Hat Pirates caused trouble at the Poochie branch. They smashed the VIP box. Doflamingo paused mid-sip. He straightened his posture, resting his chin on his palm. A wide, playful grin spread across his face. Tell me. How exactly did the Straw Hat Kid cause trouble? The boss relayed Luffy's demands, the destruction of the property, the demand for the slaves' freedom. Oh, you're saying he demanded the release of the merchandise? Doflamingo threw his head back and laughed. Phew, just as I suspected, the D is always a chaotic element, so how do you plan to handle this? The boss wiped sweat from his forehead. Joker, I don't think their goal is simply the slaves. Their main intention might be to provoke you. Could they be trying to start a war with the Don Quixote family? Phew, you're overcomplicating things. Even if they want to start a war, can you stop them? That kid took down Crocodile. The boss froze as his blood ran cold. Then, should we accept their declaration of war? Doflamingo's smile vanished for a split second, replaced by a sigh of boredom, before the grin returned sharper than before. No, I think you should compromise, give them what they want, and then. Doflamingo whispered his instructions. As the boss listened, his eyes widened, then gleamed with malicious understanding. The young master is truly wise. The call ended with a kachak. The boss stood up looking excited. He turned to his subordinates. As expected of Joker, he's turning a loss into a lethal game. If we hand over those two to the Straw Hats as well, the outcome will be very interesting. Kahahaha. He pointed to the heavy steel door of the maximum security hold. Bring out the two special lots intended for the celestial dragons. Hand them over to Straw Hat Luffy as a sign of our respect. The auction hall, the floor manager stood on the stage, sweating profusely, trying to calm the raging rubber man on the balcony. Please, sir. Calm down. Luffy, seeing the man's polite attitude, scratched his head. Oh, sorry about the lights. But Luffy's face hardened instantly. You have to let them go, I hate this place. You must release them, Nami shouted, stepping up beside her captain, climaxed ready. There is no room for negotiation. That's right, Luffy puffed out his chest. Don't try to stall us, I'm smart and I won't be fooled by you. Frankie, standing in the back, facepalmed and looked at Ray. Your captain is a blockhead. But he's a cool blockhead. The manager looked at the determined pirates and gulped. Just then, the boss's voice boomed from the entrance. Captain Straw Hat, please do not be impatient. The boss walked onto the stage, spreading his arms in a gesture of surrender. Our auction house holds great respect for legendary pirates like you. We dare not oppose the men who defeated a Shichibukai. He bowed deeply. Since you want them, we will gift you all the slaves from this auction. What you do with them afterward is entirely up to you. He clapped his hands. Bring them out. Guards wheeled out the cages of the women and children, but then 2 more guards dragged out 2 figures bound in heavy chains, 2 women. Their faces were covered by iron masks and their hands were locked in seastone cuffs. Unlike the others, they wore explosive collars rigged to detonate at the slightest tampering. Even masked, their figures were striking, clearly peerless beauties meant for the highest bidders. These are a bonus, the boss said with a greasy smile, a token of our goodwill. Seeing the cooperative attitude, Luffy lowered his fists. Oh. You're actually nice guy, okay then. The tension broke. The auction house staff began unlocking the cages. Ray sat on the sofa in the shattered VIP box watching the scene with cold, analytical eyes. He scanned the crowd below. The nobles, the mafia bosses, the wealthy perverts, they were staring up at the Straw Hats not with fear but with pure, unadulterated hatred. Luffy had just ruined their fun. He had taken their property. Clever, Ray thought, his eyes narrowing. By publicly giving us the slaves, they've made us the enemy of every criminal organization and noble in this room. And those 2 extra women, they weren't on the list. Ray memorized the faces of the most hostile audience members in his mind. Luffy and Nami jumped down to the stage. Frankie followed, weeping manly tears as he helped break the chains of the weeping children. Don't worry, Frankie sobbed. Big brother Frankie will take you home. Nami moved to the 2 masked women. She held the keys provided by the boss. It's okay now, Nami said gently. We're going to get these off you. Click, clack, the explosive collars fell to the floor. Nami reached up and unlocked the iron masks. As the metal fell away, revealing the faces underneath, Nami gasped. She stumbled back and her eyes wide with shock. It's actually you too. Ray leaped down from the balcony, landing silently beside Nami. He looked at the women and raised an eyebrow. Well now, this is a surprise. The first woman had distinct wavy blue hair and a sharp, mature gaze. It was Miss Doublefinger Paula, the top female officer of Baroque Works. The second woman was even more surprising. She had smooth, slippery skin and dark hair. It was Alvida, the former captain who had joined forces with Buggy. Logically speaking, Ray mused, crossing his arms, neither of you are weak. How did you end up in a trashy auction like this? The 2 women, rubbing their wrists, looked at the Straw Hats with complicated expressions. Eventually, they spoke. Paula sighed, adjusting her tattered dress. After I was captured by the Marines in Alabasta, I escaped. But then I was ambushed by a group of men in black suits. They were professionals. Before I knew it, I was here. Alvida gritted her teeth, clearly humiliated. My story is worse. Buggy and I ran into Doflamingo's crew near Jaya. We fought. And, Ray prompted, we lost, Alvida spat. Except for Buggy and that man Jin, we were wiped out. I was fighting a maid. A woman who could turn her body into firearms. She blasted me unconscious. When I woke up, I was in sea-stone cuffs. Baby 5, Ray noted. I have a question, Ray said, his voice cutting through the reunion. Do you know where they were planning to send you? Nami blinked, confused. Ray, that's a dumb question. Obviously, they were going to be auctioned off here. Ray glanced coldly at Nami. Not here, these two were special stock kept in the back. They weren't in the catalog. He looked back at the women, let them speak. Paula and Alvida exchanged a dark look. They shuddered, a rare show of fear for experienced pirates. We heard the guards talking, Paula whispered. The destination wasn't a random pirate or noble. We were being prepped for Sabyati Archipelago, Alvida finished, her voice trembling slightly. Frankie froze, even he knew what that meant. Sabyati was the gateway to the New World, but it was also the playground of the world nobles. The celestial dragons. Ray's eyes darkened. So that's the trap. The organizer wasn't just giving us slaves. He was giving us stolen goods meant for the gods of this world. Upon hearing the words Sabyati Archipelago, Ray understood immediately. The two women were special merchandise destined for the celestial dragons. By publicly handing them over to Luffy, the organizer had painted a giant target on the Straw Hats' backs. The world nobles would see this as theft and a direct insult. Ray mentally sentenced the organizers of the auction to death. Once this is over, I'll pay them another visit. Nami and Frankie, while sensing something was off, couldn't pinpoint the exact scheme. Eventually, they stopped dwelling on it. They had work to do. They spent 400 million belly to purchase the two massive lots of Treasure Tree Atom wood. The auction hall was silent. No one dared to bid against them. The nobles glared with hatred, but the terrifying bounties of Luffy and Ray kept them in their seats. After securing the wood and arranging for its delivery to the sea train, Ray led the group out of the auction house. He wasn't worried about being double-crossed on the delivery. The auction house had bigger problems coming. As for the third piece of wood, it was quietly purchased by a man in sunglasses. Zephyr-sensei, should we follow them now? Ain asked, adjusting her cloak. Zephyr smiled grimly and stood up. Let's observe from a distance. Even if we're discovered, don't engage. Ain and Bint saluted. Yes. Pucci streets outside the auction, Luffy did what Luffy does best. He took the 22 freed slaves to a restaurant and ordered everything. Eat up. Shishishi. Nami watched her money dwindle, but she didn't complain. The slaves, especially the children, ate as if they hadn't seen food in weeks. Even Paula and Alvida, hardened pirates, ate with tearful gratitude. Ray sampled the local delicacies, acknowledging Pucci's reputation as the gourmet city. The flavors were excellent. Behind them, hidden in the crowd, Zephyr, Ain, and Bince watched silently. Ray knew they were there. His ears picked up their heartbeats, but as long as Zephyr didn't make a move, Ray wouldn't provoke a fight. Finally, when Luffy had eaten so much and become a balloon, Nami sighed. Bonk. We're leaving or else you bankrupt me. She dragged the round captain all the way to the station. The Straw Hats and their new charges took over an entire carriage. The atmosphere was light, filled with the laughter of children and Frankie's boisterous storytelling. One carriage back, Zephyr sat by the window while smoking a new cigar. Zephyr-sensei, Bince whispered, puzzled. If we're not going to capture these pirates, why are we following them? Zephyr exhaled a cloud of smoke. He looked at his two disciples, his eyes weary. Ain, Bince, guess what's going to happen next in Water 7? The two remained silent, stumped. Zephyr's expression turned grave. Notify the Marine Special Forces. Bring all available warships to the vicinity of Water 7. Mission, be ready to evacuate civilians at a moment's notice. Ain gasped, evacuate teacher surely. Kyuzin, Zephyr interrupted, speaking to the tall, curly-haired man dozing in the seat behind them. Do you know the consequences of this? Ain and Bince turned around. They hadn't even noticed him. Admiral Kyuzin. The man shifted, pulling down his sleeping mask. He took a sip from a bottle of sherry and sighed, a chilling mist escaping his lips. Arara, I'm just following orders, Zephyr-sensei. Aokiji looked out the window at the passing ocean. For the sake of two slaves, the celestial dragons issued an early command. There's nothing to be done about it. Zephyr rubbed his temples, biting down hard on his cigar. If we join forces, can we quickly capture the Straw Hat pirates? Aokiji looked at the carriage ahead. He thought of the aura he sensed from Ray, the raw power of Luffy, and the unpredictable variables. He shook his head without hesitation. Zephyr was so enraged he bit his cigar in half. If two admirals can't end it instantly, the battle will destroy Water 7. The shockwaves alone will sink the island. Countless civilians will die. Is this justice, sacrificing a city for the wounded pride of a world noble? Zephyr clenched his mechanical fist. Sengoku, have we truly fallen this far? Ray leaned against the window, watching the waves. He had put the pieces together. The slaves were meant for the celestial dragons. The Oceaner had framed them. The Buster Call wasn't just coming for Robin anymore, it was coming for them, and it was coming fast, probably within 2 days. Robin's plan to move the battlefield to Enai's lobby was ruined. The Marines wouldn't wait for CP9 to finish their mission. They would burn Water 7 to the ground just to wipe out the thieves. Ray sighed, can't we ever just have a simple fight? There was only one solution, war. He closed his eyes, centering his haki. He could feel the two monsters in the carriage behind him, Zephyr and Aokiji. The pressure was immense. I need more pieces on the board. Ray opened his eyes and looked at Alvida, who was picking her teeth. Can you contact Buggy? Alvida blinked, probably. Why? Just get me a den mushy. Ray chuckled inwardly, time to call in the genius jester. 2 hours later, the group returned to the abandoned dock. When Sanji saw the 12 beautiful women disembarking, he nearly fainted from blood loss. Melorine Tilda, a paradise of ladies. Zoro looked at him with utter disgust. Pathetic. Once the crew learned the situation, everyone rallied to help. Sanji cooked a feast with unprecedented speed and passion while Chopper treated the children's injuries. While the crew was distracted, Ray stepped into the shadows and whispered to the air, Chao Chu. Master. Bring Robin back, there's no need for infiltration anymore, the plan has changed. Understood. Chaochu didn't ask why. He simply vanished into the night. After dinner, Ray sat on the prow of the Mary, meditating. In his perception, Zephyr and his disciples had disembarked and were setting up a perimeter in the city. Aokiji, however, had vanished. An invisible admiral is the most dangerous kind. Ray took a deep breath. Zephyr, Aokiji, CP9, and a Buster Call on the horizon. This is going to be a hell of a party. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the warehouse, Alvida held a den mushy. Buggy, it's me. Alvida, the snail screamed, its big red nose quivering. Where have you been? We were looking for you. I never expected you'd be rescued by Ray and Straw Hat. Alvida quickly explained the situation. Kahaha, Buggy laughed. Water 7, we're close. The great Captain Buggy is on his way, just wait there. Alvida hung up. She looked at Ray, who offered a small, terrifying smile. One day, Ray murmured. Just one day until chaos. That night, Chaochu made contact with Robin's clone and conveyed Ray's request. Though she didn't fully understand the reason, Robin followed Chaochu back toward the Straw Hat Pirates location, leaving behind a flower clone at the CP9 secret base to cover her tracks. It wasn't until the real Robin was 3 kilometers away from the base that the clone suddenly disappeared. Seeing Robin vanish before his eyes, Blueno, who was responsible for surveillance, stood up immediately. As an intelligence agent, he instantly realized something was wrong. He returned to his bar and used a secret communication method to inform Rob Lucci and the other colleagues currently undercover at the shipbuilding company about Robin's escape. Sometime later, inside a hidden room in a Water 7 bar, 3 people sat solemnly on a sofa. There was a young man named Lucci with a pigeon on his shoulder. Beside him sat a man with a rectangular nose as long as Usopp's named Kaku, who liked to call himself Old Man despite being around 20 years old. The last person was a sexy woman in a secretary outfit with blonde hair and gold-rimmed glasses named Califa. They had been undercover at the Galley-Law Company for 5 years to find the blueprints for Pluton. Recently, their work had finally paid off. Evidence indicated that the blueprints were either with Mayor Iceberg or Frankie. Conveniently, Nico Robin, the woman who knew how to awaken the weapon, had arrived in Water 7 with the Straw Hats. According to the plan, they had threatened Robin with a Buster Call yesterday and secured her cooperation. They were supposed to make their move against Iceberg tomorrow night, ensuring both Robin and the blueprints fell into CP9's hands. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Robin had escaped. Both Lucci and Kaku were frustrated. Given Robin's abilities, capturing her again would be difficult. Why did she suddenly stop fearing the government targeting the Straw Hat Pirates? This old man can't figure it out, Kaku said, looking bewildered. Califa offered her own speculation. She probably doesn't value the Straw Hat Pirates that much. She likely chose to abandon these so-called comrades when her own life was threatened. Lucci agreed. Our investigation into Nico Robin was probably mistaken. She is likely a very selfish person. Bluno locked the hidden room's door and turned to the group. So what do we do now? The Straw Hat Pirates did defeated Crocodile after all. A direct confrontation won't be easy. After some thought, Lucci gave the answer. Take direct action. Just as Lucci was about to order everyone to move against Iceberg, the den mushy rang. Califa answered, and the four of them listened to the voice on the other end. Hello, is this Lucci? This is Spandam. Listen carefully. Today, the Straw Hat Pirates took slaves from the Gourmet City auction that were supposed to be delivered to the Celestial Dragons. Several of them are furious and have demanded that we capture the pirates immediately to be sent to the Red Line as slaves. Moreover, Spandam continued, I managed to get the Buster Call activator, the Golden Den Mushy from Aokiji. Early the day after tomorrow, we will activate the Buster Call and the Marines will attack. The plan is moved up. Seize the Pluton blueprints tonight. Tomorrow I will bring the rest of CP9 to Water 7 to meet with you. Lucci reported the news of Robin's escape. In the end, they decided to temporarily ignore her as she would surely be captured once the Marine fleet attacked. The priority was the blueprints. To be safe, they would arrest both Iceberg and Frankie, as Frankie was also a suspect. The order was issued. Lucci, Kaku, Califa, and Bluno headed toward the mayor's office. This time there was no need to hide their identities or frame the pirates. After all, Water 7 would soon be destroyed by cannon fire. The next day, the Straw Hat Pirates didn't wander around town. Instead, they gathered at the dock by the Going Merry to discuss the situation. Frankie was missing, having gone to the warehouse last night to work on ship blueprints. Everyone was curious why Ray had called Robin back so early. Was he worried about her? Robin and Nami wondered if the clueless guy had finally developed feelings for her. But when Ray explained through Chaochu, they realized they had overthought it. He was as rigid as ever. Jokes aside, the situation was dire. Sanji lit a cigarette and analyzed their position. According to Ray, a fight is unavoidable. We stole the Celestial Dragon's slaves, Miss Paula and Miss Alvida. The world nobles will definitely come after us. But we need at least 2 weeks to fix Mary and build the new ship here, Sanji continued. We can't abandon Mary, so we have no choice but to face this marine siege. Robin spoke up next. Because of me, CP9 has the authority to use a Buster Call. I intended to go to Enai's lobby to move the location of the fight, but with the Celestial Dragons involved, the Buster Call might arrive sooner and here directly to Water 7. Usopp trembled as he asked, can't we just run away and come back later? Zoro shattered that illusion immediately. Someone is watching us, the war will catch up no matter where we go. Do you think Mary can withstand a chase? Chopper looked conflicted. If we stay, we can protect Mary in the base, but what about the townspeople? Nami frowned. We have 2 options. 1, set sail now, fight the Marine at sea and likely lose the Going Merry. 2, stay here and fight. We can protect the ship better on land, but the local residents might suffer casualties. Nami looked at Robin. Is the Buster Call really that brutal? Does it really ignore civilians? Robin recalled the tragedy of O'Hara as a cold sweat dripping from her forehead. The Buster Call is an indiscriminate, nation-destroying attack. Its purpose is to burn the entire island to the ground. It won't stop until the objective is achieved. Everyone frowned. Can that really be called justice? Just as they were complaining, an aged but vigorous voice interrupted them. Then why don't you just surrender? If you don't resist, you'll naturally avoid the Buster Call, won't you? At the sound of that commanding, raspy voice, the entire crew spun around to face the intruder. Standing behind the Straw Hat Pirates was an imposing figure. He was an elderly man, but he radiated a power that made the air feel heavy. He had purple hair and a massive, muscular build that defied his age. But the most terrifying thing about him was his right arm. It was encased in a gigantic, mechanical iron weapon that looked like it could crush a ship hull in a single grip. Flanking him were a younger man and woman, both looking ready for a fight. Using his haki, Luffy immediately sensed the man's aura. It was the same overwhelming presence that he and Ray had felt back at the auction house. This old man was a monster. Although they didn't know his name yet, judging by what the old man had just said about surrendering, it was obvious they weren't on the same side. However, Luffy kept his cool. He looked the old man in the eye and responded politely but with absolute firmness. "The Going Mary is our crewmate. She cannot be harmed and we will not surrender," Luffy said, his voice dropping an octave. "Especially not to the Marines." Zephyr wasn't surprised. In fact, he had expected that answer. He knew a stubborn captain when he saw one. His appearance here wasn't really to arrest them. It was a desperate attempt to do something, anything, for the citizens of Water 7. He looked at Luffy, took a deep drag from his cigar, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. His expression was grave. "And what about the residents of Water 7? Zephyr asked, his voice low. "They are all innocent people. If a war starts here, they will burn along with this island." As he spoke, even Zephyr found it hard to keep eye contact. A wave of shame washed over him. After all, it was the Marines who were disregarding the lives of everyone on the island just to defeat a single pirate crew. And here he was, trying to morally blackmail pirates. Was he really trying to convince pirates to surrender just to clean up the Marines' mess? The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. Hearing Zephyr's words, Sanji's temper flared. He stepped forward, his leg igniting with frustration. "If the Marines are the ones planning to attack civilians, why the hell should we surrender?" the cook snapped. "And who are you anyway, old man?" Though Sanji's words were aggressive, his body was tense. He was ready to strike at a moment's notice. Both he and Zoro had their hands near their weapons. They could clearly sense that this old man was leagues above the average enemy. He was dangerous. Seeing Sanji's hostility, the two students behind the old man, Ain and Binz, immediately shifted into combat stances, ready to defend their teacher. "Stand down," Zephyr ordered, holding up his flesh and blood hand to stop them. Zephyr honestly didn't know how to respond to the cook's question. From the perspective of the Straw Hat Pirates, they hadn't done anything wrong. Aside from the title of pirate, they were innocent. "I've been watching them," Zephyr thought to himself. "Since I saw Luffy and Ray, I haven't seen them hurt a single innocent person. They paid for everything they ate in Gourmet Town. They even risked their lives to forcibly rescue 22 slaves who were about to be sold to those garbage nobles. Apart from having a pirate ship and flying a Jolly Roger, they didn't behave like pirates at all. They acted more like heroes. The Straw Hat Pirates had done good deeds, yet they were being met with evil in return, and now, hearing Zephyr tell them to surrender, it would be strange if they weren't angry. Realizing this, Zephyr sighed. He slowly lowered his massive bulk and sat directly on the ground, crossing his legs to show he meant no harm. "Let me briefly introduce myself," he grumbled. "I am the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. These two are my students, Ain and Binz." Hearing the title Admiral, the Straw Hat Pirates, except for Ray, instantly tensed up, entering full combat stances. An admiral was the peak of the Marines' power. But Zephyr just waved his left hand tiredly. "Relax, I'm not here to fight." He looked at the young crew and explained his purpose. "I apologize for my words earlier. It was unfair to ask you to surrender. The main reason I came to find you is to discuss. Is there actually a way to preserve this beautiful city of Water 7? His words left everyone utterly confused. Usopp blinked while looking at Nami. What's going on? Isn't he a former admiral? Why does he want to help us save the city from the Marines? Despite the confusion, no one let their guard down. This old man was too unpredictable. Zephyr sat there pondering the situation over and over in his head, but he couldn't find a perfect solution. He ran through the scenarios in his mind. Method 1, capture them right now. Impossible, it simply couldn't be done. After seeing the entire Straw Hat crew in person, Zephyr had roughly estimated their strength. Between Luffy, Ray, the swordsman, and the cook, this group was a powerhouse. To take them down without destroying the city would require two current admirals working together. If he fought them now, Water 7 would be destroyed by their battle alone, no need for a buster call. Method 2, stop the Marines' current operation. Impossible, he couldn't do it. Even if he were still an active admiral, he couldn't defy the orders of the Celestial Dragons and the Fleet Admiral. Moreover, Aokiji had secretly informed him that this order came directly from the 5 elders. It was absolute. Method 3. Convince the Straw Hats to flee to the open sea. Impossible. They had made it clear they wouldn't abandon their damaged ship. Sending them out to sea was sending them to their deaths. Method 4. Oppose the Marines and fight alongside the pirates to defeat the Buster Call. Impossible. He couldn't bring himself to do that. He was a man of justice. He couldn't openly war against the Marines he had built. The situation seemed hopeless. But just then, Luffy spoke up, breaking Zephyr's train of thought. I already told you, Luffy said, his voice calm. I won't go out to sea to fight and abandon the going merry. And I definitely won't surrender and compromise with the Marines. Luffy paused, adjusting his straw hat. But I also want to protect these ordinary people from getting hurt. So why don't we just evacuate them? Huh? Zephyr looked up. Yeah, Luffy continued simply, if the people are in danger, just move them, evacuate all the citizens before the battle begins. Then we can fight without worrying about them. His words shocked everyone present, except for Ray, who had already guessed Luffy's train of thought and remained leaning against a crate, looking quite calm. The other Straw Hats understood immediately, smiles broke out across their faces. Of course, that's the Luffy way. However, Zephyr, Ain, and Bint sat there with trembling pupils. They looked at Luffy as if he were an alien. These pirates. They genuinely want to protect civilians. According to typical pirate logic, civilians were tools. A normal pirate crew would use the residents of Water 7 as hostages. Even if the Buster Call disregarded civilian lives, pirates would usually use the townspeople as human shields to increase their chances of survival or to make the Marines hesitate. Zephyr knew the dark logic of the world government well. The celestial dragons and the higher-ups had repeatedly emphasized that civilians must not be evacuated in advance. Why? Because the government had no idea how much the Straw Hat pirates cared about their ship. The government assumed that if evacuation ships were prepared, the pirates would simply abandon their own ship, blend in with the refugees, and escape to a remote island. If the civilians were evacuated, the Straw Hats could ensure a smooth escape. That was precisely why the celestial dragons would never permit it. They wanted the pirates trapped, even if it meant sacrificing the town. Afterwards, the government would just blame the destruction of Water 7 on the evil Straw Hat pirates. The celestial dragons were truly that selfish. To vent their anger, they didn't care about human lives. They only wanted to crush the people who challenged their authority, but now Luffy had taken the initiative to propose evacuating the civilians. In Zephyr's eyes, this changed everything. By suggesting this, Luffy was sending a clear message. You go evacuate all the residents, take them to safety. We promise we will wait right here for the Marines to arrive. We won't run, we won't move a single step. He was giving up his only chance of sneaking away to save strangers. Realizing this, Zephyr slowly stood up. The massive mechanical arm whirred slightly as he moved. He looked at Luffy and the others with a mix of complex emotions, confusion, shock, and deep respect. You're really Garp's grandson, all right, Zephyr said as a small, genuine smile touching his lips. Over decades, I've fought and captured countless pirates. I've seen the worst of the worst, but yours is the only crew I don't want to fight. Bint, standing behind Zephyr, felt his heart racing. He couldn't understand it. Weren't all pirates supposed to be selfish, self-serving, bloodthirsty, and greedy? That was what he had been taught. That was what he had seen. Ain was also emotionally turbulent. Her chest heaved as she tried to process what was happening. Why were these pirates so different? Standing here, listening to them, it felt like the world had flipped upside down. The Marines were acting like villains, planning to burn a city, while these pirates stood there like messengers of justice, protecting the weak. Ain and Bint were already confused by the brutality of the Buster Call order, and now, meeting the Straw Hats, their minds were even more muddled. Their belief in absolute justice was shaking. Zephyr was also somewhat confused, but his years of experience helped him regain his clarity quickly. He understood that he couldn't let his worldview collapse just yet. The Straw Hat pirates are just an exception, Zephyr told himself firmly. They are an anomaly among pirates, and this Buster Call, this is also an exception for the Marines. Most of the time, we protect civilians. Most of the time, pirates are evil. He needed to remember that. Most pirates were purely synonymous with evil. He thought of the perfect example, that bastard clown Buggy. In order to get the Shichibukai title, Buggy had fought Doflamingo without any regard for nearby civilians. He had nearly destroyed Jaya Island not long ago just to prove a point. That was what real pirates were like. Coincidentally, just as Zephyr was cementing this thought in his mind, a sound broke the tension. Kehahaha, Ray, Luffy, long time no see. An exceptionally arrogant laugh echoed from far away, getting closer by the second. Everyone turned toward the sea. Accompanying the voice was a massive, gaudy pirate ship approaching the docks. The pirate flag flapping in the wind featured a skull with a big red nose and clown makeup. The lucky emperor had arrived at Water 7. Zephyr stared at the newcomer with wide eyes. He never expected that the very pirate he had just categorized as evil in his mind would appear right before him. The former admiral had completely different views on the Straw Hats compared to Buggy's crew. To him, the Straw Hats were an anomaly, but Buggy was a remnant of the Pirate King's crew, a man known for chaos. Driven by this instinct, Zephyr immediately tensed his muscles, his massive mechanical arm whirring as he prepared to attack the clown. However, just as Zephyr made his move, a figure vanished from the deck of the Going Merry. In the blink of an eye, Ray appeared directly in front of the massive old man. He didn't draw a weapon, but his presence was cold enough to freeze the air. He looked Zephyr in the eye and spoke indifferently. "If you want to save people, stay calm." The words were simple, but the warning was clear. Hearing Ray's voice, Zephyr took a deep breath. He forced his muscles to relax and stopped his attack, though he glared past Ray at Buggy with lingering killing intent. Meanwhile, the Buggy ship docked. Buggy the clown leaped off the bow, soaring through the air and landing next to Ray with a dramatic thud. He dusted himself off and looked up. His jaw dropped. Holy fucking shit. It's Zephyr. Without another word, Buggy pulled out his knives, entering combat mode instantly. He knew exactly who this old man was. Back when he was a rookie sailing the Grand Line with Roger, they had encountered Zephyr plenty of times. Though Zephyr wasn't quite as terrifying as the hero Garp, he was famous for being even more tenacious. The man had incredible perseverance. Even when you knocked him down, he would struggle back up and keep fighting, always charging at the forefront of the marine forces. He was a nightmare for pirates. Seeing the two of them ready to tear each other apart, Ray naturally didn't want to waste energy mediating personally. He glanced at Chowchu. The little white dog barked and growled, explaining the situation, the buster call, the evacuation plan, and Zephyr's truce, to Buggy. As the dog finished explaining, realization dawned on Buggy's face. Then, pure outrage took over. "Damn it, Ray, you screwed me over," Buggy screamed, his nose turning a brighter shade of red. "You called me here for a suicide mission." He turned around to face his crew member. "Alvida, since you've been rescued, come with me right now. We are leaving. I don't want to face a buster call head-on. That's insane." Hearing Buggy's panicked order, Ray showed absolutely no reaction. He leaned back, his expression saying, "Go ahead if you want. I won't stop you." Buggy had originally intended to catch up with Ray and Luffy to hang out, but he realized Ray had only used Alvida to lure him here. Ray wanted him to face the Marine fleet together. Buggy was definitely unhappy about being used as a pawn, but then Alvida crossed her arms. She looked at her captain and shook her head. "I'm not going," she said firmly. "Leave if you want, Buggy." Buggy looked frantic. He grabbed his head in disbelief. "What do you mean you're not going? Are you planning to die with this idiot? That's a buster call, 10 battleships, 5 vice admirals. Do you even know what a buster call is?" Alvida flipped her hair, acting as if the answer was obvious. "Of course I know, but I have to repay the favor. Ray saved me from the auction. If I leave now, what's the difference between me and a stupid clown?" Hearing this, Buggy nearly coughed up blood. He staggered back, clutching his chest. You, he pointed a shaking finger at her. "Insulting me so directly to my face. Damn it, I." Buggy paced anxiously in place, stomping his feet and growling in frustration. Watching him have a mental breakdown, Luffy and the others burst into laughter. They naturally wouldn't force Buggy to help. They respected his freedom. Ray had only called him over to give him the option. Whether he helped or not was entirely up to him. Of course, if Buggy was willing to stand with the Straw Hat Pirates today, Ray would definitely remember it and help him in the future. Nearby, Zephyr watched the scene silently. He assumed Buggy would definitely run away. No matter how close he was with the Straw Hat Pirates, no sane pirate would wade into this mess for someone else. Self-preservation was the first rule of piracy. But seeing Buggy's internal struggle, Zephyr had a strange feeling. Could it be? Suddenly, Buggy, enraged by his own conscience, jumped 3 feet high and started cursing at Ray again. "I can't believe I fell for your crap. Damn it all. Fine, I'll fight with you," Buggy yelled, throwing his hands in the air. "I'd feel guilty just leaving like this, okay?" He pointed an accusatory finger at Ray. "Don't get the wrong idea, I'm not some righteous guy. I just don't want to owe you any favors, got it? After this, the 2 favors you did for me, saving me in Logtown and rescuing Alvida, are repaid. We are even. Damn it, what did I do to deserve this bad luck?" In response to the clown's rant, Ray just snorted coldly. A tiny smirk appeared on his face as he turned and headed back toward the Going Merry. Since the matter was settled, he wouldn't waste any more words. Buggy grumbled, watching Ray walk away. Why is he still acting all aloof? He didn't even say hello. Helpless, Buggy walked over to Luffy while looking miserable. "Luffy, your old pal here is about to take a huge loss this time. Don't forget my kindness later, all right?" Luffy grinned, stretching his arm out to wrap around Buggy's shoulder. "Shishishi, thanks Buggy, let's throw a party first." Zephyr watched Buggy's reaction in total surprise. This guy, he was willing to commit what was essentially suicide just to repay a debt. It couldn't just be about favors, that was loyalty. If these people were my disciples, Zephyr thought wistfully, how great it would be if they worked together for the Marines. Later, the group sat down to discuss the plan. Surprisingly, Buggy also agreed with Luffy's idea to evacuate the residents. Though Buggy was a scheming, greedy pirate, he didn't like using civilians as shields. This was a core value he had learned from his former captain Roger, and it was deeply ingrained in him. At this, Zephyr was completely baffled. He couldn't hold it in anymore. "Then why did you fight Doflamingo on Jaya Island without any regard for civilian lives?" Zephyr asked sharply. "I heard you nearly destroyed the place." Hearing Zephyr's accusation, Buggy immediately flew into a rage. "Ha," Buggy snapped. "First of all, that bastard started it, and second, you don't know the whole story." Buggy waved his arms aggressively. "That son of a bitch Doflamingo. When he was about to be defeated by me, he used some damn technique called the parasite. He controlled the civilians like puppets and forced them to attack my subordinates. I don't allow my men to lay hands on civilians, so we were stuck. If not for that, would I have been so restrained? Would Alvida have been captured? Just mentioning him makes me angry," Buggy growled, clenching his fists. "When I get to the New World, he'll be the first one I eliminate." Zephyr stood there, stunned. He found this more and more absurd. This Buggy actually didn't allow his subordinates to harm civilians. What is wrong with pirates these days? Zephyr wondered. Since when do they have moral codes? He shook his head. Forget it. The top priority now was still evacuating the civilians. After everything was over, he would still have to take action against the Straw Hat Pirates and Buggy. In his view of justice, a thief was a thief. As long as they bore the identity of pirate, they had a negative impact on the world. But deep in Zephyr's heart, a small crack had formed in his absolute beliefs, though he didn't dare to acknowledge it yet. He turned to address his 2 students. "Ain, Bince, let's go. We need to organize the evacuation ships." He took a few steps but then noticed something odd. Ain wasn't moving. Ain. Zephyr turned around. Ain was standing statue still, staring in the opposite direction. Bince looked at Zephyr with an exasperated expression and whispered, "Sensei, ever since she saw that guy called Ray earlier, she's been like this. She hasn't blinked once. Look, she's sweating all over, as if she's forcibly controlling herself from jumping him." Sure enough, Zephyr looked closely and noticed the abnormality. He saw Ain clenching her fists tight against her sides. Her face was flushed and her eyes clearly showed intense infatuation as she stared unblinkingly at Ray, who was sitting casually on the deck of the Going Merry. Zephyr felt a headache coming on. The old man sighed, took off his sunglasses and walked directly in front of Ain. He bent down, lowering his massive head until he blocked her line of sight completely, making direct eye contact. This move was effective. It broke her visual connection to Ray and forcibly pulled her back to reality. Ain blinked rapidly, realizing her teacher's face was inches from hers. She panicked. Ah. Zephyr-sensei, she recoiled, suddenly covering her nose and mouth with both hands. You have bad breath. The unexpected insult hit Zephyr like a physical blow. The old man's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment and anger. Cough, he cleared his throat loudly to hide his awkwardness. Let's go. He turned and marched away. Ain and Bince quickly followed. On the way back, Zephyr secretly breathed into his cupped hand a few times to smell it. Is it really that bad? He worried. Maybe we should stop to buy some new toothpaste on the way. Back by the shore, the mood had lightened considerably. After analyzing the situation and agreeing on the evacuation, Luffy immediately threw his hands up. Party, let's have a party. He invited all members of Buggy's crew to join. The prospect of food and booze cheered everyone up. Then Luffy thought of someone. Oh, let's call the Frankie family over too, they are funny guys. We can deal with the shipbuilding matters after eating. Everyone else agreed. Chaochu barked, ready to set off to find them. However, just then, a figure came sprinting down the path toward the docks. It was Zanbai, the second in command of the Frankie family. He looked disheveled and frantic. Straw Hat Anarchy, Ray Anarchy, Zanbai yelled, waving his arms, then he stopped when he saw the clown. Hey, who is this red-nosed guy? Hearing this forbidden nickname, Buggy immediately became furious. Did you just call me Red Nose? Are you looking to die, punk? Luffy grabbed Buggy to stop him and looked at Zanbai's condition. What happened? Zanbai gasped for breath, his face pale and terrified. Tears were welling up in his eyes. It's bad. I went to the secret base to find Frankie Anarchy today, but when I arrived at the scene, I only found signs of a struggle and bloodstains everywhere. Zanbai fell to his knees. Frankie Anarchy had completely disappeared. The others and I searched everywhere nearby but couldn't find him. It looks like he was taken. So I came running to ask for your help. Please, Zanbai begged, bowing his head to the ground. As long as we can get Frankie Anarchy back, we're willing to do anything to repay you all. Buggy stood there confused. Frankie. Who's that? Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the Straw Hat Pirates shifted instantly. The party mood vanished. They all stood up, their expressions serious. They declared they would definitely find Frankie and bring him back. On the deck of the Going Merry, Ray had overheard the entire conversation. His eyes narrowed slightly. He knew exactly what had happened. CP9 had made their move ahead of schedule because of Spandam's panic. Ray didn't waste a second. He looked down at the white dog beside him, Chaochu. The dog looked up, ears perked. Go to the warehouse, Ray ordered calmly. Follow Frankie's scent and find him. Chaochu barked sharply, a look of determination in his eyes. Roger that, master. After leaving the harbor, Zephyr didn't waste a single second. He led his students, Ain and Bince, straight toward the heart of the city, the massive office building where Water 7's mayor, Iceberg, was located. Zephyr had a clear plan. He needed to issue an emergency evacuation notice through the mayor. The instructions would be simple. Every single resident must immediately board the sea train or the marine guerrilla ships under Zephyr's command to evacuate the port before the shelling began. As they rushed through the streets, Zephyr pulled out a den mushi to contact Fleet Admiral Sengoku. He needed to inform headquarters about the situation regarding the Straw Hat Pirates and his own actions. Upon hearing Zephyr's report, Sengoku immediately approved the request to evacuate the residents. Do it, Zephyr, Sengoku said, his voice heavy. Get them out of there. If it weren't for the strict orders from the Celestial Dragons, Sengoku would have long since arranged for the Marines to carry out the evacuation themselves. But his hands were tied by the world government. Even so, the Fleet Admiral hadn't sat idly by. He had secretly dispatched members of the covert unit Sword to Water 7 in advance, instructing them to protect as many residents as possible from the shadows. From Sengoku's perspective, this entire Buster Call operation was a mess. It was extremely chaotic and clearly highlighted the awkward, painful position the Marines currently found themselves in. The Marines ostensibly had two main missions: first, to protect civilians and eliminate pirates; second, to carry out the orders of the world government, or rather, the whims of the Celestial Dragons. Tragically, the highest priority was not the first, but the second. This meant that, just like during the Ohara incident years ago, the Marines would once again be forced to harm innocent civilians in the name of absolute justice. Even though Sengoku had faced such helpless situations numerous times in his long career, it never got easier. Each experience left him feeling mentally drained and physically exhausted. After hanging up the phone with Zephyr, Sengoku stood by the window of his office in Marineford. He frowned deeply, watching the seagulls fly over the ocean, lost in dark thoughts about the future of the Marines and the justice they claimed to uphold. While Zephyr was rushing toward the mayor's office, a small white figure was coincidentally moving in the same direction, though at a much slower pace. Chaochu sniffed the ground intently. He was following a specific scent, the smell of cola and oil that belonged to Frankie. He trotted along the stone paths, occasionally stopping to look up and confirm his direction. His nose told him that the target was in the tallest building straight ahead. About 1 kilometer ahead of the dog, Zephyr, Ain, and Bince were moving much faster. They used the high-speed movement techniques Saru and the aerial jumps of Jeppo to leap across rooftops, swiftly closing the distance to Iceberg's office. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating. 4 people in black suits sat on the leather sofas. They were the undercover agents of CP9, Rob, Lucci, Kaku, Califa, and Bluno. In front of them, 2 men were tied up tightly on the floor. One of them wore a pinstripe suit and looked like a respectable government official. This was Water 7's mayor, Iceberg. He was currently unconscious, his head hanging low. The other captive had a bizarre, massive physique and sported a blue shamate hairstyle. It was Frankie, the cyborg shipwright whom Ray and the others had only recently met. Frankie gritted his teeth, glancing at his brother tied up beside him. He felt deeply frustrated and angry with himself. Last night he had been in his secret warehouse, on the verge of completing the draft designs for the Straw Hat's new ship and the modifications for the Going Merry. He had been so focused on his work that he didn't hear them coming. These suited guys had barged in out of nowhere. Before Frankie could even react or load his weapons, they had subdued him. Frankie was speechless. He knew he was strong, he was a cyborg after all, but these opponents were monsters. With their surprise attack and perfect teamwork, he naturally stood no chance. After being tied up and dragged here, he found that Iceberg had already been captured. Since then, the 2 of them had endured various forms of brutal interrogation at the hands of CP9. They had been whipped, kicked, and beaten. Frankie looked around the room, wondering if anyone would hear them, but he knew it was hopeless. Lucci and the others were professionals. They had long since had Califa issue a fake notice forbidding anyone from approaching the city administration building. As for the mayor's staff who had remained in the building, they had already been silenced. Their cold bodies were currently dumped in the basement. It would take about a day for the stench of death to reach the ground level. By that time, CP9 would have long completed their mission and vanished. Until just moments ago, Frankie and Iceberg were still being trampled under Califa's sharp high heels. His brother Iceberg, being a normal human, had fainted several times from the pain. Frankie, being a cyborg made of steel, had higher endurance and held out longer, but even he was dented and bruised. After all this turmoil, both Frankie and Iceberg clearly understood the enemy's intentions. Their goal was the ancient weapon Pluton. They wanted the blueprints that their master, Tom, had left to them. Frankie and the newly awakened Iceberg exchanged a glance. Without saying a word, their eyes revealed absolute determination. No matter what, don't give it to them. These were the blueprints their master Tom had protected with his life. These plans were dangerous, capable of destroying the world. Even if they were tortured to death, neither of them would surrender them to the world government. Seeing these 2 stubborn men refusing to yield, Califa adjusted her glasses and sighed. She had lost her patience. "They aren't talking," she said coldly. "This is sexual harassment. And a waste of time." After a brief discussion with Lucci, they made a ruthless decision. They would kill one of them to scare the other into talking. "One of them is redundant anyway," Lucci said emotionlessly. Just as they were debating which one to eliminate, the mayor or the cyborg, rapid footsteps urgently approached the door. Bang! The heavy double doors of the mayor's office were pushed open forcefully. The arrivals were Zephyr, Bince, and Ain. They had been stopped by guards at the administrative building's entrance, so in their urgency they had detoured to an unmanned corner, scaled the wall to the rooftop, and broke in from the top floor. In that instant, the room fell dead silent. Lucci and the others naturally recognized the giant man standing in the doorway. They all stood up immediately, their muscles tensing as they stared intently at the former Marine Admiral. They were confused. It was obvious this man couldn't possibly know about the secret mission the four of them were executing. With minimal deduction, Lucci realized Zephyr had likely just come to see Iceberg about evacuation. Zephyr also recognized them. He knew these individuals had joined the Cypher Paul organization many years earlier as prodigies. He glanced at the unconscious Iceberg lying on the floor and then at the strangely dressed cyborg beside him. Seeing their injuries, Zephyr's brow furrowed deeply. "Explain yourselves," Zephyr demanded, his voice booming like thunder. Hearing Zephyr's demand, Lucci showed no respect. He adjusted his top hat and responded arrogantly. "We are CP9, we are directly under the world government. We don't need to explain our actions to you, former Admiral." The atmosphere froze instantly. The air in the room became heavy. Zephyr contemplated whether to take down these individuals right here and now. But ultimately, they were world government agents. Even if they were just the Celestial Dragon's dogs, one must consider the master before striking the hound. Attacking them would cause massive political fallout. Though they appeared calm on the surface, Lucci's group was actually sweating internally. They feared Zephyr might actually attack. They were arrogant, yes, but they weren't stupid. They knew their limits. Fighting Black-Armed Zephyr, the man who trained all the current admirals, would be pure suicide. Even in his old age, he was a monster. They might not even be able to defeat his two subordinates, let alone the master. The four agents exchanged quick looks. They debated whether to disclose their mission objectives to Zephyr. Every admiral or former admiral held strong views about the ancient weapons. Some supported marine control to enforce justice. Others, like Aokiji, advocated for caution. Reportedly, during his tenure as admiral, Zephyr had advocated for the complete destruction of ancient weapons. What if, after learning their mission was to capture Pluton, this former admiral decided to eliminate them to prevent the weapon from resurfacing? But Zephyr urgently needed to rescue someone, so he didn't have time for their silence. He cut straight to the point. "I don't care about your spy games," Zephyr growled. "I need Iceberg to help me with something urgent. Whatever your mission is, you must stand down immediately." With that, Zephyr released a wave of haki. The imposing aura of an admiral pressed down upon the room like a physical weight. Lucci, Kaku, and the others felt mountain-like pressure crushing them. Their knees shook slightly. Under this suffocating sensation, Kaku immediately decided to reveal their purpose. If they didn't explain, Zephyr would certainly take Iceberg away by force. Lucci didn't object. This was the best way to complete their mission without dying. If things escalated into a fight, the mission would definitely fail. As Kaku explained their hunt for Pluton, Zephyr finally withdrew his overwhelming presence. He did not act as Lucci and Kaku had speculated. In his old age, Zephyr was no longer as sharp-edged or radical as he had been in his youth. He would no longer argue about the politics of ancient weapons. Right now, he only wanted to save the innocent people of the city. Thus, he made his counter-demand. "Fine," Zephyr said gruffly, "but first let Iceberg go. I need him to arrange for the evacuation of the residents. Once the residents have been evacuated safely, I will no longer interfere in your affairs." But Lucci firmly disagreed. "Impossible," Lucci stated flatly. "We must first interrogate them for the location of Pluton's blueprints. The mission comes first." Zephyr, Bince, and Ain were so angry their faces flushed red. This shit was endangering thousands of lives. If not for the issue involving the Celestial Dragons and the chain of command, Zephyr would have already started a fight and smashed Lucci through the wall. The tension was at its peak and violence seemed inevitable. Just then, a calm, cold voice came from the doorway, a voice that surprised Lucci and the others and made Zephyr smile in astonishment. "I'm taking both Frankie and Iceberg." Everyone turned to look. "And anyone who stands in my way," the voice continued, dripping with killing intent, "will die." Boom, the reinforced wall of the mayor's office exploded inward, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. A massive demon dog crashed through the hole, its paws crushing the floor tiles as it landed. Behind the giant dog, a man dressed in white clothes with striking silver hair slowly descended through the dust cloud, landing silently on the floor. It was Ray and Chaochu. Not long after Zephyr had arrived at the building, Chaochu had been lurking near the office in his harmless puppy form. With his keen hearing, he had eavesdropped on the entire conversation inside. Realizing the situation, he immediately reported everything to Ray using their specific ability, bloodline communication. To Ray, the situation was simple. Frankie had to be taken back because they needed a shipwright. Iceberg was also a legendary shipwright who could help with the going merry, so Ray figured he might as well take him along too. However, there was another layer to Ray's decision. He had realized Zephyr's dilemma. Ray looked at the former admiral who was standing there with a conflicted expression. Ray knew exactly what the old man was thinking. Zephyr was struggling between his conscience and his orders. He wanted to save Iceberg, but if he forcibly took the mayor from the CP9, he would be openly defying the world government and the celestial dragons. As an old man in retirement, Zephyr probably didn't care about the punishment for himself. But he had two young students, Ain and Bince, standing right behind him. They had bright futures ahead of them. Zephyr would never want to ruin their careers or put them in danger because of his own recklessness. Ray smirked internally. If that's the case, I'll just make it easy for him. If Ray intervened, it would simply be a conflict between evil pirates and the government. The Straw Hat Pirates had already offended the celestial dragons by stealing slaves, so adding one more offense to the list didn't matter at all. Helping Zephyr out of this awkward situation and doing the former admiral a favor wasn't a bad deal. Of course, Ray was pragmatic. If Iceberg wasn't useful to the Straw Hat Pirates, Ray probably wouldn't have bothered interfering. As Ray announced that he was taking the prisoners, the atmosphere in the room shattered. Rob Lucci's face twisted in rage. His mission was already compromised and now this pirate was mocking them. "Kill him!" Lucci barked. Without even asking what Ray intended to do, the four CP9 members moved as one. They were masters of Rokushiki and they launched an attack on Ray and Chaochu instantly. Saru. They vanished from their spots, moving at speeds invisible to the naked eye. Sensing the four assassins approaching from different angles, Ray stood perfectly still. He didn't raise a hand to block. He didn't bother to dodge. He simply stood there, curious to test the limits of his physical body against these so-called superhumans. Bam, 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 the attacks landed simultaneously. Ray took 3 shigen directly to his chest and shoulders. At the same time, Lucci, the strongest of them, unleashed a secret technique, the Rokuaugen, slamming his fists into Ray's stomach with a shockwave intended to rupture his internal organs. The impact blew the remaining furniture away. But when the dust settled, Ray was still standing there, looking extremely bored. "It stings a little," Ray muttered, dusting off his shirt. When the 4 agents saw that Ray was completely unharmed, not even a bruise, they immediately leaped back in horror. "Impossible," Kaku shouted, looking at his finger which was throbbing with pain. It felt like punching solid diamond. Lucci's eyes narrowed with cold sweat forming on his brow. Does this guy also know Tekai? No. Even with Tekai, he shouldn't be able to take a Rokuaugen without flinching. I've never seen a human body this hard. While the men were shocked by the physical disparity, Khalifa had a different reaction. The moment she had struck Ray, she had gotten a close look at his face. Now, retreating to a safe distance, her cheeks were flushed a deep red. She fidgeted, adjusting her glasses nervously, looking as if she had countless words stuck in her throat. After struggling for a long time, she finally pointed a shaking finger at him. You sexually harassed me." Standing by the doorway, Bince couldn't hold it in anymore. He burst out laughing. Tilda. "Hey Ain, look at this woman, she's pathetic. She actually developed feelings for an enemy in the middle of a fight." Bince waited for his partner to laugh with him, but there was no response. He slowly turned his head to look at Ain. She had fallen into that dazed state again. Her eyes were locked on Ray and her hands were extending and retracting rhythmically as if she wanted to grab him but was holding herself back. Bince's face dropped. "What the actual fuck?" With no other choice, Bince whispered to his teacher. "Zephyr-sensei, please use your bad breath to snap her out of it again." Zephyr's vein popped. "Shut up, Bince." Ray stood in the center of the room, feeling quite speechless about the chaotic situation. "I really should have worn a mask when flying over earlier," he thought. Being too handsome is a tactical disadvantage. However, the experiment was a success. He had tested the strength of his physical body. Without using any hacky or demonic powers, he could completely withstand attacks from elite government agents. The terrifying potential of his great demon physique was becoming increasingly apparent. He also roughly understood the power level of CP9. "These guys are kinda weak," Ray concluded. "At least compared to the monsters we will face later." The current Luffy could definitely handle Lucci with ease, but they were too weak for Ray to take seriously. However, he decided not to kill them yet. They would make excellent practice dummies for the rest of the crew. "I'll leave them for Usopp, Nami, Robin, Chopper, and Frankie to level up," Ray decided. "Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji need stronger opponents." Having made up his mind, Ray raised his hand. A shimmering whip of light materialized in his grip. Light whip. Before Lucci or the others could react, Ray lashed out. The whip moved faster than Saru. It wrapped around all 4 agents in a single fluid motion and yanked them violently. "Get lost," Ray said calmly. With a flick of his wrist, he sent them flying out of the shattered office wall, hurling them far into the distance, tumbling down toward the massive waterfall at the base of Water 7. Crack! When the whip attacked, it had deliberately changed direction at the last second, slicing through the iron chains binding Frankie and Iceberg. "Let's go," Ray said, turning to walk out. Chaochu sighed. "Master really doesn't like to talk to strangers," the dog thought. Resigned to his duty as the transportation unit, Chaochu used his massive tail to scoop up the confused Frankie and the injured Iceberg. He then leaped out of the hole, flying toward the beach where the Straw Hat Pirates were waiting. Throughout the entire process, from the wall exploding to CP9 being yeeted into the sky, Zephyr hadn't moved a muscle. He didn't participate, but he didn't stop it either. Seeing Ray disappear into the night with the hostages, Zephyr finally smiled. A weight had been lifted off his shoulders. "Ain Bince," Zephyr said, his voice lighter. "Let's follow them." The battle had taken less than 10 seconds, but it gave Zephyr a much clearer understanding of Ray's terrifying strength. "The celestial dragons are really being foolish," Zephyr muttered to himself as he walked. "To try and capture someone like him, they should have sent an admiral or 2. No wonder Sengoku warned me not to fight Ray." "If it came to a life-or-death battle," Zephyr admitted grimly, "even with Aokiji helping me, one of us would probably end up dead." At the same time, Zephyr felt a deep sense of gratitude. Without Ray's sudden interference, Zephyr would have been forced to choose between his duty and his morals. Ray had saved him from that choice. The group moved quickly. Within minutes, Ray and Chaochu returned to the rocky docks. Chaochu gently placed Frankie and Iceberg on the ground. The Straw Hat Pirates immediately gathered around, checking on the injuries and explaining the situation to the confused shipwrights. While everyone was sharing information, Zephyr arrived with Bince and Ain. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji immediately tensed up, watching the former admiral warily. But when Ray explained that Zephyr needed Iceberg to help save the civilians, the hostility lowered significantly. Iceberg, holding his bruised ribs, listened to Zephyr's explanation about the impending Buster call. His face turned pale. He realized the gravity of the situation immediately. "I understand," Iceberg said, his voice firm despite his pain. "We have to move now." Leaving Frankie with the pirates, Iceberg followed Zephyr back to the mayor's office to coordinate the city's survival. The mayor's office. An hour later, the administrative building was bustling with chaos. Security personnel were running back and forth, phones were ringing off the hook, and shouting filled the hallways. The massive hole in the wall where Ray had entered was a stark reminder of the earlier violence, and the bloodstains on the lower floors from CP9's purge had been discovered, adding to the panic. But Iceberg didn't let the panic take over. He immediately activated Water 7's citywide broadcast system. "Attention, citizens of Water 7, his voice boomed across the island. "This is Mayor Iceberg. We are facing an unprecedented crisis." He informed all citizens about the high tide and the impending danger, urging them to evacuate. He arranged for officials to coordinate with the sea train schedule and directed Zephyr's marine guerrilla warships to the civilian docks to act as transport vessels. "Children, the old and women board first," Iceberg commanded his staff. "Anyone who can walk, move to the high ground." Iceberg was like a machine. His movements never ceased. He was on the phone, signing papers and shouting orders simultaneously. "Mayor, please rest," a subordinate begged, seeing Iceberg sway with exhaustion. "I can't stop," Iceberg shouted back, slamming his hand on the desk. If I rest for even a minute, dozens or even thousands of residents might die tomorrow. As the mayor, it is my responsibility to protect them. Zephyr stood in the corner of the office, silently watching. He had already given his ships the orders, so there was little else for him to do but guard the mayor. The more he watched, the more certain he became. Iceberg is a good man, Zephyr thought. He treats his people like his own children. At the same time, his anger toward the world government and CP9 grew hotter. Greedy fuckers, Zephyr thought bitterly, clenching his fist. They are willing to kill a good official like this, willing to burn a city of innocents just to get a weapon blueprint. Under such leadership, where is this world heading? He sighed and turned to look at the sofas in the office. Sitting there, casually drinking tea and guarding the perimeter were Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, and a small white dog. The Straw Hats had sent a team to protect Iceberg in case CP9 returned. Zephyr smiled wryly. It was an absurd scene, a former Marine admiral and a group of pirates working together. "Aren't you afraid I'll arrest you?" Zephyr asked the group. Nami took a sip of tea and smiled confidently. "Old man, I can already tell what you're thinking. You're not that kind of guy." She placed the cup down. "Besides, don't we all have the same goal right now? We are all here to protect Mayor Iceberg." Zephyr shrugged. "Yes, that's right." He looked out at the window, gazing at the dark ocean. "But I can't take action against CP9 directly due to my position if those agents crawl back up from the waterfall and come looking for trouble. I'll have to leave it to you pirates." Robin closed her book and smiled, her eyes turned increasingly dangerous. "Leave it to us." Meanwhile, back at the docks, preparations for the coming storm were underway. The Going Merry had already been moved. Frankie, concerned about the ship's fragile keel, had transported her to his secret modification base. This was a necessary precaution because Water 7's unique natural disaster, the terrifying high tide known as Aqua Laguna, was due to strike the island in 2 days. Until the repairs were finished and the blueprints for the new ship were completed, it was much safer to keep a small, damaged vessel like the Mary in a secure, dry location. As for the Big Top Buggy's flashy pirate ship, the clown simply waved his hand and told everyone not to worry. "I have my own methods," he bragged. "A ship of that magnificence can handle a little splash." For Frankie's personal safety, Ray had ordered the cyborg to stay at Iceberg's office building. It was the safest place on the island right now, guarded by Zephyr, and it allowed Frankie to work on the blueprints alongside his senior, Iceberg. Currently, the main combat force, Ray, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the members of the Buggy Pirates were all waiting at the rocky shore, watching the dark waves crash against the seawall. The air was heavy with the scent of salt and the anticipation of the violence about to unfold. Buggy sat on a crate, his mood significantly calmer than it had been 3 hours ago when he first realized Ray had tricked him into this mess. He had entered thinking mode, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Finally, he looked up and raised a question that had been gnawing at him. "Hey, Luffy," Buggy grunted, looking at Luffy, "I've got a question. If the Marine's buster call arrives before all the residents have evacuated, what will you do?" Luffy didn't even blink. He responded without a second of hesitation. "Of course I'll protect them," Luffy said firmly. "I'll hold the Marines back until the people escape first." Buggy narrowed his eyes. He wasn't satisfied with that generic hero answer. He leaned forward, his expression turned serious for once. "All right, then answer me this," Buggy pressed. "What if the situation goes to hell? What if one of your crewmates is in mortal danger at the exact same moment a group of civilians is facing cannon fire? You can only save one side. What would you do then?" Buggy asked this question intentionally. He wanted to prepare Luffy for the brutal realities of the battlefield. He was afraid that this brainless rubber boy would be too naive. Without sufficient strength, it was impossible to play the hero for everyone. Did he think he could achieve both with just a kind heart? Impossible. However, Luffy's response made Buggy's heart tremble. Luffy looked Buggy in the eye, his gaze darkening slightly. "I believe my crewmates can handle anything," Luffy said, his voice dropping an octave. "But if the situation you described really happens, I won't hesitate. I will prioritize helping my comrades." These were words Luffy spoke without overthinking. It was his instinct. Then he adjusted his straw hat and added one more thought. Since war is inevitable, how could there be no sacrifices? People get hurt in wars, but I want to minimize casualties. And the best way to do that isn't to run around saving everyone one by one, it's to quickly capture the enemy leader and end the fight. Hearing Luffy's response, Buggy let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He laughed, "Gyhahaha, I really underestimated you, Luffy." Buggy stood up and walked over to Ray, who was staring out at the sea, seemingly spacing out. Buggy leaned against a rock and spoke slowly. "Has Luffy changed this much? Did you teach him that?" Ray didn't turn his head, he watched the horizon as he responded lightly. "He was never as foolish as you thought, Buggy, he's just more mature now." Ray had naturally heard Luffy's reply. It was the correct answer for a captain on the Grand Line. Luffy wanted to save people, that was his nature, but trying to save everyone, that was pure idiocy. A savior complex on a battlefield would only lead to hesitation, and hesitation led to total collapse. Only those who could weigh gains and losses, who could make the hard choices most beneficial to their side, were qualified to enter the new world. Otherwise, they were just walking to their graves. Luffy cared about his comrades more than anything, but he also had the heart to save innocents. Deep down, he understood the potential consequences of this battle. Danger was always present. Because he believed in his comrades' strength, he allowed himself to join the battle. But he knew the mission: defeat the leader to save the many, rejecting perfect solutions, rejecting the fantasy that everyone survives. Only by accepting this reality could they move forward on this cruel sea. Pure idealism only existed in novels or anime. Luffy is becoming more and more like a true captain, Ray thought as a small smile touching his lips. The future of this crew is going to be interesting. Ray finally turned to look at the clown. "Buggy, are you sure you want to get involved in this? It's going to get messy." Buggy snorted disdainfully, crossing his arms. "Who do you think I am? Words spoken are like piss thrown. Once it's out, it can't be taken back." Ray stared at him, speechless. What kind of disgusting analogy was that? Shaking his head, Ray decided he needed to check one last thing before the chaos started. "All right," Ray said, "but before the Marines get here, let me test your current strength. I need to know if you won't die in 5 seconds. Hearing this, Buggy immediately jumped backward, his face turning pale. "Is this guy fucking crazy?" Buggy thought frantically. "Is Ray just looking for an excuse to beat me up to vent his anger?" Though inwardly fearful, Buggy couldn't lose face in front of his crew and the Straw Hats. He grinned fiercely, detached his hands, and spun knives between his fingers. "Come on then," Buggy yelled. "Today I'll split your head apart, pretty boy." Boom! 10 seconds later, a massive explosion rocked the dock. Simultaneously, a charred, black body that looked suspiciously like a clown went flying high into the sky, trailing smoke. "Ray!" Buggy howled as he disappeared into the clouds. "Your attacks are so damn dirty." Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away, on a desolate stretch of shore far from the city center, a dark gathering was taking place. 7 figures stood in the shadows. 6 of them wore black suits, radiating dangerous energy. The 7th was a sleazy-looking man wearing a leather mask and a metal headpiece. This was Spandam, the current chief of CP9, who had previously spoken with Lucci on the Den Mushi. Surrounding him was the full might of the assassination unit. All members of CP9 were present: Lucci, Kaku, Califa, Bluno, and the 3 new arrivals, Fukuro, Kumadori, and Jabra. Spandam was pacing back and forth, furious. "Incompetent, all of you." He was so angry his hand was shaking, hovering over the golden Den Mushi, the Buster Call activator. He wanted to press it right now just to watch the world burn, but a sliver of rationality held him back. To complete the mission, he needed the blueprint. It was best to capture Iceberg and Frankie before initiating the Buster Call. Once the bombardment began, the entire island would be leveled. If Frankie and Iceberg died in the fire, the blueprints for Pluton would be lost forever. Spandam took a deep breath, feigned confidence, and began issuing orders in a very official, arrogant tone. "Listen up, the Buster Call ordered by the world government will commence tomorrow morning. Your objective is simple: capture Iceberg and Frankie tonight before the battle begins." The 3 newcomers, Kumadori, Jabra, and Fukuro, nodded. They had no objections. To them, this sounded like an easy snatch-and-grab mission. However, Lucci, Kaku, Califa, and Bluno exchanged uneasy glances. They were anxious. They had personally experienced the terrifying strength of that man, Ray. He possessed a presence that reminded Lucci of the monsters of the New World. If Ray was currently protecting Iceberg and Frankie, attacking them would be suicide. Even if all 7 CP9 agents attacked together against that man, they might be nothing more than cannon fodder. Although the proud Rob Lucci didn't want to admit that he was inferior to anyone, the pain in his chest from Ray's attack was a stark reminder for him. The facts were undeniable. Lucci tried to voice his concern. "Chief, the pirate Ray is guarding them, his strength is." "Shut up," Spandam interrupted, eager to complete the task and claim the glory. He ignored their concerns because his weak mind couldn't devise a solution to break the deadlock anyway. "This is a direct order," Spandam shrieked. "How you complete it is your problem. Just get me those blueprints." Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, and Bluno clenched their jaws in frustration. They were trapped. Their lives as CP9 agents belonged to the world government. Even if they knew it was a suicide mission, they had no choice but to charge ahead. "Understood," Lucci said coldly. The 7 agents crouched low, then simultaneously used Saru and Jeppo. They vanished from the shore, rushing swiftly toward Iceberg's City Hall office like a pack of wolves. As he ran across the rooftops, Lucci could only cling to a sliver of hope. "I have to pray that Ray isn't there," Lucci thought, sweat beading on his forehead. "As long as Ray isn't in the way, I can handle the others. I could even take down the captain, Straw Hat Luffy, but not him. Not Ray." Mayor's office, Water 7. The atmosphere inside the office was tense and chaotic. Phones were ringing and papers were flying. Iceberg was standing over a map of the city, his face pale with stress. He was still desperately trying to arrange the evacuation efforts. "Damn it!" Iceberg slammed his fist on the table. "I've already scheduled the sea train to full capacity. The warships are in position, and I've mobilized all usable sailing ships from the shipyard, but it's still not enough." He turned to the former admiral standing by the window. "Zephyr-san, can you dispatch a few more warships? Can you call for backup?" At this rate, Iceberg wiped sweat from his brow. Even conservatively, 1/3 of the residents will still be trapped on the island when the buster call arrives tomorrow. Zephyr, smoking a cigar, shook his head irritably. The smoke swirled around his grim face. "I can't," Zephyr growled. "These 5 warships are the maximum authority I have right now. Any more and headquarters will notice." Just as Iceberg and Zephyr were feeling overwhelmed by the logistics, movement from the sofa caught their attention. Chaochu suddenly stood up, his ears perked forward. Beside him, Usopp jumped up, his nose twitching. "Something's coming," Usopp whispered, pulling out his slingshot with trembling hands. 7 people. "They're approaching fast from the rooftops." Chaochu barked a confirmation. "It's them. It should be those 4 CP9 members from before, plus 3 reinforcements with strong sense." Chopper and Nami immediately tensed up. They exchanged nervous glances. This was their first major battle without Ray, Luffy, Zoro, or Sanji present. They were the weak trio, and they were the last line of defense. "We have to do this," Nami said, clutching her climatact. Robin stood up gracefully, closing her book. She remained calm on the surface, though her heart was unsettled. "This is it," she thought. "My first direct confrontation with the world government since I was a child. I'm done running away." In the corner of the room, Frankie stopped his work. He carefully stored the half-finished blueprints inside the hidden compartment in his chest. The cyborg stood up, his metal joints whirring. He recalled the humiliation of being tied up and tortured alongside Iceberg just hours ago. A fire ignited in his eyes. "Super!" Frankie roared, striking a pose. "I must get revenge, those suit-wearing bastards. I'm going to beat them so badly that their own mothers won't recognize them." Inside the mayor's office, the tension was palpable. Iceberg looked at the group of pirates standing guard around him and felt a wave of gratitude. He naturally understood what Nami, Usopp, and the others were implying with their silence. They were ready to fight for him. Iceberg was well aware that his life was once again being targeted by the world government. He knew that tonight could very well be his last, but the most urgent matter now was the evacuation efforts. He couldn't stop working, so he could only bow his head slightly and apologize to everyone. "Sorry to trouble you all," he said sincerely. "You should be preparing your own ship, but you're stuck here protecting me." Robin nodded reassuringly, her small smile letting him know it was all right. Iceberg gazed at the woman whose existence was forbidden by the world, his heart stirring with complex emotions. Before meeting Nico Robin, whenever he thought of her, he worried she might become the spark that would destroy the world. After all, her ability to decipher poneglyphs was the key to activating the ancient weapons. She was the devil child. But now this woman he had considered a potential destroyer of worlds was standing between him and his assassins, protecting him for the sake of Water 7's innocent citizens. Thinking this, Iceberg smiled, a heavy knot in his heart finally loosening. Master Tom, you were right, Iceberg thought, closing his eyes for a moment. The weapon itself isn't the problem, it all comes down to the character of the one who wields it. Watching Robin of the Straw Hat Pirates and looking at Frankie, who was furiously designing a new ship for them in the corner, Iceberg had a strange feeling. Perhaps Pluton was about to be revived, but maybe, just maybe, after its revival under the guidance of this Straw Hat crew, it wouldn't be a tool for destruction. Maybe it would fulfill its true purpose. Iceberg shook his head to clear his thoughts and threw himself back into the evacuation work, shouting orders into the den mushy. But almost simultaneously, boom, the sound of several walls shattering reached everyone's ears. The building shook violently. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, Chowchu, and Frankie exchanged knowing smiles. They had been waiting for this. They shifted their formation smoothly, placing Iceberg and the working den mushy in the center of a protective circle. Then, the remaining walls of the mayor's office completely collapsed inward. Amid the swirling dust and debris, 7 figures in black suits emerged, their eyes cold and predatory. It was CP9, all 7 of them. Seeing the people protecting Iceberg, Lucci and the others smiled with relief, though their smiles carried a hint of displeasure. That Ray doesn't seem to be here, Lucci observed, his eyes scanning the room. And the other 3 with high bounties, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, aren't present either. Kaku chuckled, adjusting his cap. Knowing we would return, they calmly stayed in the office arranging work. They must be confident. Jabra the Wolfman sneered, cracking his knuckles. Do you really think just you few can stop us? Are you looking down on CP9? The CP9 members casually exchanged pre-battle taunts, their postures relaxed. They were relieved Ray wasn't there. However, Nami, Robin, and the others sensed something beneath the agent's words. They sensed forced confidence masking actual unease. They smiled contemptuously. Frankie, however, couldn't hold back. He flew into a rage, his metal arms clanking. "Shut the hell up," Frankie roared. "Enough talk, let's take you out first for what you did to me and Iceberg." Thus the battle began, whoosh. The agents moved instantly using Saru, blurring toward the pirates. But the Straw Hats were ready. While fighting defensively, Robin calmly assigned tasks to everyone, her voice cutting through the noise. "Chauchaluchi is yours. Nami, you take that woman Califa. Chopper, deal with the long-haired one quickly, and then provide support. Usopp, you handle the ugly-looking man. Frankie, you deal with that fat ball. As for Kaku and Bluno," Robin crossed her arms, blooming giant hands from the floor to intercept them. "Leave them to me." Everyone nodded. No one doubted Robin's ability to handle 2 opponents at once. After several violent clashes in the office, the combatants naturally split up to avoid hitting each other. They moved to different battlefields, some fought on the rooftop, some rushed to the outdoor plaza, and some battled in the backyard garden. While everyone was fighting for their lives, 5 figures appeared on a rooftop about 1 kilometer away from the government office. They had a perfect vantage point. Naturally, it was Ray, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Buggy. Buggy, currently sporting several comical lumps on his head from the explosion earlier, glared fiercely at Ray a few times. He rubbed a bruise and grumbled, "I'm only here to properly assess the Straw Hat Pirates' current strength. Don't think I've forgiven you for blowing me up." After being beaten by Ray, Buggy had sparred briefly with Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. The result had been shocking. After being ganged up on by the 3 monsters, Buggy simply couldn't understand how had these guys improved so quickly. It defied logic. Now he was quite curious about how much the other had improved. As for Ray and Luffy's group of 4, they were naturally there as insurance. If things went south, they would step in. What about Zephyr? The former admiral couldn't attack CP9 directly due to his status, so he stayed inside to help Iceberg deal with the aftermath of the battle, ensuring the evacuation efforts continued uninterrupted regardless of the noise outside. As for Admiral Aokiji, he hadn't even set foot on the island. He was probably holed up on a nearby cliff sleeping with his eye mask on, thus the current battle appeared rather peculiar. The second-string fighters were engaged in life-and-death struggles while the top-tier powerhouses of the world were all either spectating or slacking off. Currently fighting on the rooftop were Chopper and Kumadori. Kumadori, a bizarre man with kabuki makeup and long pink hair, was the most skilled among the 7 members of CP9 in one of the Rokushiki techniques, Seimei Kikken, life return. By imbuing consciousness into various parts of his body, he could perform movements that ordinary people simply couldn't achieve. His strongest skill was imbuing his hair with consciousness, causing it to grow wildly and change shape like tentacles. Uotilda Yubisaki Hari. Kumadori shouted in a sing-song voice. He condensed his long hair into hundreds of finger-like shapes, each hardened like steel. He unleashed a barrage of attacks toward Chopper's position. Rat-tat-tat-tat, every time Chopper dodged an attack, the hair struck the concrete, leaving deep, finger-sized holes in the ground. Heavy point! Chopper transformed into his muscular human form to block a strike, then quickly shrunk to brain point to dodge another. Though Chopper seemed to be on the defensive, the little reindeer was merely testing the enemy's strength. His eyes were focused. He was probing for any other skills. Once he confirmed the enemy's full capabilities, Chopper would unleash his monster point or arm point to end it. The backyard garden. On the manicured lawn in the backyard, one person was doing the same as Chopper. Nami was also testing Califa's strength. As a Rokushiki expert, Califa was no slouch in speed or power. She moved like a blur, her high heels acting as deadly weapons. Rankiaku! Califa kicked the air, sending a scythe of wind at Nami. Nami spun her perfect climb attack, creating a heat mirage to mislead the aim. The wind blade sliced through a tree next to her. Every one of Califa's physical attacks was deflected or dodged by Nami. Even Califa's proud Shigen couldn't land a clean hit on Nami. Nami continued fighting while her mind racing like a calculator. In terms of raw speed, she's faster than me, Nami analyzed. But in terms of physical strength, I'm actually stronger than her. Now, it's just a matter of whether this woman has any special devil fruit abilities I need to watch out for. Aside from Frankie, who was simply slugging it out with Fukuro, everyone was being tactical. The demonized Chaochu was locked in combat with Rob Lucci. Lucci had already activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into his massive leopard-human hybrid form. One giant demon dog, one fierce spotted leopard man, neither could stand the sight of the other. Their fight was truly intense, wrecking the hallway with every clash. Clang! Chaochu's claws met Lucci's claws, creating sparks. Chaochu mentally assessed the situation. So far, our strength is about equal, the dog thought calmly. My defense is stronger than his due to my exoskeleton and our speed is similar. I'll ramp up the attacks a bit more to see what this leopard's ultimate move is. With that, Chaochu roared. He closed in and unleashed a powerful shockwave from his mouth aimed point-blank at Lucci. The speed was too fast and the distance too close for Lucci to dodge. Forced into a corner, Lucci crossed his arms. Rokushiki Ogi, Rokuaugen. Lucci unleashed his ultimate shockwave technique. The two blasts collided, boom. The shockwave from their clash blew out all the windows on the floor and sent both beasts flying back dozens of meters, sliding across the polished floor. As for Robin, she was battling Bluno and Kaku in the outdoor plaza. She stood still, her arms crossed, tres mano clutch. Giant hands sprouted from Kaku's back, trying to snap his spine. Kaku used his flexibility to twist out of it. After dodging a couple of their attacks, Robin had already gauged their strength. Their speed and attack power are mediocre, Robin thought, disappointed. If they have no special abilities or haki, I can finish them off instantly. I might even be able to finish early and provide support to Chopper. As for Usopp and Jabra, their situation was rather amusing. Usopp was running for his life through the empty streets screaming while the wolf-transformed Jabra chased him relentlessly, drool dripping from his jaws. Why do I have to fight an opponent I can't even get close to? Usopp wailed, tears streaming down his face. Usopp was filled with resentment. Although his close combat abilities had improved significantly, facing a Zoan Devil Fruit user who was also a Rokushiki expert meant he stood no chance in a fistfight. His only option was to stall for time, hoping for backup from his teammates. However, Usopp wasn't just running blindly. His escape route was circular, leading Jabra on a specific path. Strange green seeds occasionally fell from his pocket to the ground along the way. "Chopper, Robin, if you guys don't come help me soon, I'll have to take him down myself," Usopp yelled over his shoulder. I really wanted to keep my true strength hidden though. Usopp, that guy, always loved playing the weakling to catch the tiger off guard. He was setting a trap. Ray and the others watched silently from a distance, observing the battles through haki or binoculars. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji began commenting with laughter, relaxed as if they were watching a sport. Sanji lit a cigarette and explained to Buggy, this is a combat habit they developed during their training with Ray. When facing an enemy with similar strength but unknown abilities, the priority is to gauge the opponent's power first. Don't reveal your trump cards until you know theirs. Sanji exhaled smoke. After all, we suffered quite a few setbacks back then. We'd think we could win, charge in recklessly, and end up getting taken down by some weird special ability. Hearing Sanji's explanation, Zoro smirked. He pointed a thumb at Luffy. Only this guy never learns his lesson. He still loves charging in head first. Luffy picked his nose and retorted disdainfully, I may charging in, but I still use haki to protect myself, you know. I'm not stupid. Ray nodded, approving of their combat approach. There was plenty of time left in this battle. It was best to test the waters first before going all out to avoid any mishaps. It showed maturity. Nearby, Buggy observed the situation across the various battlefields a kilometer away. He watched Nami deflect attacks, Chopper analyze patterns, and Usopp lay traps. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Damn, Buggy muttered. You've all grown incredibly fast. CP9 is in for a rough time. CP9 is done for. Buggy's words were unusually firm, spoken without a hint of his usual doubt or exaggeration. He crossed his arms, watching the distant chaos with a surprisingly serious expression. Ray nodded in agreement, his eyes narrowed slightly as he analyzed the skirmishes. 3 minutes, Ray said calmly. With a rough estimate, CP9 will undoubtedly be crippled within 3 minutes. At that moment, Buggy turned to look at the silver-haired man beside him. A question had been lingering on his mind since he saw Ray effortlessly swat away the government agents earlier. Hey Ray, Buggy asked, his voice low, will you kill them? Hearing this, Ray didn't respond immediately. He merely watched the battle silently. To him, death was a natural part of the world, but he wasn't a butcher who killed without purpose. Buggy scoffed, rolling his eyes at the lack of answer. You're still as expressionless as ever, how boring. Feeling somewhat awkward about the silence, Buggy scurried over to Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, who were sitting on a nearby ledge. He decided to pester them instead. Hey Luffy, Buggy prodded, if it were you, would you kill them? Those agents want your heads, you know. After hearing this, Luffy picked his nose and shot a disdainful glance at his clown comrade. I wouldn't go out of my way to kill them, Luffy said simply. Beating them up is enough, but if Ray wants to do it, we won't stop him. He has his reasons. Zoro, polishing his swords, grunted in agreement. Same here. If they get in the way, I cut them. Whether they die or not is up to their luck. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. I don't kill unless necessary, but I won't lose sleep over government dogs. Hearing their unified answers, Buggy nodded slowly in understanding. A shiver went down his spine. You guys, Buggy muttered, looking at the monsters before him, you're really going to be my future arch-nemeses. Remind me never to truly piss you off. On the windswept roof of the mayor's office, the situation was shifting rapidly. Chopper, in his small, brain-point form, was dodging a barrage of attacks from Kumadori. The kabuki actor's hair was thrashing around like a nest of angry snakes. Yoi, my hair binds the souls of my ancestors, Kumadori shouted, sending a wave of hair spikes forward. However, Chopper had already deciphered the pattern. Seimei Kikken was indeed peculiar. The ability to freely control hair and bodily functions made attacks unpredictable and wide-ranging. Moreover, all CP9 members possessed the defensive technique Tekai, which turned their skin as hard as steel. If it were the old Chopper, he would have been severely injured by now, struggling to find an opening. But the current Chopper was different. He had been through hellish training. With his awakened observation haki, he saw the attacks before they even started. He effortlessly weaved through the hairgun barrage, moving like a leaf in the wind. Too slow, Chopper shouted. He activated his armament haki. His small hooves turned pitch black. Simple, straightforward power would be enough to conclude the battle. Chopper transformed instantly into his arm point, his biceps bulging with immense power. He used observation haki to evade one last desperate thrust of hair and leaped swiftly onto Kumidori's chest, moving too fast for the agent to dodge. Kokute Cherry Blossom Cloven Hoof. Chopper unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of punches. Dozens of hoof prints, glowing with haki and resembling falling cherry blossoms, drifted through the air around them. Kumidori's eyes widened. He realized he couldn't dodge. Tekkai. Under the control of life return, the muscles in Kumidori's chest tightened to their absolute limit. His body became a living fortress of steel. Unfortunately for him, steel was fragile under Chopper's iron hooves. Crack, the sound of ribs shattering echoed across the roof. After enduring for just 1 second, Kumidori's eyes rolled back into his head. He vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward, crashing onto the roof tiles, unconscious. The backyard garden. In the serene garden behind the office, Nami and Califa were engaged in a fierce duel. Califa was growing increasingly astonished. She was a master of Rokushiki, trained since childhood to be a killing machine. She had put in 10 times the effort of a normal marine. Yet this female pirate, this vicious cat burglar who looked like she belonged in a fashion magazine, was blocking all her attacks with nothing but a metal staff. How, Califa thought, frustration bubbling up. Is it talent? Or has this woman put in even more effort in training than I have? Nami spun her staff, parrying a high-speed kick. You're distracted, Nami teased. Shut up, Califa snapped. I represent the justice of the world government. I cannot lose to a pirate. SORU, Califa vanished. She reappeared instantly in front of Nami, her legs swinging like a guillotine. Rankiaku. Using Saru to enhance her momentum and Tekai to harden her leg, she aimed a kick directly at Nami's heart. This was her strongest attack. Acting on instinct honed by Rei's brutal sparring sessions, Nami blocked horizontally with her climb attack. Clang! The impact sent Nami sliding back over 10 meters. She glided through the air and landed gracefully with a backflip, her boots skidding on the grass. She's strong, Nami thought, shaking her hands to dispel the numbness. But honestly, she's only a bit stronger than the small fry monsters I fought in the Monster Mountain range. Thinking this, Nami smiled confidently and pointed her staff at Califa. Sorry, little lady, Nami said coolly. It ends here. Unwilling to accept defeat, Califa adjusted her glasses and charged at Nami at high speed again. Don't get cocky. But from such a distance, Nami had plenty of time to react. The moment Califa closed in, Nami triggered the mechanism on her weapon. A powerful gust of wind burst from the rear of the climb attack, while a sharp spear tip extended from the front. Gale Spear. The hurricane from behind propelled Nami forward like a rocket, enhancing her attack momentum. Moreover, Nami had coated the tip of the climb spear with black armament haki. In contrast, Califa was mid-charge and couldn't change direction. Damn it, Tekkai. Left with no choice, Califa crossed her arms over her chest, hardening her skin to the maximum. However, the haki-coated spear tip was too sharp and the velocity was too high. SHK crack? In an instant, Nami's climb spear pierced through Califa's steel-hard arms and drove 5 centimeters deep into her sternum. Gah! Califa gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Seizing the moment of Califa's pain, Nami pulled back and delivered a spinning kick to Califa's jaw, sending the blonde agent flying back over 10 meters. Nami smirked coldly, spinning her staff. This garden has become my world. Thunderbolt tempo. Dark clouds gathered instantly above the garden. Yellow lightning converged from all directions, striking Califa at the center of the lawn. Zap! This is sexual harassment, Califa wailed as she was electrocuted. In an instant, the sexy beauty was charred black, spewing smoke from her mouth as she collapsed, defeated. Nami blew on the tip of her staff like a smoking gun. Heh, I'm just too strong. The plaza. Not far away, Jabra was still chasing Usopp all over the stone plaza. Come back here, I'm going to eat you, Jabra howled. Usopp, noticing that his teammates had already finished their battles, panicked. Nami, Chopper, help me quick, I'm gonna die, he screamed, tears streaming down his face. From the garden, Nami looked utterly speechless, ignoring his calls completely. She began looting Khalifa's unconscious body instead. Chopper, however, was a good boy. He immediately jumped down from the rooftop and charged straight toward Jabra. "I'm coming, Usopp." But suddenly, Usopp realized a huge problem. The entire plaza was already filled with his traps. "Wait, Chopper, stop!" Usopp yelled, but it was too late. He couldn't worry about Chopper now. He had to deal with the wolf. "No choice," Usopp muttered, wiping his tears. "Time to hunt." Usopp stopped running. He stood still in the center of the plaza and sighed. To Jabra, this looked like a resignation. "Ha ha ha. Have you finally given up, you long-nosed fool?" Jabra laughed, ecstatic. After toying with his prey for so long, it was finally time to feast. AWOO. Jabra accelerated, his claws extending as he leaped toward Usopp's throat. SORU. He was fast, but to Usopp, who had awakened observation haki, Jabra's trajectory was as clear as day. Everything was already part of his plan. "Demon Star, Tyrant Man-Eating Flower, bloom," Usopp whispered. Snap. In front of Usopp, a massive green plant suddenly erupted from the stone tiles. It was a giant Venus flytrap with razor-sharp teeth, appearing directly under Jabra's leap path. Sensing the heat of prey above, the flower instantly snapped its jaws shut. "What?" Jabra's beast instincts screamed danger. "Devious bastard, GEPPO." He kicked the air frantically, launching himself higher to narrowly avoid being swallowed whole. "Close one," Jabra panted. He prepared to dive bomb Usopp again, but Usopp was already aiming his slingshot. Special attack, Firebird Star. A bird made a flame screech through the air. But it didn't aim for Jabra directly, it aimed for the air around him. The pollen released by the man-eating flower was highly flammable. Boom! GYAHHH. Fierce flames engulfed the wolfman. The explosion blasted him out of the sky, sending him crashing downward. Usopp chuckled, adjusting his goggles. "You should watch where you fly, that pollen is explosive, you know. And below. There are still traps waiting for you, you wicked wolf." As Jabra fell, still smoking, Usopp fired again. Special attack Demon Star Bamboo Thrust. A forest of bamboo shot out of the ground like spears. "Tekkai!" Jabra roared in panic. Clang clang clang, his hardened body barely withstood the sharp points, but the impact sent him bouncing back into the air like a pinball. Special attack Demon Star. Wolfgrass Impact. Before Jabra could take his next move, he was met with the face of a giant wolf, and a blast of demonic energy shot out from the front of the giant wolf. Wham! Jabra was smashed into the ground again. Special attack Demon Star Devouring Swamp. Dozens of seeds sprouted instantly around the crash site. The stone plaza dissolved into a dark, bubbling swamp of mud and plant tentacles. The tentacles seized Jabra's limbs, pulling him down with immense force. "Let go!" Jabra struggled, but the pull was too strong. His tekkai shattered under the strain. He was dragged waist-deep into the mire. "It burns!" Jabra screamed. The corrosive swamp water hissed against his skin. Usopp grinned, pulling back his slingshot for the final blow. Special attack Demon Star Thorny Demon Spike. Inside the swamp, dozens of iron-hard spikes shot up from below the surface. Squelch! 3 seconds later, blood stained the surface of the swamp water dark red. Jabra groaned once, then fell silent, sinking into the depths. Usopp blew the smoke from his slingshot. "You treated me as prey," Usopp scoffed, striking a hero pose. "Your Usopp-sama is now the hunter. The seeds from the demon realm are too powerful, Tusk, as expected of me." Just as Usopp was basking in his glory, a familiar, muffled voice cried out from nearby. "USOOPPP, yelp, come save me quickly, I'm about to be digested." 50 meters away, poor Chopper, who had come to help, had triggered a leftover seed trap. He was currently caught in the jaws of another giant man-eating flower, flailing his little legs in the air. Usopp. The spectators on the hill. From their vantage point on the distant hill, Ray watched the conclusion of the battles with a calm, analytical gaze. He had naturally watched the entire sequence of events unfolding between the weak trio and their CP9 opponents. Chopper had won through sheer, overwhelming strength. He looked incredibly cool during the fight, utilizing his forms perfectly, though he completely lost his dignity at the end by getting caught in a trap while trying to rescue Usopp. Zoro, who had initially nodded in approval of his little reindeer's power, now wore an expression of utter disdain. That idiot. As for Nami, her combat intelligence was genuinely impressive. She feigned weakness to lower the enemy's guard, used the enemy's own charging momentum against them, hid her armament haki until the critical striking moment, and used wind pressure to accelerate and enhance her piercing power. Moreover, her spear and staff combat style was fluid and graceful, making the entire battle a visual pleasure to watch. Sanji was completely captivated. He had hearts in his eyes, swooning over Nami's victory. "Oh, Nami Swan, your violence is so beautiful." However, the cook paused for a moment while lighting a cigarette. "Though, I do feel quite sympathetic toward that Khalifa woman. Being electrocuted like that isn't a good way to go." As for Usopp, well, he was Usopp. He was a sneaky, underhanded fighter who gave the enemy absolutely no chance to counterattack once they fell into his rhythm. But in a pirate fight, that was a good thing to do. Buggy was practically vibrating with excitement. He expressed that he admired Usopp the most out of everyone. "That long-nosed kid is a genius," Buggy shouted, wiping a tear from his eye. "He fights just like me. Traps, lies, and distance. That is the man who will achieve great things in this world." Ray smiled faintly. All three of them, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp, had confirmed that their enemies had no means to turn the tables before going all out. They didn't rush, they were becoming more and more mature as fighters. As for the remaining battlefields, Ray naturally wasn't worried either. The plaza. In the center of the stone plaza, the battle had turned into a terrifying game of the floor is lava. Robin stood calmly in the center, her arms crossed over her chest. Using her Hana Hana no Mi, she had turned the entire ground into a forest of limbs. Wherever a hand could grow, a slender arm would emerge, ready to grab, twist, or crush on some family jewels. Kaku and Bluno had both used Jeppo to fly up into the sky. There was simply no way to stay on the ground without getting grabbed. "Nico Robin," Kaku shouted, kicking the air to stay afloat. "Have you no shame, woman? Where the hell are you aiming your attacks?" Kaku was so angry that his rectangular nose was almost crooked. He still felt excruciating phantom pain in his penis from a near miss earlier. As for Bluno beside him, his eyes were still rolling back in his head, his face pale. He was clearly struggling to maintain consciousness after a particularly vicious grab. Seeing their terrified condition, Robin simply revealed an enchanting yet demonic smile. "To win and survive by any means necessary," she quoted softly. "Isn't that exactly how you evaluated me when we first met? I'm just living up to your expectations." The two agents were immediately left speechless. Indeed, they had said exactly that to Robin's face when they blackmailed her. Now they were paying the price for their own philosophy. Looking down at the sea of arms covering the ground, Kaku and Bluno didn't dare approach Robin directly. Those hands struck too fast. After some frantic thought, Kaku steeled himself and whispered to Bluno, "Hey, Bluno. I have a plan. Use Tekai to protect your crotch." Bluno's eyes widened in horror. "Are you insane?" he hissed. "I refuse. Doing that might affect future functions." "What are you talking about?" "Think about it," Bluno argued. Tekai involves contracting muscles to their tightest, hardest state. The size, it would become smaller. What if it doesn't return to normal after contracting? I can't take that risk. And besides, Bluno added, shivering, even if I use Tekai, getting grabbed there would still hurt terribly. It's a matter of pressure. Kaku was speechless. You and your weird logic, fine, but we can't just stay floating in the sky forever, we'll run out of stamina. They had already tried using Rankyaku from the air, but they simply couldn't hit Robin from this long distance. She could spawn hands to block the air blades easily. Suddenly, Kaku thought of something. He noticed that every time he used Rankyaku against the ground, the flower arms in the area about to be hit would dissipate on their own, then regrow afterward. Could it be? Kaku's eyes lit up. If those sprouted arms are attacked, does the damage return to her main body? Hearing Kaku's analysis, Bluno also realized the problem. That was the weakness of the Hana Hana no Mi. "Then what are we waiting for?" Bluno shouted, regaining his confidence. "Let's shoot the bitch. It's the only way, ora ora ora." Kaku and Bluno began to spin wildly in the air. They frantically swept their legs, unleashing a barrage of sharp blue air blades formed by Rankyaku toward the floral arms on the ground. Slash, slash, slash. What they were waiting for was the moment Robin dispersed her arms to avoid the pain. The second the ground was clear, Bluno would use his door fruit ability to open a door in the air, appear right beside Robin and knock her out. In this way, they could evade that dreaded balls-crushing attack and close in for a strike at the fastest speed possible. Unfortunately, would Robin really give them such an opportunity? Enough, Robin sighed, watching them flail about in the sky. I've played around enough, time to end this battle. Just as Bluno was about to activate his door ability and Kaku was still wildly sweeping with his legs, they suddenly felt their bodies tighten. They looked down. Robin's arms hadn't sprouted from the ground, they had sprouted from their own bodies. Feeling the black, haki-coated arms covering their chests, necks, and joints, cold sweat poured from the two agents like waterfalls. Holy shit, Kaku screamed, TEKKAI steal. TEKKAI steal, 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 Bluno panicked. At this point they didn't care about potential shrinkage of their penis, they had to harden every single part of their bodies to survive. Robin shook her head with a gentle smile, she crossed her own arms, 200 blooms dragon claw. Instantly the hands on Kaku and Bluno formed into dragon grips, crack crunch. OWWWWWW. Juichh. Both Kaku and Bluno felt their bones grinding. It felt as though they each suffered 100 simultaneous attacks. Their eyeballs nearly popped out from the sheer pressure crushing their tekkai, then their eyes rolled back. They completely lost consciousness and collapsed from the sky, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. This scene made the spectators on the hill extremely uncomfortable. Buggy felt a distinct chill down below. He crossed his legs involuntarily and stammered, "Arre, how much does Nico Robin hate men? Was she hurt by a man before? That was brutal." Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji stood side by side, muttering to themselves with pale faces. "That looks so painful," Zoro whispered, clutching his swords. "Ray," Sanji said, his cigarette trembling, "the self-defense techniques you taught the women are a bit too extreme." "Ray," Luffy asked innocently, turning to his mentor. "You must have been hit by Robin and Nami before during training, right? Did it hurt?" POW. Before Luffy could finish the sentence, a fist buried itself in the top of his head. Ray had just knocked Luffy unconscious with a single punch. The other two, seeing this scene, immediately zipped their mouths shut. They sighed internally. Serves him right. Ray didn't bother with them further, however, deep down he felt some contemplation. If Robin continues growing like this, could she eventually become stronger than Luffy? Her devil fruit is terrifyingly versatile. If her haki keeps getting stronger, it's definitely possible. High above the ground, the final battle was reaching its climax. Chaochu, in his massive demon dog form, was still exchanging blows with Rob Lucci, who was in his leopard-human hybrid form. Demon Beast Roar. Maximum output Rokushiki Ogi, ROKUUGAN. Boom! Their attacks collided once more. The massive shockwave rippled through the air, sending the dog and cat flying in opposite directions. Lucci landed on a high wall, gasping for breath heavily. He was bleeding from several cuts and his suit was shredded. He felt quite astonished and humiliated. "I can't even kill a mere pet of the Straw Hat Pirates," Lucci thought. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am the ultimate killing machine." On the other side, Chaochu floated in the air, looking completely calm. He stared at Lucci with disdain and spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. "A cat will always be a cat," Chaochu scoffed. "Forever inferior before us dogs." This statement nearly made Lucci die from anger. "Today, I will definitely slaughter you," Lucci roared. "You are just Straw Hat pet dog. Do not look down on me." Lucci let out a primal scream. His muscles tensed throughout his body as his power visibly increased. Suddenly, his arms and claws turned a glossy, pitch-black color. Zoro and Sanji, watching from afar, immediately frowned. "Armament haki," Zoro noted. "He knows it too." "Ray," Sanji asked, concerned, "can Chaochu handle this?" Hearing their questions, Ray remained perfectly calm, his arms crossed. "Although Chaochu doesn't know haki yet, his demonic power has been continuously getting stronger since we left the island," Ray explained. And he stopped talking. After waiting 2 seconds with no further response from Ray, the three grew anxious. "And what? Just say it already," Buggy yelled. "I hate it when people only say half of what they mean," Sanji complained. Exactly, you get our curiosity up and then say nothing more, Luffy added while rubbing the bump on his head. Just watch, Ray replied. Up in the air, Lucci was extremely displeased but also somewhat anxious inside. I haven't mastered Haki for long, Lucci thought, staring at his black fists. It drains my stamina rapidly, I can't maintain it for too long, I must end this quickly. No sooner said than done. SORU. Lucci used Jeppo and Saru simultaneously to dash forward at blinding speed. His haki-coated claws aimed straight for Chaochu's throat. SHIGANMADARA. He attacked frantically, appearing as a blur of black claws. Chaochu, however, didn't dodge. Chaochu raised his right paw as it began to glow with a sinister green energy. He slowly spoke, his voice echoing around the rooftop. Soul scattering, iron claw, soul scattering. Iron claw. Buggy stared with wide eyes, his jaw practically hitting the ground. At the appearance of this technique, the reaction among the spectators was split. Buggy looked like he had seen a ghost, his eyes popping out of his skull. However, the other four, Ray, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, wore confident, almost bored expressions. The reason was simple. Following their line of sight, Rob Lucci, the strongest assassin in CP9 history, was in a state of total ruin. His left arm had been cleanly severed at the shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. 3 deep, jagged claw marks tore across his chest, shredding his suit and flesh alike. Lucci's eyes were white. The force of the attack had knocked him out instantly. He was forced out of his powerful leopard hybrid form, reverting to his human state as he plummeted like a broken doll from the sky. Thud, one claw. One single attack had decided the outcome. This scene nearly made 2 particular individuals scream with excitement: Chopper, who had just been rescued from the man-eating plant's mouth in the square below, and Usopp beside him. Whoa. Chaochu is so cool, Chopper squealed, admiring the giant white dog with starry eyes. I really want to learn this move too, but unfortunately I have hooves, not claws. Usopp was trembling with excitement, gripping his slingshot. That looked just like Inuyasha's skill, Usopp yelled. The power doesn't seem much different. Damn it, if I knew Chaochu could do that, I wouldn't have been running for my life earlier. I would have told him to tear that wolf to shreds immediately. On the hill, Buggy took a deep breath, blinking rapidly to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Tusk, tusk, the clown clicked his tongue, shaking his head. That claw attack just now, that would have torn a normal Marine Vice Admiral to pieces, right? Hey, Ray, did you teach that dog that move? Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji also turned to look at Ray curiously. Based on their experience, Ray should have been embarrassed at this moment. However, Ray didn't give the response they expected. He stood there, arms crossed, staring blankly at the fallen Lucci. He muttered softly as if talking to himself. HMPH, such a crude claw attack. Of course, internally, Ray was actually quite satisfied with Chaochu's performance. When he saw the green energy of the soul-scattering iron claw, he felt a slight stir of amusement inside. It just didn't show on his face. Inuyasha's skill, Ray thought to himself. It feels like the system deliberately did this. If it really wanted to tailor a skill for Chaochu, there was no need for it to specifically be that one. But Ray wasn't the type to obsess over every little doubt. The cart will find its way around the hill when it gets there. Everything will become clear in time. Ignoring the noisy people around him, Ray stood out. Let's go, he said. He kicked off the ground and flew toward the city government building. The other 4, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and a grumbling Buggy, followed directly behind him. The mayor's office. On the battlefield, silence had descended, mostly. Only one fight was still technically active. Fukuro, the zipper-mouthed agent with the round body, was facing off against Frankie, but fighting was a generous word. It was more of a beating. Fukuro was completely at a disadvantage. Frankie was now in perfect condition, his stomach fridge fully stocked with 3 bottles of fresh cola. He had 0 energy consumption and was running at maximum power. Tekkai, Fukuro shouted, hardening his round body into a ball of steel. Useless, Frankie roared. At full combat power, Frankie's heavy metal fists smashed through the defense. He beat Fukuro until the agent spat blood. Finally, Frankie took a deep breath, his chest expanding. Coup d'event. A massive blast of compressed air exploded from Frankie's hands. It hit Fukuro point-blank, blasting him through 3 walls. The agent rolled across the floor, eyes spinning, and fell unconscious on the spot. Super, Frankie posed, striking his signature star shape. This battle, which could only be considered a warm-up for the Straw Hats, thus came to an end. Everyone looked up as Ray flew toward them. Nami and Robin straightened up, ready to greet him. They had defeated CP9 agents solo, surely they deserved some praise, but to their shock, Ray didn't stop. He flew right over their heads, ignoring them completely, and sped off into the distance toward the other side of the island. Nami froze, her hand half raised in a wave. Her eyebrow twitched. "What is Ray doing?" Nami stomped her foot, pouting indignantly. "He actually ignored me. I just fried a CP9 agent. I wanted a compliment." Robin also pursed her lips slightly, her eyes narrowing as she glared at Ray's retreating back. She had stood up straight, brushed the dust off her clothes, and waited for a "well done" greeting, but he just flew right over her head without even a single word of acknowledgement. Both women snorted in displeasure, crossing their arms. But they didn't say anything more. They knew Ray. Including the others, everyone believed that when Ray took the initiative to do something suddenly, he must have discovered something important. "Tie them up," Robin ordered, switching back to business mode. Thus, they gathered the defeated CP9 members who were no longer in life-threatening condition: Kaku, Kumadori, Bluno, Califa, and Fukuro. They bound them with heavy chains and dragged them to the middle of the square like sacks of potatoes. As for Rob Lucci, he was on the verge of death. His arm was gone and his chest was a mess. Chopper had to hurriedly administer a shot of adrenaline and perform emergency first aid just to keep him alive for questioning. As for Jabra, his body was already growing cold in the swamp trap, so they left him on the ground to bask in the sun for the time being. He wasn't going anywhere. 2 minutes later, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Buggy arrived at the scene. "Yo, nice work, guys," Luffy laughed. Just as everyone was asking Luffy how he planned to deal with these prisoners, they heard Chaochu bark loudly. "Master is back." That's right, Ray had returned. Tied to the end of his glowing light whip was a pathetic figure. It was a bloody, masked, sleazy man in a leather headpiece being dragged across the concrete. Additionally, Ray was carrying a heavy suitcase in his left hand, though no one knew what was inside. Sometime later, as the sky gradually darkened into twilight, the group moved to a secluded beach behind the Water 7 slum district. Luffy and the others had made their decision regarding the prisoners. All the CP9 agents still alive would be restrained with seastone cuffs. Nami volunteered to be responsible for Tordu, administering real-time electric shocks every few minutes to prevent them from recovering their strength or waking up fully. The purpose was simple: they were bargaining chips. If the Marines tried anything funny tomorrow, the Straw Hats had hostages. Whether it would be useful against a buster call was uncertain, but having more leverage couldn't hurt. Ray didn't intervene in that decision. Enemies of CP9's level no longer stirred any emotional response in him. However, there was one exception. Ray looked down at the masked, sleazy man he had brought back, Spandam. This man was filth. His father, Spandine, had been the one who pushed the button for the buster call that annihilated Ohara 20 years ago. Spandam himself was the mastermind behind the trap that led to the death of Frankie's mentor, the legendary shipwright Tom. Moreover, this weakling possessed the golden Den Mushi, the trigger for the buster call tomorrow. Ray's stance on Spandam was firm: he must be killed. Of course, Ray still explained his thoughts to Luffy. "He is too dangerous to keep alive," Ray said simply, "and he deserves it." Naturally, Luffy didn't object. "But first," Ray said, looking at the archaeologist and the shipwright, "let Robin and Frankie have a turn." The waves lapped gently against the shore, contrasting with the grim atmosphere. Robin and Frankie stood side by side on the sand. 10 meters ahead of them lay the sleazy man named Spandam, bound and gagged, trembling in terror. As for the others, they were all by the seaside, sitting on rocks, leaning against cliffs, or lying on the grass. Their gazes were fixed on the 3 people on the beach. Everyone understood what was happening. The man named Spandam had reached the end of his life. Yet not a single person's eyes held any trace of sympathy. After learning what this man had done, framing Tom, hunting Robin since she was a child, every one of them wished they could kill him themselves. Especially Buggy, the clown was shaking with rage. When he found out this guy was responsible for Tom's death, he nearly dismembered him right there in the plaza. Fortunately, Luffy had held him back. Ray had only said one thing at the time. Letting him die too quickly would be letting him off too easily. Let him feel fear first. Buggy saw the logic in that, so now he stood beside Ray, his arms crossed, silently watching the brutal execution about to unfold. Of course, Buggy was the type who couldn't keep his mouth shut when he was emotional. "Hey, Ray," Buggy growled, his voice thick with anger. "I just had my crew buy dozens of piranhas. They're keeping them in the large aquarium on my ship. Let's throw this guy in there in a moment, then pull him out while he's still breathing. Rinse and repeat." Ray glanced at him but didn't speak. Buggy continued, his voice trembling, "Tom-san. He was the one who designed the Oro Jackson for Captain Roger. I remember him. He was a good man. He was proud of his work. He was arrested just because he built the Pirate King's ship," Buggy shouted, kicking the sand. "But from start to finish, he never regretted it." He faced the court with his head held high. Even though he made great contributions by creating the sea train, he could have used that to atone for his crimes and walk free. But this bastard, Buggy pointed a trembling finger at Spandam, this piece of trash framed him and caused his death. Buggy grew angrier as he spoke. He suddenly jumped up again, detaching his hand and summoning a knife, ready to dismember the terrified Spandam who had already wet himself in fear. Whack! Naturally, he was promptly whipped to the ground by Ray. "Calm down for a bit, will ya?" Ray scolded him. Ray glared at Buggy, telling him to control himself. "For now. This is Frankie and Robin's moment, not yours." "Let them vent first," Ray said coldly. "After they're done, whether you want to feed what's left of him to the fish or slice him to pieces is up to you." Buggy rubbed his head, grumbling at Ray. Fine, fine, you're always so bossy." Buggy plopped down on the beach sand, looking sulky. Suddenly, he smelled something good. He detached his right hand, floating it sneakily over to Luffy. Yoink. He snatched a massive piece of meat from Luffy's grasp and started eating it aggressively, preparing to watch the show. "Hey!" Luffy yelled, his eyes turning into fire. "That's my meat." 2 seconds later, the solemn atmosphere was broken by the sounds of a rubber man and a clown fighting over a piece of meat in the background. The enraged Robin and Frankie poured all their hatred onto Spandam, who had already lost the will to resist. Frankie's massive metal fists pummeled Spandam's face repeatedly. "This is for Tom, wham! This is for Iceberg, wham!" Robin stood back, crossing her arms, clutch. She used her ability, sprouting hands all over Spandam's body. Her hands slowly crushed Spandam's bones one by one. Crack, snap, Spandam screamed, his voice hoarse. He begged for mercy repeatedly in his agony, tears and snot running down his swollen face. "Stop, please, spare me," Spandam wailed. "If you just let me go, I promise I'll definitely help clear O'Hara's name. I'll tell the world Tom was innocent. I can fix everything." But who were Robin and Frankie? They weren't naive children. After all they'd been through, how could they possibly believe the words of this vile man before them? They ignored him, continuing to torture him bit by bit. When his desperate pleas proved futile, Spandam's fear turned into a twisted, hysterical rage. He let out a furious roar, spitting blood onto the sand. "You lowly beasts!" Spandam shrieked, his eyes bulging. "How dare you lay hands on me? I am the chief of CP9. I am God's representative. The world government will not let this slide. All of you will pay for this. I will have admirals hunt you down." 3 minutes later, Spandam finally lost consciousness and passed out from the sheer pain. Before fainting and knowing death was inevitable, he uttered a faint curse. He was so weak that only Ray, with his heightened senses, and Chaochu could make out what he said. "Damn you, inferior beings," Spandam wheezed, staring hatefully at Ray. "I'll be waiting for you in hell." Even at death's door, he showed not a shred of remorse. He died as he lived, a cowardly, arrogant worm. Finally, Buggy stepped forward. He grabbed the unconscious man by the collar of his shredded suit. "Hell is too good for you," Buggy muttered. With a heave, Buggy threw Spandam into the massive tank his crew had brought ashore, a tank filled with starving piranhas. He didn't fish him out again. Spandam met his fate, devoured by fish until no corpse was left intact. Half an hour later, Frankie and Robin began to calm down, breathing heavily but looking lighter than they had in years. The shadows of their pasts, Tom and O'Hara, seemed to recede slightly with the tide. Together they walked toward where Ray was standing near the campfire. Without a word, they bowed deeply to him in sincere gratitude. They knew that without Ray's intervention this would never have been possible. Ray merely nodded slightly, acknowledging their thanks without needing to say anything profound. He wasn't one for speeches. "Chaochu, bring the case." Chaochu barked and dragged over the heavy black leather suitcase Ray had retrieved from Spandam earlier. "What is that?" Luffy asked, tilting his head. "A gift Spandam hadn't had time to deliver to his subordinates," Ray said. Luffy and the others had long been curious about this case. They gathered around, speculating about what treasure might be inside. As Chaochu used his snout and little paws to slowly click the latches open, the lid creaked up. Everyone finally saw its contents. Inside lay two strange, swirling fruits. "Wow!" Usopp exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "Is this a devil fruit?" Chopper reacted calmly. Having eaten one before, he'd lost any novelty toward these weird objects. He crossed his arms and nodded sagely. "It's a devil fruit," the reindeer doctor confirmed. "And let me tell you, they taste awful." Luffy, Buggy, and Robin all nodded in vigorous agreement. Their faces twisted in disgust as they recalled the taste of their own fruits, like rotting compost mixed with chemical waste. They had never eaten anything more disgusting than that. Sanji, Zoro, and Nami didn't react as strongly to the taste comment, but they observed the fruits in the box with keen interest. They pondered Ray's intention in bringing them out. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Ray had Chaochu explain it. "Master says these were brought by Spandam as rewards for the CP9s. According to the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, these are two specific fruits." Chaochu pointed a paw at the soapy-looking one. "That is the Paramecia type Owa Owa no Mi." He pointed to the red, banana-shaped one. "And that is the Zoan type Ushi Ushi no Mi model giraffe. Master showed them to ask you guys, is anyone interested in these fruits? If you want to eat one to gain its power, just take it, it's yours." Thus everyone fell into a heated discussion. Zoro, polishing his katana, was the first to speak, not interested. "I'd rather trust my swords than some curse that makes me sink like a hammer." Buggy immediately nodded in agreement, giving Zoro a thumbs up. "Smart man, losing the ability to swim is the worst curse for a pirate. I still regret eating mine every day." Sanji took a drag of his cigarette and shook his head. "I refuse. I only care about one specific devil fruit, the clear fruit. If it's not that one, I have no interest in cursing myself." Usopp rubbed his chin, staring at the fruits intensely. "The bubble fruit doesn't really suit my image as a brave warrior of the sea," Usopp muttered. "And the giraffe fruit, that's just ugly. I can't be a giraffe man. I can't decide yet. I'll pass." Finally, Nami stepped forward. She stared at the bubble fruit for a while. She was torn between retaining her ability to swim and gaining the power of bubbles. After a minute of silence, her eyes hardened with resolve. "I'll eat it," Nami announced. "I'll eat the bubble fruit." Why? Because she had analyzed the potential. She felt this fruit might significantly enhance her weather abilities. Bubbles were essentially pockets of air. If she could manipulate bubbles, creating clouds, controlling pressure, or shielding herself would become much easier. As for other potential uses, she could develop them gradually. It would definitely boost her combat power. With the Straw Hat Pirates rapidly growing stronger, Nami increasingly felt the widening gap between her abilities and her crewmates. Watching Chopper and Usopp fight earlier had only confirmed it. "I must accelerate my growth," Nami told herself, clenching her fists, "or I won't even be able to see Ray's back anymore. I need more power." After Nami made her request, no one objected. Well, except for one person. Sanji fell to his knees while wearing a pained expression of utter despair. "No, Sanji wailed, grabbing his head. "If Nami-san eats the fruit, she becomes a hammer. Will Nami-san still wear sexy swimsuits if she can't swim? No, I can't accept a Nami-san who doesn't wear swimsuits." Sanji seemed to have lost the most precious thing in his life. Tears streamed down his face like a fountain. Nami looked down at him, utterly speechless. She sighed. "You idiot," she said disdainfully. "I can wear swimsuits for sunbathing on the deck anyway. It doesn't change anything." Hearing this, Sanji immediately stopped crying. He jumped up, spinning around, and his eyes turned into hearts again. "Oh, Nami-swan is right. Sunbathing is the best. Ignoring the idiot cook, Nami picked up the fruit. She took a bite. Her face turned green and she nearly gagged, but she swallowed it down. The power was hers. Later that night, after Nami gained her new abilities, the group gathered around the campfire to discuss possible combat scenarios for the next day. The mood was heavy despite their earlier victory. After finalizing some basic battle plans, Usopp raised a hand. He looked hopeful. "Hey Ray," Usopp asked tentatively, "since you've obtained the golden den mushi that activates the Buster Call, does that mean the Buster Call won't be launched? We have the trigger, right?" Ray didn't respond, he just poked the fire with a stick. The others looked at Usopp as if he were an idiot. After a moment of silence, Usopp sighed, slumping his shoulders. "Yeah, I know, I was just clinging to a sliver of hope." Actually, everyone understood the reality. The golden den mushi was just a remote control. The Buster Call was a standing order from the world government. The higher-ups could still initiate it with a simple command via a backup communication line. The fleet was already on its way and the war was inevitable. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Luffy grinned widely. He slapped his knees and stood up. "Everyone," Luffy shouted, "don't look so gloomy, we're definitely fighting tomorrow, so we need energy." He raised a fist. "We need to eat our fill tonight. Let's have a banquet." Everyone looked at Luffy's grin. Slowly, the tension broke. Smiles appeared on their faces as they responded in unison. ALRIGHT. As the banquet concluded and the crew gradually settled into rest, the night grew quiet. Ray and Buggy remained on the distant beach away from the sleeping members. They were both making early preparations for the next day's battle, checking weapons and organizing supplies. After preparing some backup techniques, Ray sent Buggy away to get some sleep. Ray remained alone, sitting on a rock, contemplating the possible scenarios for tomorrow. First, the Buster Call would undoubtedly occur. This meant at least 5 Marine Vice Admirals would arrive on the scene. This level of combat power wouldn't pose much difficulty for the current Straw Hat pirates. The real problem lay in the indiscriminate hailstorm of cannonballs. Protecting the ship and the civilians during a bombardment was harder than a fistfight. Second, the Marines weren't stupid. Knowing Ray was here, they would surely dispatch enemies capable of fighting him specifically. Barring any surprises, it would likely be Admiral Aokiji. Third, there was the wild card, Zephyr. Although the former admiral hadn't interfered in today's battle with CP9, that was only because they had a common goal: saving civilians, but Zephyr didn't consider pirates allies. When the main marine forces engaged them tomorrow, he would most likely join the fight. Someone must be able to hold off Zephyr, Ray thought. Buggy is strong, but he can't face Zephyr alone. It would require multiple fighters. Lastly, and perhaps most dangerously, there was nature itself. Based on the information gathered tonight, the disaster of Water 7, the Aqua Laguna, would arrive tomorrow evening. This meant they were on a strict timer. The battle must conclude and the evacuation must be completed before the tsunami hit. If they were still fighting when the wave arrived, everyone would drown. Thinking this, Ray lifted his head to gaze at the bright moon hanging in the sky. It's not simple at all, Ray thought, his expression serious. If even a few unexpected incidents occurred, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Tomorrow would be a long day. At 5:30 in the morning, the air by the sea was biting cold and Ray still hadn't slept. He remained seated on a large, flat rock by the shore with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He sensed 2 powerful presences approaching from the direction of the city. One of them was exceptionally strong. Ray didn't turn around, he simply exhaled slowly. "Something the matter?" Ray asked calmly. "Just came to see how your preparations are going." The arrivals were none other than Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7, and the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Iceberg looked exhausted, having spent the entire night arranging the evacuation logistics, while Zephyr looked as stoic as a mountain. Hearing the question, Ray ignored their inquiry about his preparations. He kept his eyes closed and continued adjusting his combat state, dismissing them with his silence. Seeing Ray's cold demeanor, Iceberg smiled wryly. He adjusted his jacket and shook his head. "You know," Iceberg chuckled softly, "with a cold personality like that, you're more suited to be named Iceberg than I am." Being a mature individual who dealt with all kinds of people, Iceberg wasn't angered by Ray's aloof behavior. He understood that warriors had their own ways. He walked up to the side of the rock and looked out at the dark ocean. "I want to be honest with you," Iceberg began, his voice serious. "Initially, I was very displeased about what Water 7 would face next. I hated it. Why should our beautiful city become the sacrificial ground for your pirates and the Marines to clash? It felt unfair." Iceberg clenched his fist slightly. "Even though your people rescued me from CP9 yesterday, my resentment toward you didn't fade immediately. You brought this storm to my doorstep." Hearing this, Ray remained unmoved. He didn't defend himself or apologize. However, he noticed that Iceberg's tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any actual anger. In fact, through his haki, Ray even detected a hint of relief in the mayor's voice. Iceberg looked at Ray's back and continued speaking with a genuine smile. "But after learning the true cause of events from Zephyr-san and witnessing your crew's actions firsthand last night, I no longer hold any trace of resentment." "The Straw Hat Pirates," Iceberg mused, "possessing formidable power yet performing righteous deeds to save strangers. It's rare, it's romantic, and it's highly idealistic." Iceberg took a deep breath of the salty air. "I must return to the front lines immediately to evacuate the few remaining citizens. I came to see you this time just to inform you all. Go wild. Protecting citizens is solely the responsibility of the government, us and the Marines. But now," Iceberg's expression darkened, "it's up to me and the residents alone, the Marines." Sigh. Upon hearing this, Zephyr, standing beside Iceberg, could only take a deep, shaky breath. He looked utterly helpless. He offered no excuse for his organization. That was the ugly truth. The ones about to destroy Water 7 were the Marines. Whether it was the world government's demand or the celestial dragon's whim, the fact remained. The Marines had become the blade that would slaughter civilians today. After saying this, Iceberg fell silent for a moment. He placed a hand over his heart and saluted Ray's back with profound respect. "Stay safe, Ray. You have no obligation to protect everyone, but thank you for what you've done." Seeing that Ray still didn't respond, Iceberg turned to head back toward the city to finish his duty. Just then, Ray's lips parted slightly. "You should say that to Luffy," Ray said, his voice flat. "I never cared whether you live or die." Iceberg paused. He looked back at the silver-haired man. To Ray's surprise, Iceberg showed an expression that said, "I understand you perfectly." "Is that so?" Iceberg replied with a knowing smile. The rhetorical question was met only with a cold snort from Ray. Soon after, Iceberg left, disappearing into the morning mist. Silence returned to the beach, but one person remained. "Aren't you leaving?" Ray asked. He noticed Zephyr was still standing behind him, unmoving as a statue. Zephyr chuckled, a raspy sound from his chest. He took a cigar from his coat, lit it, and took a deep drag. He exhaled a faint cloud of smoke that drifted into the air, oddly forming the shape of the letter Z before dissipating. Without explaining the meaning of the letter, Zephyr spoke with utmost seriousness. "My position demands that I take action," Zephyr said. "When the battle starts, I am a Marine, you are a pirate." Ray had long anticipated this. He didn't flinch. "That doesn't matter," Ray replied. "Do whatever you want." Hearing this arrogant yet simple response, Zephyr burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, good, don't hold back then, kid." Zephyr turned and walked in the direction Iceberg had gone, his heavy coat swaying in the wind. 7 a.m. The sun had fully risen, casting a golden light over the water, but the warmth didn't reach the hearts of those on the beach. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates and Buggy's Pirates had gathered on the sand. They stood in formation, weapons checked, bellies full from the banquet, ready for war. Buggy floated gently over to Ray's side, his body separated into segments. "Hey," Buggy whispered nervously. "Are they here yet?" Ray didn't look at him. "Can't you see for yourself?" he replied impatiently. Unexpectedly, Buggy shook his head. He spread his hands and slowly curled his lips into a mischievous smirk. "My eyesight isn't as sharp as your dog nose," Buggy teased him loudly. "Gyahahahahah, Ray, if Luffy hadn't told me last night, I'd never have known you were actually a dog monster, a dog of all things." Buggy had been holding that joke in all night. He finally couldn't contain himself and laughed hysterically while clutching his stomach. Silence. The air temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees instantly. A terrifying, red-black killing intent began to radiate from Ray. It expanded outward, chilling the air for 100 meters around. Even the seagulls in the sky stopped screaming and fled. Startled by this suffocating pressure, Buggy's laugh died in his throat. Eep. Buggy immediately leaped back 10 meters, his body parts clicking together frantically. He raised his hands above his head in surrender. Bro. Calm down, Buggy shouted, his smile twitching with fear. It was just a joke to lighten the tension. Don't kill me before the Marines do. Ray ignored Buggy's antics. He slowly turned his head back to the ocean, focusing intently on the vast, endless horizon. The waters seemed calm. Everything seemed no different from yesterday morning, but Ray had already noticed something amiss. Get ready, Ray commanded, his voice cutting through the wind. The vanguard is here. At these words, everyone tensed up. Luffy stepped forward, shading his eyes. I see something. Looking closely, they could see the surface of the water beginning to boil. A massive school of fish was charging rapidly toward the shore, jumping out of the water in a panic. There was only one explanation: something enormous was chasing them from the deep. Usopp peered through his sniper scope, adjusting the lens. His face turned pale. GG giant, Usopp gasped. One giant sea king is charging straight at us, it's fast. 3 seconds after Usopp spoke, the water exploded upward. A colossal figure came into view, blocking out the sun. It was a massive monster with the head of a feral wolf and the massive, blubbery body of a whale. Water cascaded off its giant teeth as it roared, creating a shockwave of sound. Initial estimate, nearly 150 meters long, Robin noted calmly. Zoro grinned, his hand resting on the hilt of Wado Ikemanji. So, the Marines are trying to intimidate us right from the start by driving this beast at us. Cute. Sanji strode forward slowly, lighting a fresh cigarette. I'll handle this guy, Mosshead, Sanji said coolly. Don't interfere, you'll just get lost on the way to the water. Zoro clicked his tongue but didn't argue. Fine, don't slip, dartboard brow. Zoro couldn't be bothered to respond further. Besides, letting Sanji take the lead was indeed the right choice strategically. If such a colossal creature were to charge onto the shore, the shockwave alone would wipe out the weaker members of the alliance. Aside from the dozen or so officers, the underlings of the buggy pirates would likely suffer severe injuries. Among those capable of fighting at sea, aside from Sanji who could use Jeppo, only Ray, Buggy remained. Chaochu wasn't here at the moment. The dog had been assigned to another location by Ray to guard the rear. As for Ray and Buggy taking action, even less likely, they were the trump cards. They had to conserve their strength for the vice admirals and Aokiji. ROAAAR, the wolf whale sea king moved with incredible speed, its massive body churning up turbulent waves that threatened to flood the beach. The roaring sea produced a thunderous sound like war drums heralding the start of the battle. The underlings of the buggy pirates were shaking in their boots. We're doomed, one cried. That thing eats ships for breakfast. Normally, they would steer clear of such a gigantic sea king fleeing at full sail. But now they had to stand their ground. This nightmare of the sea was merely the enemy's vanguard. At that moment, a dark shadow flashed past them. It was Sanji. He ran toward the water, kicking off the ground with tremendous force. He leaped into the air, running up an invisible staircase in the sky. Skywalk, Sanji whispered. Then he spun his leg, but this time it was different. Sanji had recently made another breakthrough in his training. He no longer needed to spin his body wildly to generate the friction required to superheat his legs. Diable Jamp. His leg erupted into flames, glowing like molten lava. SORU. The intense heat enveloping his leg mixed with the high-speed movement. Combined with dozens of instantaneous sky accelerators, Sanji closed in on the sea beast at near teleportation speed. Boom! A sound akin to an air explosion echoed across the bay. Sanji moved so fast he broke the sound barrier, leaving several red pressure rings in his wake as he shot toward the monster's face like a meteor. Witnessing this display of speed and power, Ray narrowed his eyes slightly and silently acknowledged the cook's growth. His speed and durability are increasing abnormally, Ray analyzed. He's close. Very close to awakening his exoskeleton. Less than a breath after the sonic boom shattered the morning air, Sanji collided with the wolf whale sea king about a kilometer from the shore. Crash. OWWWOO. The massive sea king cried out in agonizing pain. Its massive forehead sizzled and smoked as the intense heat of the diable jamble seared its flesh. Before the beast could even process the pain or react, Sanji was already moving again. He used the recoil from the impact to launch himself high into the air, spinning like a fiery top. "I'm not done yet." He forcefully pushed one leg backward, the air exploding behind him as he used Jeppo to propel himself downward like a missile. "Tear to Quizzen." Wham! Another heavy flaming kick slammed directly into the Sea King's massive pupil. The excruciating pain provoked a furious, deafening roar from the 150-meter-long sea beast. In a blind rage, it opened its jaws wide and snapped viciously at Sanji's location. Snap! The jaws clamped shut on empty air as the beast's speed was simply too slow. Sanji had already used Jeppo to ascend to a height far beyond the wolf whale's reach. Hovering high in the sky, Sanji took a moment to assess the situation. His expanded field of vision allowed him to spot the main threat. The massive marine fleet approaching about 5 kilometers behind the sea beast. Exhaling a slow stream of cigarette smoke, his expression turned cold. "I have no time to play with an appetizer," Sanji muttered. "The main course is waiting." His legs ignited with an even brighter, hotter flame. Diable Jam, double specter. Sanji unleashed a dense barrage of kicks. To the naked eye, it looked like 100 fiery legs were raining down from the sky. The spectral attacks blanketed the sea beast below, each strike imbued with haki. Bam 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 bam, the attacks were overwhelmingly powerful. The Sea King lasted only 3 seconds under the bombardment before its eyes rolled back into its head. Its massive struggles grew increasingly sluggish until it stopped moving entirely. He spun one last time, his leg glowing with a dark reddish hue as he infused it with Ryuo. Loop shoot. Boom! The impact sent a shockwave through the water. The colossal beast was blasted downward, sinking rapidly into the dark depths of the sea, its fate unknown. To be fair, if the creature had initially hidden in the depths, it might have stood a chance against Sanji. However, Sanji's initial 2 attacks were deliberately restrained, merely intended to enrage the sea beast so it wouldn't flee. Once it engaged, it was doomed. The final strike caused a massive internal damages. If it didn't die, it would be paralyzed for life. Witnessing the Sea King's instant defeat, deafening cheers erupted along the shores of Water 7. Yaah, Sanji is invincible. The pirates on the beach went wild. Jin and Kabaji, the officers of the Buggy Pirates, showed expressions of pure astonishment. Buggy, who had already sparred with the Straw Hats, merely nodding in approval, but his crew was floored. Jin's lips twitched as he watched the smoking figure of Sanji land on the beach. Sanji's current strength? It has improved many times over compared to a few months ago. Jin thought back to their fight at the Barady. If back then, Jin and Sanji were arguably evenly matched at 6-4 odds, now Jin admitted he wouldn't even have a 1 in 10 chance of winning against him. Kabaji, the acrobat swordsman, glanced nervously at Zoro, who was yawning nearby. If that cook, who is only the 4th strongest in their crew, could easily defeat a Sea King, then how powerful Zoro have become? 5 kilometers away. The Marine Fleet. The sea was covered in white sails. It was a terrifying sight. 5 Marine vice admirals stood at the helms of 5 massive warships. Behind them were 10 rear admirals commanding medium-sized ships and 30 smaller warships directed by headquarters captains. The massive main fleet slowly advanced toward the shores of Water 7 like a creeping wall of justice. At that moment, the entire vanguard noticed the battle that had just occurred 5 kilometers ahead. The towering splash of the defeated Sea King was visible to everyone. Though the details were unclear from this distance, the fact that a giant Sea King was defeated in seconds by a single man was undeniable. A ripple of unease went through the lower-ranking soldiers. They realized that this mission was far from a simple cleanup operation. Standing at the bow of the lead ship was a vice admiral with a distinctive mustache and a mohawk. This was Vice Admiral Momonga, the tactical leader of this buster call. He stood straight, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes fixed intently ahead. "Stay focused," Momonga barked. He picked up his den mushi and softly issued orders to the fleet. "Main ships and medium warships advance another 4 kilometers. Await the Admiral's command and prepare to initiate the buster call bombardment." Small warships, Momonga continued, his brow furrowing slightly, prepare to dock and commence landing operations. The other 4 vice admirals, Onigumo, Doberman, Strawberry, and Yamakaji, gave identical instructions from their ships. Yet, as they gave the orders, each vice admiral silently pondered the strangeness of the situation. Why did Fleet Admiral Sengoku only permit us to command but not to engage the high-value targets? And what is the purpose of the landing operation? In past Buster calls, the goal was total annihilation via cannon fire. There was never any mention of grounds assaults. Though they had their doubts, they knew well that as soldiers of justice, their duty was simply to follow orders. After defeating the Sea King, Sanji lit a cigarette and walked back to the group. "Sanji, that was amazing," Luffy cheered. "So cool," Chopper yelled. Aside from Zoro, who pretended to be asleep, and Ray, everyone else showered Sanji with flattery. Though pleased by the praise, Sanji knew this was no time for complacency. He walked up to Ray and Luffy, his face serious. "Ray, Luffy," Sanji said earnestly, "the Marines have deployed a massive force this time. I counted the sails. I estimate at least 10,000 troops are attacking." Ray nodded calmly upon hearing this. 11,000, Ray corrected. Each large warship carries 1,000 men, 5 ships mean 5,000. Medium ships hold 300 each, totaling 3,000. Small warships accommodate 100 each, 30 ships add another 3,000. 11,000 Marines in total, Ray concluded. However, Ray wasn't particularly concerned about the numbers. To him, numbers were just details. No matter how many small fry were there, it was just a matter of swinging his sword a few more times. The real question was, where was the enemy admiral? With just these 5 vice admirals in the distance, the Marines were no match for the Straw Hat Pirates at all, not to mention they had someone like Buggy on their side. Ray glanced at the clown. Buggy was a teamfight cheat code. His ability to fly, detach limbs, and carry bombs made him perfect for crowd control. He could probably disassemble the enemy warships mid-battle if he wanted to. If the Marines wanted to capture 2 notorious pirate crews relying solely on vice admirals, they were dreaming. Suddenly, whoosh, the temperature dropped. Ray, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji simultaneously felt a bone-deep chill envelop them. The moisture in the air crystallized instantly. The sea surface a kilometer out stopped moving, freezing rapidly into thin sheets of ice that spread toward the beach. "Is it him?" Zoro asked, his hand going to his swords. "Aokiji." Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji immediately activated their observation haki to the fullest. They locked onto a massive, cold presence approaching rapidly across the water. They enveloped their bodies in haki, ready to jump him together. But Ray raised a hand to stop the 3 of them. "Stand down," Ray said calmly. "Leave him to me." Boom! With that, Ray launched himself off the sand. He flew toward the sea surface a kilometer away like a silver bullet. His right fist was already wreathed in haki, and terrifying red lightning crackled around it. Wherever Ray flew, the air pressure cracked, and the seawater beneath him surged and parted in fear. Out on the ice, Admiral Aokiji noticed Ray's approach. The tall admiral sighed, his breath turning into mist. "Aurora, coming straight for me, huh?" Aokiji hardened his right fist into ice, wrapping it in haki. In an instant, the 2 forces collided midway between the fleet and the shore. Crack boom, fist met fist. The thick ice beneath Aokiji's feet shattered into dust. The shockwave blew the water back for hundreds of meters, creating an intensely impactful visual spectacle that stunned everyone watching. Buggy, watching from afar with a pair of binoculars, dropped them into the sand. His jaw dropped, literally falling to his chest in a comical display of shock. His eyes popped out of his skull. "E-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H," Buggy shrieked. Trembling like a leaf in a hurricane, he turned to Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. He pointed a detached shaking hand toward the red lightning in the distance. Is that?" Buggy stammered, sweating buckets. "Ray. Has he already mastered Conqueror's haki infusion? That red lightning, that's the stuff the emperors use." Luffy picked his nose, looking unimpressed by Buggy's panic. "Well, it's Ray. It's only natural he can do that." Then Luffy sighed helplessly while crossing his arms. "Man, I wish I could do the coding thing. I have Conquerors too, but my control is still bad. I can only knock people out with it." Buggy chuckled, "Don't worry, you're still young, you'll learn it eventually, HUHHHH. Buggy suddenly grabbed Luffy by the shoulders and began shaking him violently. "What did you just say? You've AWAKNED Conqueror's HAKI too." "Yeah," Luffy said nonchalantly. Buggy released him and staggered back, clutching his heart. The clown was extremely displeased and his internal monologue went into overdrive. Why? Why does everyone around me have it? First Shanks, now Ray, and even this rubber-brained kid. I was on Roger's ship too. I am a legendary pirate. Where is my red lightning? This is unfair. He had thought this battle would be the perfect opportunity to showcase the great Captain Buggy's power and astonish the world. But what kind of spectacle could he possibly create to rival the visual impact of splitting the sky with red lightning? I'm going to look like a fucking side character at this rate. Buggy gritted his teeth. No, I refuse. I definitely have the talent for Conqueror's haki. Maybe it's just shy, maybe I'll show it off to them any moment now. Yeah, that's it, that must be it. The ever-optimistic Buggy quickly bounced back from his existential crisis. He slicked back his blue hair and placed his hands behind his back, striking the pose of a grandmaster. Buggy cleared his throat loudly, trying to look cool. Well, naturally, Conqueror's haki is common among people of our caliber. He pointed dramatically at the 30 small warships approaching the beach. Since Ray is hogging the spotlight with the big guy, Buggy declared loudly, I, the great Captain Buggy, will graciously handle the small fry. He grinned wildly, knives appearing between his fingers. Watch closely, rookies. Let's start by giving those 30 marine ships a taste of what a real pirate legend's shock and awe looks like. GYHHHA. In the mere 2 breaths it took for Buggy to go from shock to preparing his flashy counterattack, the battle between the heavyweights had already escalated into a frenzy. Clash, crack, boom, Ray and Aokiji had already exchanged over a dozen fierce blows on the frozen sea surface. Red lightning tore through the air, meeting the bone-chilling cold of the Admiral's ice. During their exchange of fists, Aokiji continuously used his ice fruit abilities to freeze the churning waves beneath them. He created a jagged, ever-expanding battlefield of white frost. Aokiji was well aware of his opponent's capabilities. He knew that fighting Ray on the open ocean without a solid footing would put him at a severe disadvantage. The man in white before him could tread the sky as if it were solid ground, moving with an agility that defied gravity. To say Aokiji didn't know Saru or Jeppo would be a lie. Every admiral has mastered the 6 powers. However, Aokiji was pragmatic. Rather than using Jeppo to fly into the air and engage in an aerial dogfight where Ray held the upper hand, Aokiji preferred to terraform the environment. He needed solid ground to leverage his immense physical strength and ice generation. He knew full well that his agility in the air was no match for Ray's supernatural speed. Ray, during their violent clash, could clearly discern Aokiji's intentions. He wants to ground me, Ray analyzed while deflecting an ice saber with his haki-coated forearm. He wants to turn this into a contest of stamina on the ice. Yet Ray didn't immediately take to the skies to fight in the most advantageous position for himself. He stayed low, skimming the surface of the ice, meeting Aokiji head-on. Ray had a strategic reason for this. In this operation, his main task wasn't to defeat the Marines single-handedly, it was to hold off their strongest fighter, Aokiji, and keep him away from the others. Ray did a quick internal calculation. If he leveraged his aerial superiority too aggressively, he might gain an edge, but he wouldn't be able to pin Aokiji down. If Aokiji realized he couldn't catch Ray, he might decide to fight dirty. The Admiral could easily unleash a massive area of effect technique like Ice Age to bypass Ray and target the beach where Luffy and the others were stationed. Once that happened, the entire battle situation would collapse completely. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were strong, but they were still growing. They couldn't possibly withstand the full might of an Admiral while simultaneously fighting a Buster Call. If they were forced into a passive, defensive position, Ray would struggle to protect them while fending off Aokiji. Therefore, Ray's current plan was simple: bait the Admiral. I need to act as a lure, Ray decided. I'll fight him slowly while gradually moving the battlefield further and further away from Water 7. I need to drag him away. Once they were sufficiently distant from the island, perhaps 10 or 20 kilometers out, Ray wouldn't remain standing on the sea surface. At that point, he would take to the skies and dominate the fight. If he didn't use his flight to look down on his opponent, then he wouldn't be worthy of being called. Called what? Ray's thought process hitched for a split second. For some reason, when this thought about his lineage and the great dog demon identity crossed Ray's mind, ripples of complicated emotions stirred within him. It caused a microscopic delay in his neural response. His offensive movement slowed by half a beat. But in a battle of this caliber, half a beat was an eternity. This momentary opening was keenly detected by Aokiji, and the Admiral's eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses. Partisan. Aokiji waved his hand, launching a barrage of high-speed ice spears straight at Ray's face. Shit. Fortunately, Ray was fast enough. He twisted his body midair, avoiding what would have been a lethal, freezing strike. Crackle. Though he avoided the direct hit, the cold air grazed him. The tips of his long silver hair were instantly frozen solid, clinking together like glass chimes. Snapping his attention back to the battle, Ray focused. He drew his sword, Takajin, with his right hand. Simultaneously, his left hand morphed, glowing with toxic green energy as he prepared his poison claw. "Let's dance," Ray growled, launching a dual assault against Aokiji. Aokiji, for his part, seemed unaware of Ray's intentions. He continued to engage, creating ice walls and shields, gradually being drawn further and further away from the fleet under Ray's guidance. Seeing his plan proceeding so smoothly, Ray nevertheless sensed something was amiss. "Why is this so easy?" Ray wondered, narrowing his eyes as he parried. "Is Aokiji drunk? Did he drink too much alcohol today?" There was no reason for a veteran admiral to be this foolish. Aokiji should have realized he was being kited away from the objective. Unless. As Ray pondered this, the two combatants became nothing more than distant flashes of light and ice on the horizon. With both top fighters having left the scene, the pressure on the beach lifted slightly. Buggy the Clown, seeing the monsters leave, finally realized he had the stage to himself. He cracked his knuckles and grinned. It was time to unleash the flashy move he'd been preparing for half-day. "All right, boys, watch this," Buggy shouted. He spread his arms wide, his coat flapping dramatically in the wind. "Awakening technique, the sea says it can fly," Buggy announced. He paused for effect. Alternate name. "The sea that soars to the sky." The skill name was long and straightforward, just how Buggy liked it. With a grand, sweeping wave of his hand, the ocean in front of him began to rumble. Rumble, crack, the water split. Under the influence of his awakened bara no Mi, the very ocean obeyed his command to separate. 4 massive, perfect cubic blocks of seawater rose from the ocean's surface. Each cube measured exactly 100 meters in length, width, and height. They hovered in the air, glistening in the sunlight, defying gravity. Go. Under Buggy's masterful control, the 4 liquid monoliths flew through the air, heading straight toward the approaching vanguard of 30 small warships. Superficially, this display seemed similar to months earlier when Buggy had manipulated land fragments in Logtown, but in reality, manipulating seawater was fundamentally different. The sea naturally suppressed devil fruit abilities. This feat demonstrated that Buggy's application of his ability had reached a terrifying new level. He wasn't just chopping objects, he was chopping the environment itself, imposing his will on the sea. Historically, only legends like Golden Lion Shiki could pull the ocean into the sky. Buggy's current performance bore a remarkable similarity to that legendary power. But the Marines on the ships had no time to marvel at Buggy's growth. They looked up and their blood ran cold. 1 cubic meter of water weighed 1 ton. 1 million cubic meters meant 1 million tons of weight per block. 4 million tons of water were currently hovering above their heads. Even though Buggy could only control it at an altitude of less than 100 meters due to the immense strain, the potential destruction was catastrophic. If that water crashed down, it wouldn't be a splash, it would be a crushing hammer. Even if the warships didn't shatter immediately upon impact, the sheer volume would plunge them deep into the abyss. And assuming any warship managed to resurface by miracle, its internal propulsion systems, gunpowder, cannons, and engines would be flooded and useless. Not to mention the crew. There were 100 Marines stationed on each small warship. It was estimated that more than half would perish instantly from the impact or drown in the aftermath. This sight sent chills down the spines of the 3,000 Marines aboard the small warships. They stopped loading their cannons, they stopped shouting orders, they just stared up at the sky, which had been replaced by a ceiling of water. The person in charge of each small warship was merely a captain. They were frozen in fear. Even if all 30 captains joined forces, they would be unable to stop these cubes. As for cannon fire, futile. Boom, boom, some ships fired their cannons frantically in panic, but the small caliber shells were nothing more than a tickle against such enormous bodies of water. They punched into the cubes and fizzled out, creating harmless bubbles. Buggy detached his lower body and flew slowly behind the colossal water masses. He grinned widely, hands on his hips, laughing uproariously at the sky. Gyhahaha, Buggy's voice boomed over the fleet. Behold the power of a Buggy-sama, Marines. If you don't send out your officers soon, all 3,000 of these lives will belong to me. Hearing Buggy's arrogant taunts, movement could be seen on the medium-sized warships further back. It seemed the 10 Marine rear admirals had decided they couldn't watch this massacre happen. They drew their weapons, ready to intercept. However, just then the den mushy on the flagship rang. On the large warship stationed at the rear, Vice Admiral Mamanga activated his communicator. His face was grim. "All rear admirals stand down," Mamanga ordered coldly. "Do not break formation. The Vice Admirals will handle the heavy threats later. Let the vanguard proceed." Upon receiving the command from their superior, the 10 rear admirals froze. They looked at the doom hanging over their subordinates, then at their communicators. No matter how anxious or dissatisfied they felt, they could only grit their teeth, sheath their weapons, and comply. "Yes, sir." Soldiers follow orders without question. That was the justice of the Marines. The small warships continued to advance into the shadow of the water cubes. Although the 3,000 Marines aboard were carrying out their orders, a sliver of doubt and betrayal began to stir within their hearts. Why? Are our orders today simply to throw away our lives? Are we just fodder to test the enemy's strength? The Marines looked up at the massive cubic water blocks hovering in the sky, their emotions in turmoil. Despair began to set in. Witnessing this lack of response, Buggy stopped laughing. He floated there, scratching his head, genuinely puzzled. "What the fuck?" Buggy thought. "You started by sending a giant sea king to charge us and we countered with Sanji. Now that I've unleashed these massive water cubes, shouldn't you at least send some high-ranking officers to deal with them? Don't you know the meaning of reciprocity? Do you really have to sacrifice these low-level pawns? These Marines must be out of their damn minds." At this moment, Buggy found himself sharing the same confusion Ray had earlier. The Marines were acting abnormally today. It was as if they wanted to lose these men. Buggy looked down at the terrified faces of the young sailors on the decks. He hesitated. Buggy clicked his tongue. "Should I drop this skill or not? Slaughtering the weak really doesn't suit my image. I'm a legend, not a butcher." After muttering to himself, Buggy fell silent for a moment. He sighed, annoyed by his own conscience. He raised his voice, amplifying it so the fleet could hear him clearly. "Hey, Marines below the water blocks," Buggy shouted. "Listen up. Considering you're just overworked laborers exploited by your trash superiors, I, Buggy-sama, don't want to be too ruthless. I'm giving you a chance. Don't fight so desperately for people who want you dead. Find something that can float, jump overboard, take protective measures. I'll aim the water blocks a bit off target to give you a chance." Buggy raised a hand, starting a countdown. "I'll count down from 10, hide if you can. 10, 9, 8,
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.